Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Jong Link. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 31, Essay on Arago, by Edward S. Holden. Dominique Francois Arago, 1786 to 1853, by Edward S. Holden. Dominique Francois Arago was born February 26, 1786, near Perpignan, in the Eastern Pyrenees, where his father held the position of Treasurer of the Mint. He entered the École Polytechnique in Paris after a brilliant examination and held the first places throughout the course. In 1806 he was sent to Valencia in Spain and to the neighboring island of Ibiza to make the astronomical observations for prolonging the arc of the meridian from Dunkirk southward in order to supply the basis for the metric system. Here began his extraordinary adventures, which are told with inimitable spirit and vigor in his autobiography. Arago's work required him to occupy stations on the summits of the highest peaks in the mountains of southeastern Spain. The peasants were densely ignorant and hostile to all foreigners, so that an escort of troops was required in many of his journeys. At some stations he made friends of the bandits of the neighborhood, and carried on his observations under their protection, as it were. In 1807, the Tribunal of the Inquisition existed in Valencia, and Arago was witness to the trial and punishment of a pretended sorceress. And this, as he says, in one of the principal towns of Spain, the seat of a celebrated university. Yet the worst criminals lived unmolested in the cathedrals, for the right of asylum was still in force. His geodetic observations were mysteries to the inhabitants, and his signals on the mountain top were believed to be part of the work of a French spy. Just at this time, hostilities broke out between France and Spain, and the astronomer was obliged to flee, disguised as a Majorcan peasant, carrying his precious papers with him. His knowledge of the Majorcan language saved him, and he reached a Spanish prison with only a slight wound from a dagger. It is the first recorded instance, he says, of a fugitive flying to a dungeon for safety. In this prison, under the care of Spanish officers, Arago found sufficient occupation in calculating observations which he had made, in reading the recounts in the Spanish journals of his own execution at Valencia, and in listening to rumors that it was proposed by a Spanish monk to do away with the French prisoner by poisoning his food. The Spanish officer in charge of the prisoners was induced to connive at the escape of Arago and M. Berthemy, an aide-de-camp of Napoleon, and on the 28th of July, 1808, they stole away from the coast of Spain in a small boat with 3 sailors, and arrived at Algiers on the 3rd of August. Here the French consul procured them 2 false passports, which transformed the Frenchmen into strolling merchants from Schwekat and Leuben. They boarded an Algerian vessel and set off. Let Arago describe the crew and cargo. The vessel belonged to the Emir of Seka. The commander was a Greek captain named Spiro Caligero. Among the passengers were 5 members of the family, superseded by the Bakri as kings of the Jews, 2 Moroccan ostrich feather merchants, Captain Krog from Bergen in Norway, 2 lions sent by the Dey of Algiers as presents to the Emperor Napoleon, and a great number of monkeys. As they entered the Gulf de Leon, their ship was captured by a Spanish corsair and taken to Rosas. Worst of all, a former Spanish servant of Arago's, Pablo, was a sailor in the corsair's crew. At Rosas, the prisoners were brought before an officer for interrogation. It was now Arago's turn. The officer begins. "Who are you?" "A poor traveling merchant." "From whence do you come?" "From a country where you certainly have never been." "Well, from what country?" I feared to answer, for the passports, steeped in vinegar to prevent infection, were in the officer's hands, and I had entirely forgotten whether I was from Schwekat or from Leuben. Finally, I answered at a chance, "I am from Schwekat." Fortunately, this answer agreed with the passport. "You're from Schwekat about as much as I am," said the officer. "You're a Spaniard, and a Spaniard from Valencia to boot, as I can tell by your accent." "Sir, you are inclined to punish me simply because I have by nature the gift of languages. I readily learn the dialects of the various countries where I carry on my trade. For example, I know the dialect of Avisa." "Well, I will take you at your word. Here is a soldier who comes from Avisa. Talk to him." "Very well. I will even sing the goat song." The verses of this song, if one may call them verses, are separated by the imitated bleatings of the goat. I began at once, with an audacity which even now astonishes me, to intone the song which all the shepherds in Avisa sing. "Ah, graciada señora, una canzó voy cantar, be, 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 no será gaiva pulida, no sé si vos agradara, be, 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 be." Upon which my Avisan avouches in tears that I am certainly from Avisa. The song had affected him as a Switzer is affected by the Ranz de Vache. I then said to the officer that if he would bring me a person who could speak French, he would find the same embarrassment in this case also. An émigré of the Bourbon regiment comes forward for the new experiment, and after a few phrases affirms without hesitation that I am surely a Frenchman. The officer begins to be impatient. "Have done with these trials. They prove nothing. I require you to tell me who you are." "My foremost desire is to find an answer which will satisfy you." "I am the son of the innkeeper at Mataro." "I know that man. You are not his son." "You are right. I told you that I should change my answers till I found one to suit you. I am a marionette player from Lerida." A huge laugh from the crowd which had listened to the interrogatory put an end to the questioning. Finally, it was necessary for Arago to declare outright that he was French, and to prove it by his old servant Pablo. To supply his immediate wants, he sold his watch, and by a series of misadventures, this watch subsequently fell into the hands of his family, and he was mourned in France as dead. After months of captivity, the vessel was released, and the prisoners set out for Marseilles. A fearful tempest drove them to the harbor of Bougia, an African port 100 miles east of Algiers. Thence they made the perilous journey by land to their place of starting, and finally reached Marseilles 11 months after their voyage began. 11 months to make a journey of 4 days! The intelligence of the safe arrival, after so many perils, of the young astronomer with his packet of precious observations, soon reached Paris. He was welcomed with effusion. Soon afterward, at the age of 23 years, he was elected a member of the section of astronomy of the Academy of Sciences, and from this time forth he led the peaceful life of a savant. He was the director of the Paris Observatory for many years, the friend of all European scientists, the ardent patron of young men of talent, a leading physicist, a strong Republican, though the friend of Napoleon, and finally the perpetual secretary of the Academy. In the latter capacity, it was part of his duty to prepare éloges of deceased academicians. Of his collected works in 14 volumes, Œuvres de François Arago, published in Paris, 1865, 3 volumes are given to these notices biographiques. Here may be found the biographies of Bailly, Sir William Herschel, Laplace, Joseph Fourier, Carnot, Malus, Fresnel, Thomas Young, and James Watt, which, translated rather carelessly into English, have been published under the title Biographies of Distinguished Men, and can be found in the larger libraries. The collected works contain biographies also of Ampère, Condoreet, Volta, Monge, Porson, Gay-Lussac, besides shorter sketches. They are masterpieces of style and of clear scientific exposition, and full of generous appreciation of others' work. They present in a lucid and popular form the achievements of scientific men whose works have changed the accepted opinion of the world, and they give general views not found in the original writings themselves. Scientific men are usually too much engrossed in advancing science to spare time for expounding it to popular audiences. The talent for such exposition is itself a special one. Arago possessed it to the full, and his own original contributions to astronomy and physics enabled him to speak as an expert, not merely as an expositor. The extracts are from his admirable estimate of Laplace, which he prepared in connection with the proposal, before him and other members of a state committee, to publish a new and authoritative edition of the great astronomer's works. The translation is mainly that of the biographies of distinguished men cited above, and much of the felicity of style is necessarily lost in translation, but the substance of solid and lucid exposition from a master's hand remains. Arago was a deputy in 1830, and Minister of War in the Provisional Government of 1848. He died, full of honours, October 2nd, 1853. Two of his brothers, Jacques and Etienne, were dramatic authors of note. Another, Jean, was a distinguished general in the service of Mexico. One of his sons, Alfred, is favourably known as a painter. Another, Emmanuel, as a lawyer, deputy, and diplomat. End of section 31. Recording by Tina Jong Link.
Section 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2010. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 32. Excerpts from Laplace by Dominique François Arago. Laplace. The Marquis de Laplace, peer of France, one of the 40 of the French Academy, member of the Academy of Sciences and of the Bureau of Longitude, associate of all the great academies or scientific societies of Europe, was born at Beaumont-en-Auge, of parents belonging to the class of small farmers, on the 28th of March, 1749. He died on the 5th of March, 1827. The first and second volumes of the Mécanique Céleste, Mechanism of the Heavens, were published in 1799. The third volume appeared in 1802, the fourth in 1805. Part of the fifth volume was published in 1823. Further books in 1824, and the remainder in 1825. The Théorie des probabilités was published in 1812. We shall now present the history of the principal astronomical discoveries contained in these immortal works. Astronomy is the science of which the human mind may justly feel proudest. It owes this preeminence to the elevated nature of its object, to the enormous scale of its operations, to the certainty, the utility, and the stupendousness of its results. From the very beginnings of civilization, the study of the heavenly bodies and their movements has attracted the attention of governments and peoples. The greatest captains, statesmen, philosophers, and orators of Greece and Rome found it a subject of delight. Yet astronomy worthy of the name is a modern science. It dates from the 16th century only. Three brilliant phases have marked its progress. In 1543 the bold and firm hand of Copernicus overthrew the greater part of the venerable scaffolding which had propped the illusions and the pride of many generations. The earth ceased to be the centre, the pivot, of celestial movements. Henceforward it ranged itself modestly among the other planets, its relative importance as one member of the solar system reduced almost to that of a grain of sand. 28 years had elapsed from the day when the Canon of Thorn expired while holding in its trembling hands the first copy of the work which was to glorify the name of Poland, when Württemberg witnessed the birth of a man who was destined to achieve a revolution in science not less fertile in consequences and still more difficult to accomplish. This man was Kepler. Endowed with two qualities which seem incompatible, a volcanic imagination and a dogged pertinacity which the most tedious calculations could not tire, Kepler conjectured that celestial movements must be connected with each other by simple laws, or, to use his own expression, by harmonic laws. These laws he undertook to discover. 1,000 fruitless attempts, the errors of calculation inseparable from a colossal undertaking, did not hinder his resolute advance toward the goal his imagination descried. 22 years he devoted to it, and still he was not weary. What are 22 years of labor to him who is about to become the lawgiver of worlds, whose name is to be ineffaceably inscribed on the frontispiece of an immortal code, who can exclaim in dithyrambic language, "The die is cast, I have written my book, it will be read either in the present age or by posterity. It matters not which. It may well await a reader since God has waited 6,000 years for an interpreter of his works." These celebrated laws, known in astronomy as Kepler's laws, are three in number. The first law is, that the planets describe ellipses around the sun, which is placed in their common focus. The second, that a line joining a planet and the sun sweeps over equal areas in equal times. The third, that the squares of the times of revolution of the planets about the sun are proportional to the cubes of their mean distances from that body. The first two laws were discovered by Kepler in the course of a laborious examination of the theory of the planet Mars. A full account of this inquiry is contained in his famous work De Stella Martis, of the planet Mars, published in 1609. The discovery of the third law was announced to the world in his treatise on harmonics, 1628. To seek a physical cause adequate to retain the planets in their closed orbits, to make the stability of the universe depend on mechanical forces, and not on solid supports like the crystalline spheres imagined by our ancestors, to extend to the heavenly bodies in their courses the laws of earthly mechanics, such were the problems which remained for solution after Kepler's discoveries had been announced. Traces of these great problems may be clearly perceived here and there among ancient and modern writers, from Lucretius and Plutarch down to Kepler, Boyot, and Borelli. It is to Newton, however, that we must award the merit of their solution. This great man, like several of his predecessors, imagined the celestial bodies to have a tendency to approach each other in virtue of some attractive force, and from the laws of Kepler he deduced the mathematical characteristics of this force. He extended it to all the material molecules of the solar system, and developed his brilliant discovery in a work which, even at the present day, is regarded as the supremest product of the human intellect. The contributions of France to these revolutions in astronomical science consisted, in 1740, in the determination by experiment of the spheroidal figure of the earth, and in the discovery of the local variations of gravity upon the surface of our planet. These were two great results, but whenever France is not first in science, she has lost her place. This rank, lost for a moment, was brilliantly regained by the labors of 4 geometers. When Newton, giving to his discoveries a generality which the laws of Kepler did not suggest, imagined that the different planets were not only attracted by the sun, but that they also attracted each other, he introduced into the heavens a cause of universal perturbation. Astronomers then saw at a glance that in no part of the universe would the Keplerian laws suffice for the exact representation of the phenomena of motion, that the simple regular movements with which the imaginations of the ancients were pleased to endow the heavenly bodies must experience numerous, considerable, perpetually changing perturbations. To discover a few of these perturbations, and to assign their nature, and in a few rare cases their numerical value, was the object which Newton proposed to himself in writing his famous book, the Principia Mathematica Philosophiae Naturalis, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Notwithstanding the incomparable sagacity of its author, the Principia contained merely a rough outline of planetary perturbations, though not through any lack of ardor or perseverance. The efforts of the great philosopher were always superhuman, and the questions which he did not solve were simply incapable of solution in his time. 5 geometers, Clairaut, Euler, D'Alembert, Lagrange, and Laplace, shared between them the world whose existence Newton had disclosed. They explored it in all directions, penetrated into regions hitherto inaccessible, and pointed out phenomena hitherto undetected. Finally, and it is this which constitutes their imperishable glory, they brought under the domain of a single principle, a single law, everything that seemed most occult and mysterious in the celestial movements. Geometry had thus the hardihood to dispose of the future, while the centuries as they unrolled scrupulously ratify the decisions of science. If Newton gave a complete solution of celestial movements where but two bodies attract each other, he did not even attempt the infinitely more difficult problem of three. The problem of three bodies, this is the name by which it has become celebrated, the problem of determining the movement of a body subjected to the attractive influence of two others, was solved for the first time by our countryman Clairaut. Though he enumerated the various forces which must result from the mutual attraction of the planets and satellites in our system, even the great Newton did not venture to investigate the general nature of their effects. In the midst of the labyrinth formed by increments and diminutions of velocity, variations in the forms of orbits, changes in distances and inclinations, which these forces must evidently produce, the most learned geometer would fail to discover a trustworthy guide. Forces so numerous, so variable in direction, so different in intensity, seemed to be incapable of maintaining a condition of equilibrium, except by a sort of miracle. Newton even suggested that the planetary system did not contain within itself the elements of indefinite stability. He was of opinion that a powerful hand must intervene from time to time to repair the derangements occasioned by the mutual action of the various bodies. Euler, better instructed than Newton in a knowledge of these perturbations, also refused to admit that the solar system was constituted so as to endure forever. Never did a greater philosophical question offer itself to the inquiries of mankind. Laplace attacked it with boldness, perseverance, and success. The profound and long-continued researches of the illustrious geometer completely established the perpetual variability of the planetary ellipses. He demonstrated that the extremities of their major axes made the circuit of the heavens, that independent of oscillation, the planes of their orbits undergo displacements by which their intersections with the plane of the terrestrial orbit are each year directed towards different stars. But in the midst of this apparent chaos, there is one element which remains constant, or is merely subject to small and periodic changes, namely the major axis of each orbit, and consequently the time of revolution of each planet. This is the element which ought to have varied most on the principles held by Newton and Euler. Gravitation, then, suffices to preserve the stability of the solar system. It maintains the forms and inclinations of the orbits in an average position, subject to slight oscillations only, Variety does not entail disorder. The universe offers an example of harmonious relations, of a state of perfection which Newton himself doubted. This condition of harmony depends on circumstances disclosed to Laplace by analysis, circumstances which on the surface do not seem capable of exercising so great an influence. If instead of planets all revolving in the same direction, in orbits but slightly eccentric, and in planes inclined at but small angles toward each other, we should substitute different conditions, the stability of the universe would be jeopardized, and a frightful chaos would pretty certainly result. The discovery of the actual conditions excluded the idea, at least so far as the solar system was concerned, that the Newtonian attraction might be a cause of disorder. But might not other forces, combined with the attraction of gravitation, produce gradually increasing perturbations such as Newton and Euler feared? Known facts seemed to justify the apprehension. A comparison of ancient with modern observations revealed a continual acceleration in the mean motions of the moon and of Jupiter, and an equally striking diminution of the mean motion of Saturn. These variations led to a very important conclusion. In accordance with their presumed cause, to say that the velocity of a body increased from century to century was equivalent to asserting that the body continually approached the center of motion. On the other hand, when the velocity diminished, the body must be receding from the center. Thus, by a strange ordering of nature, our planetary system seemed destined to lose Saturn, its most mysterious ornament, to see the planet with its ring and 7 satellites plunge gradually into those unknown regions where the eye armed with the most powerful telescope has never penetrated. Jupiter, on the other hand, the planet compared with which the Earth is so insignificant, appeared to be moving in the opposite direction, so that it would ultimately be absorbed into the incandescent matter of the sun. Finally, it seemed that the moon would one day precipitate itself upon the earth. There was nothing doubtful or speculative in these sinister forebodings. The precise dates of the approaching catastrophes were alone uncertain. It was known, however, that they were very distant. Accordingly, neither the learned dissertations of men of science nor the animated descriptions of certain poets produced any impression upon the public mind. The members of our scientific societies, however, believed with regret the approaching destruction of the planetary system. The Academy of Sciences called the attention of geometers of all countries to these menacing perturbations. Euler and Lagrange descended into the arena. Never did their mathematical genius shine with a brighter lustre. Still the question remained undecided, when from 2 obscure corners of the theories of analysis, Laplace, the author of the Mécanique Céleste, brought the laws of these great phenomena clearly to light. The variations in velocity of Jupiter, Saturn, and the moon were proved to flow from evident physical causes, and to belong in the category of ordinary periodic perturbations, depending solely on gravitation. These dreaded variations in orbital dimensions resolved themselves into simple oscillations included within narrow limits. In a word, by the powerful instrumentality of mathematical analysis, the physical universe was again established on a demonstrably firm foundation. Having demonstrated the smallness of these periodic oscillations, Laplace next succeeded in determining the absolute dimensions of the orbits. What is the distance of the sun from the earth? No scientific question has occupied the attention of mankind in a greater degree. Mathematically speaking, nothing is more simple. It suffices, as in ordinary surveying, to draw visual lines from the 2 extremities of a known baseline to an inaccessible object. The remainder of the process is an elementary calculation. Unfortunately, in the case of the sun, the distance is very great, and the baselines which can be measured upon the earth are comparatively very small. In such a case, the slightest errors in the direction of visual lines exercise an enormous influence upon the results. In the beginning of the last century, Halley had remarked that certain interpositions of Venus between the earth and the sun, or to use the common term, the transits of the planet across the sun's disk, would furnish at each observing station an indirect means of fixing the position of the visual ray much superior in accuracy to the most perfect direct measures. Such was the object of the many scientific expeditions undertaken in 1761 and 1769, years in which the transits of Venus occurred. A comparison of observations made in the southern hemisphere with those of Europe gave for the distance of the sun the result which has since figured in all treatises on astronomy and navigation. No government hesitated to furnish scientific academies with the means, however expensive, of establishing their observers in the most distant regions. We have already remarked that this determination seemed imperiously to demand an extensive base, for small bases would have been totally inadequate. Well, Laplace has solved the problem without a base of any kind whatever. He has deducted the distance of the sun from observations of the moon made in one and the same place. The sun is, with respect to our satellite the moon, the cause of perturbations which evidently depend on the distance of the immense luminous globe from the earth. Who does not see that these perturbations must diminish if the distance increases, and increase if the distance diminishes, so that the distance determines the amount of the perturbations? Observation assigns the numerical value of these perturbations. Theory, on the other hand, unfolds the general mathematical relation which connects them with the solar distance, and with other known elements. The determination of the mean radius of the terrestrial orbit, of the distance of the sun, then becomes one of the most simple operations of algebra. Such is the happy combination by the aid of which Laplace has solved the great, the celebrated problem of parallax. It is thus that the illustrious geometer found for the mean distance of the sun from the earth, expressed in radii of the terrestrial orbit, a value differing but slightly from that which was the fruit of so many troublesome and expensive voyages. The movements of the moon proved a fertile mine of research to our great geometer. His penetrating intellect discovered in them unknown treasures. With an ability and a perseverance equally worthy of admiration, he separated these treasures from the coverings which had hitherto concealed them from vulgar eyes. For example, the earth governs the movements of the moon. The earth is flattened, in other words, its figure is spheroidal. A spheroidal body does not attract as does a sphere. There should then exist in the movement, I had almost said in the countenance, of the moon a sort of impress of the spheroidal figure of the earth. Such was the idea as it originally occurred to Laplace. By means of a minutely careful investigation, he discovered in its motion two well-defined perturbations, each depending on the spheroidal figure of the earth. When these were submitted to calculation, each led to the same value of ellipticity. It must be recollected that the ellipticity thus derived from the motions of the moon is not the one corresponding to such or such a country, to the ellipticity observed in France, in England, in Italy, in Lapland, in North America, in India, or in the region of the Cape of Good Hope, for, the earth's crust having undergone considerable upheavals at different times and places, the primitive regularity of its curvature has been sensibly disturbed thereby. The moon, and it is this which renders the result of such inestimable value, ought to assign, and has in reality assigned, the general ellipticity of the earth. In other words, it has indicated a sort of average value of the various determinations obtained at enormous expense and with infinite labor, as the result of long voyages undertaken by astronomers of all the countries of Europe. Certain remarks of Laplace himself bring into strong relief the profound, the unexpected, the almost paradoxical character of the methods I have attempted to sketch. What are the elements it has been found necessary to confront with each other in order to arrive at results expressed with such extreme precision? On the one hand, mathematical formulae deduced from the principle of universal gravitation; on the other, certain irregularities observed in the returns of the moon to the meridian. An observing geometer, who from his infancy had never quitted his study, and who had never viewed the heavens except through a narrow aperture directed north and south, to whom nothing had ever been revealed respecting the bodies revolving above his head, except that they attract each other according to the Newtonian law of gravitation, would still perceive that his narrow abode was situated upon the surface of a spheroidal body, whose equatorial axis was greater than its polar by a 306th part. In his isolated fixed position he could still deduce his true distance from the sun. Laplace's improvement of the lunar tables not only promoted maritime intercourse between distant countries, but preserved the lives of mariners. Thanks to an unparalleled sagacity, to a limitless perseverance, to an ever youthful and communicable ardor, Laplace solved the celebrated problem of the longitude with a precision even greater than the utmost needs of the art of navigation demanded. The ship, the sports of the winds and tempests, no longer fears to lose its way in the immensity of the ocean. In every place and at every time the pilot reads in the starry heavens his distance from the meridian of Paris. The extreme perfection of these tables of the moon places Laplace in the ranks of the world's benefactors. In the beginning of the year 1611, Galileo supposed that he found in the eclipses of Jupiter's satellites a simple and rigorous solution of the famous problem of the longitude, and attempts to introduce the new method on board the numerous vessels of Spain and Holland at once began. They failed, because the necessary observations required powerful telescopes, which could not be employed on a tossing ship. Even the expectations of the serviceability of Galileo's methods for land calculations proved premature. The movements of the satellites of Jupiter are far less simple than the immortal Italian supposed them to be. The labors of 3 more generations of astronomers and mathematicians were needed to determine them, and the mathematical genius of Laplace was needed to complete their labors. At the present day the nautical ephemerides contain, several years in advance, the indications of the times of the eclipses and reappearances of Jupiter's satellites. Calculation is as precise as direct observation. Influenced by an exaggerated deference, modesty, timidity, France in the 18th century surrendered to England the exclusive privilege of constructing her astronomical instruments. Thus, when Herschel was prosecuting his beautiful observations on the other side of the Channel, we had not even the means of verifying them. Fortunately for the scientific honor of our country, mathematical analysis also is a powerful instrument. The great Laplace, from the retirement of his study, foresaw and accurately predicted in advance what the excellent astronomer of Windsor would soon behold with the largest telescopes existing. When, in 1610, Galileo directed towards Saturn a lens of very low power, which he had just constructed with his own hands, although he perceived that the planet was not a globe, he could not ascertain its real form. The expression tricorporate, by which the illustrious Florentine designated the appearance of the planet, even implied a totally erroneous idea of its structure. At the present day everyone knows that Saturn consists of a globe about 900 times greater than the earth, and of a ring. This ring does not touch the ball of the planet, being everywhere removed from it to a distance of 20,000 English miles. Observation indicates the breadth of the ring to be 54,000 miles. The thickness certainly does not exceed 250 miles. With the exception of a black streak, which divides the ring throughout its whole contour into 2 parts of unequal breadth and of different brightness, This strange colossal bridge without foundations had never offered to the most experienced or skilful observers either spot or protuberance adapted for deciding whether it was immovable or endowed with a motion of rotation. Laplace considered it to be very improbable, if the ring was stationary, that its constituent parts should be capable of resisting by mere cohesion the actual attraction of the planet. A movement of rotation occurred to his mind as constituting the principle of stability, and he deduced the necessary velocity from this consideration. The velocity thus found was exactly equal to that which Herschel subsequently derived from a series of extremely delicate observations. The two parts of the ring, being at different distances from the planet, could not fail to be given different movements of precession by the action of the sun. Hence it would seem that the planes of both rings ought in general to be inclined toward each other, whereas they appear from observation always to coincide. It was necessary, then, that some physical cause capable of neutralizing the action of the sun should exist. In a memoir published in February 1789, Laplace found that this cause depended on the ellipticity of Saturn produced by a rapid movement of rotation of the planet, a movement whose discovery Herschel announced in November of the same year. If we descend from the heavens to the earth, the discoveries of Laplace will appear not less worthy of his genius. He reduced the phenomena of the tides, which an ancient philosopher termed in despair the tomb of human curiosity, to an analytical theory in which the physical conditions of the question figure for the first time. Consequently, to the immense advantage of coast navigation, calculators now venture to predict in detail the time and height of the tides several years in advance. Between the phenomena of the ebb and flow and the attractive forces of the sun and moon upon the fluid sheet which covers 3/4 of the globe, an intimate and necessary connection exists, a connection from which Laplace deduced the value of the mass of our satellite the moon. Yet so late as the year 1631, the illustrious Galileo, as appears from his Dialogues, was so far from perceiving the mathematical relations from which Laplace deduced results so beautiful, so unequivocal, and so useful, that he taxed with frivolousness the vague idea which Kepler entertained of attributing to the moon's attraction a certain share in the production of the diurnal and periodical movements of the waters of the ocean. Laplace did not confine his genius to the extension and improvement of the mathematical theory of the tide. He considered the phenomenon from an entirely new point of view, and it was he who first treated of the stability of the ocean. He has established its equilibrium, but upon the express condition, which, however, has been amply proved to exist, that the mean density of the fluid mass is less than the mean density of the earth. Everything else remaining the same, if we substituted an ocean of quicksilver for the actual ocean, this stability would disappear. The fluid would frequently overflow its boundaries, to ravage continents even to the height of the snowy peaks which lose themselves in the clouds. No one was more sagacious than Laplace in discovering intimate relations between phenomena apparently unrelated, or more skillful in deducing important conclusions from such unexpected affinities. For example, toward the close of his days, with the aid of certain lunar observations, with a stroke of his pen he overthrew the cosmogonic theories of Buffon and Bailly, which were so long in favor. According to these theories, the earth was hastening to a state of congelation which was close at hand. Laplace, never contented with vague statements, sought to determine in numbers the rate of the rapid cooling of our globe, which Buffon had so eloquently but so gratuitously announced. Nothing could be more simple, better connected, or more conclusive than the chain of deductions of the celebrated geometer. A body diminishes in volume when it cools. According to the most elementary principles of mechanics, a rotating body which contracts in dimensions must inevitably turn upon its axis with greater and greater rapidity. the length of the day has been determined in all ages by the time of the earth's rotation. If the earth is cooling, the length of the day must be continually shortening. Now, there exists a means of ascertaining whether the length of the day has undergone any variation. This consists in examining, for each century, the arc of the celestial sphere described by the moon during the interval of time which the astronomers of the existing epoch call a day, in other words, the time required by the earth to effect a complete rotation on its axis, the velocity of the moon being in fact independent of the time of the earth's rotation. Let us now, following Laplace, take from the standard tables the smallest values, if you choose, of the expansions or contractions which solid bodies experience from changes of temperature. Let us search the annals of Grecian, Arabian, and modern astronomy for the purpose of finding in them the angular velocity of the moon, and the great geometer will prove, by incontrovertible evidence founded upon these data, that during a period of 2000 years the mean temperature of the earth has not varied to the extent of the 100th part of a degree of the centigrade thermometer. Eloquence cannot resist such a process of reasoning or withstand the force of such figures. Mathematics has ever been the implacable foe of scientific romances. The constant object of Laplace was the explanation of the great phenomena of nature according to inflexible principles of mathematical analysis. No philosopher, no mathematician, could have guarded himself more cautiously against the propensity to hasty speculation. No person dreaded more the scientific errors which cajole the imagination when it passes the boundary of fact, calculation, and analogy. Once and once only did Laplace launch forward, like Kepler, like Descartes, like Leibniz, like Buffon, into the region of conjectures. But then his conception was nothing less than a complete cosmogony. All the planets revolve around the sun, from west to east, and in planes only slightly inclined to each other. The satellites revolve around their respective primaries in the same direction. Both planets and satellites, having a rotary motion, turn also upon their axes from west to east. Finally, the rotation of the sun also is directed from west to east. Here, then, is an assemblage of 43 movements, all operating alike. By the calculus of probabilities, the odds are 4,000 millions to 1 that this coincidence in direction is not the effect of accident. It was Buffon, I think, who first attempted to explain this singular feature of our solar system. Quote, "Wishing, in the explanation of phenomena, to avoid recourse to causes which are not to be found in nature," the celebrated academician sought for a physical cause for what is common to the movements of so many bodies, differing as they do in magnitude, in form, and in their distances from the center of attraction. He imagined that he had discovered such a physical cause by making this triple supposition. A comet fell obliquely upon the sun. It pushed before a torrent of fluid matter. This substance, transported to a greater or less distance from the sun according to its density, formed by condensation all the known planets. The bold hypothesis is subject to insurmountable difficulties. I proceed to indicate in a few words the cosmogonic system which Laplace substituted for it. According to Laplace, the sun was, at a remote epoch, the central nucleus of an immense nebula which possessed a very high temperature, and extended far beyond the region in which Uranus now revolves. No planet was then in existence. The solar nebula was endowed with a general movement of rotation in the direction west to east. As it cooled, it could not fail to experience a gradual condensation, and in consequence to rotate with greater and greater rapidity. If the nebulous matter extended originally in the plane of its equator, as far as the limit where the centrifugal force exactly counterbalanced the attraction of the nucleus, the molecules situated at this limit ought, during the process of condensation, to separate from the rest of the atmospheric matter, and to form an equatorial zone, a ring, revolving separately and with its primitive velocity. We may conceive that analogous separations were effected in the remoter strata of the nebula at different epochs, and at different distances from the nucleus, and that they gave rise to a succession of distinct rings, all lying in nearly the same plane, and all endowed with different velocities. This being once admitted, it is easy to see that the permanent stability of the rings would have required a regularity of structure throughout their whole contour, which is very improbable. Each of them, accordingly, broke in its turn into several masses, which were obviously endowed with a movement of rotation coinciding in direction with the common movement of revolution, and which, in consequence of their fluidity, assumed spheroidal forms. In order, next, that one of those spheroids may absorb all the others belonging to the same ring, it is sufficient to suppose it to have a mass greater than that of any other spheroid of its group. Each of the planets, while in this vaporous condition to which we have just alluded, would manifestly have a central nucleus, gradually increasing in magnitude and mass, and an atmosphere offering, at its successive limits, phenomena entirely similar to those which the solar atmosphere, properly so called, had exhibited. We are here contemplating the birth of satellites and the birth of the ring of Saturn. The nebular hypothesis, of which I have just given an imperfect sketch, has for its object to show how a nebula endowed with a general movement of rotation must eventually transform itself into a very luminous central nucleus, a sun, and into a series of distinct spheroidal planets, situated at considerable distances from one another, all revolving around the central sun, in the direction of the original movement of the nebula. How these planets ought also to have movements of rotation in similar directions, how finally the satellites, when any such are formed, must revolve upon their axis and around their respective primaries, in the direction of rotation of the planets and of their movement of revolution around the sun. In all that precedes, attention has been concentrated upon the Mécanique Céleste. The Système du Monde and the Théorie analytique des probabilités also deserve description. The exposition of the system of the world is the Mécanique Céleste, divested of that great apparatus of analytical formula which must be attentively perused by every astronomer who, to use an expression of Plato, wishes to know the numbers which govern the physical universe. It is from this work that persons ignorant of mathematics may obtain competent knowledge of the methods to which physical astronomy owes its astonishing progress. Written with a noble simplicity of style, an exquisite exactness of expression, and a scrupulous accuracy, it is universally conceded to stand among the noblest monuments of French literature. The labors of all ages to persuade truth from the heavens are there justly, clearly, and profoundly analyzed. Genius presides as the impartial judge of genius. Throughout his work Laplace remained at the height of his great mission. It will be read with respect so long as the torch of science illuminates the world. The calculus of probabilities, when confined within just limits, concerns the mathematician, the experimenter, and the statesman. From the time when Pascal and Fermat established its first principles, it has rendered most important daily services. This it is which, after suggesting the best form for statistical tables of population and mortality, teaches us to deduce from those numbers, so often misinterpreted, the most precise and useful conclusions. This it is which alone regulates with equity insurance premiums, pension funds, annuities, discounts, etc. This it is that has gradually suppressed lotteries, and other shameful snares cunningly laid for avarice and ignorance. Laplace has treated these questions with his accustomed superiority. The analytical theory of probabilities is worthy of the author of the Mécanique Céleste. a philosopher whose name is associated with immortal discoveries, said to his too conservative audience, "Bear in mind, gentlemen, that in questions of science the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual." 2 centuries have passed over these words of Galileo without lessening their value or impugning their truth. For this reason it has been thought better rather to glance briefly at the work of Laplace than to repeat the eulogies of his admirers. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 33. Selected excerpts by John Arbuthnot. John Arbuthnot, 1667 to 1735. Arbuthnot's place in literature depends as much on his association with the wits of his day as on his own satirical and humorous productions. Many of these have been published in the collections of Swift, Gay, Pope, and others, and cannot be identified. The task of verifying them is rendered more difficult by the fact that his son repudiated a collection claiming to be his Miscellaneous Works, published in 1750. John Arbuthnot was born in the manse near Arbuthnot Castle, Kincardineshire, Scotland, April 29th, 1667. He was the son of a Scotch Episcopal clergyman, who was soon to be dispossessed of his parish by the Presbyterians in the Revolution of 1688. His children, who shared his Jacobite sentiments, were forced to leave Scotland, and John, after finishing his university course at Aberdeen and taking his medical degree at St Andrews, went to London and taught mathematics. He soon attracted attention by a keen and satirical Examination of Dr Woodward's Account of the Deluge, published in 1697. By a fortunate chance he was called to attend the Prince Consort, Prince George of Denmark, and in 1705 was made physician extraordinary to Queen Anne. If we may believe Swift, the agreeable Scotchman at once became her favourite attendant. His position at court was strengthened by his friendships with the great Tory statesmen. Arbuthnot's best remembered work is the History of John Bull, not because many people read or will ever read the book itself, but because it fixed a typical name and a typical character ineffaceably in the popular fancy and memory. He is credited with having been the first to use this famous sobriquet for the English nation. He was certainly the first to make it universal, and the first to make that burly, choleric, gross-feeding, hard-drinking, blunt-spoken, rather stupid, and decidedly gullible, but honest and straightforward character, one of the stock types of the world. The book appeared as 4 separate pamphlets, the first being entitled Law is a Bottomless Pit, exemplified in the case of Lord Strutt, John Bull, Nicholas Frog, and Lewis Baboon, who spent all they had in a lawsuit. The second, John Bull in his senses. The third, John Bull still in his senses. And the fourth, Lewis Baboon turned honest, and John Bull politician. Published in 1712, these were at once attributed to Swift. But Pope says, Dr. Arbuthnot was the sole writer of John Bull, and Swift gives us still more conclusive evidence by writing, I hope you read John Bull. It was a Scotch gentleman, a friend of mine, that writ it, but they put it on to me. In his humorous preface, Dr. Arbuthnot says, when I was first called to the office of historiographer to John Bull, he expressed himself to this purpose: Sir Humphrey Polesworth, I know you are a plain dealer. It is for that reason I have chosen you for this important trust. Speak the truth and spare not. That I might fulfil those his honourable intentions, I obtained leave to repair to and attend him in his most secret retirements, and I put the journals of all transactions into a strong box to be opened at a fitting occasion, after the manner of the historiographers of some Eastern monarchs. And now, that posterity may not be ignorant in what age so excellent a history was written, which would otherwise no doubt be the subject of its inquiries, I think it proper to inform the learned of future times, that it was compiled when Louis XIV. Was King of France, and Philip his grandson of Spain, when England and Holland, in conjunction with the Emperor and the Allies, entered into a war against these two princes, which lasted 10 years, under the management of the Duke of Marlborough, and was put to a conclusion by the Treaty of Utrecht, under the ministry of the Earl of Oxford, in the year 1713. The characters disguised are John Bull, the English; Nicholas Frog, the Dutch; Lewis Baboon, the French king; Lord Strutt, the late King of Spain; Philip Baboon, the Duke of Anjou; Esquire South, the King of Spain; Humphrey Hocus, the Duke of Marlborough; and Sir Roger Bold, the Earl of Oxford. The lawsuit was the War of the Spanish Succession. John Bull's first wife was the late Ministry, and his second wife the Tory Ministry. To explain the allegory further, John Bull's mother was the Church of England, his sister Peg, the Scotch nation, and her lover Jack, Presbyterianism. That so witty a work, so strong in typical freehand character drawing of permanent validity and remembrance, should be unread, and its author forgotten except by scholars, is too curious a fact not to have a deep cause in its own character. The cause is not hard to find. It is one of the books which try to turn the world's current backward, and which the world dislikes as offending its ideals of progress. Stripped of its broad humour, its object, rubbed in with no great delicacy of touch, was to uphold the most extreme and reactionary Toryism of the time, and to jeer at political liberalism from the ground up. Its theoretic loyalty is the non-resistant Jacobitism of the non-jurors, which it is so hard for us now to distinguish from abject slavishness, though, like the principles of the casuists, one must not confound theory with practice. It seems the loyalty of a Mujik or a Fiji dressed in cultivated modern clothes, not that of a conceivable cultivated modern community as a whole. But it would be very Philistine to pour wholesale contempt on a creed held by so many large minds and souls. It was of course produced by the experience of what the reverse tenets had brought on: a long civil war, years of military despotism, and immense social and moral disorganisation. In John Bull, the fidelity of a subject to a king is made exactly correspondent, both in theory and practice, with the fidelity of a wife to her husband and her marriage vows; and an elaborate parallel is worked out to show that advocating the right of resistance to a bad king is precisely the same, on grounds of either logic or scripture, as advocating the right of adultery toward a bad husband. This is not even good fooling, and its local use past and no longer buoyed by personal liking for the author, the book sinks back into the limbo of partisan polemics, with many worse ones, and perhaps some better ones, dragging its real excellencies down with it. In 1714 the famous Scriblerus Club was organised, having for its members Pope, Swift, Arbuthnot, Gay, Congreve, Lord Oxford, and Bishop Atterbury. They agreed to write a series of papers ridiculing, in the words of Pope, all the false tastes in learning, under the character of a man of capacity enough, but that had dipped into every art and science, but injudiciously in each. The chronicle of this club was found in the Memoirs of the Extraordinary Life, Works, and Discoveries of Martinus Scriblerus, which is thought to have been written entirely by Arbuthnot, and which describes the education of a learned pedant's son. Its humour may be appreciated by means of the citation given below. The first book of Scriblerus appeared 6 years after Arbuthnot's death, when it was included in the second volume of Alexander Pope's works, 1741. Pope said that from the Memoirs of Scriblerus Swift took his idea of Gulliver, and the Dean himself writes to Arbuthnot, July 3rd, 1714: "To talk of Martin in any hands but yours is a folly. You every day give better hints than all of us together could do in a twelvemonth. And to say the truth, Pope, who first thought of the hint, has no genius at all to it, in my mind. Gay is too young, Parnell has some ideas of it, but is idle. I could put together and lard and strike out well enough, but all that relates to the sciences must be from you." Swift's opinion that Arbuthnot has more wit than we all have, and his humanity is equal to his wit, seems to have been the universal dictum; and Pope honoured him by publishing a dialogue in the Prologue to the Satires, known first as the Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, which contains many affectionate personal allusions. Aitken says in his biography: "Arbuthnot's attachment to Swift and Pope was of the most intimate nature, and those who knew them best maintained that he was their equal at least in gifts. He understood Swift's cynicism, and their correspondence shows the unequalled sympathy that existed between the two. Gay, Congreve, Berkeley, Parnell were among Arbuthnot's constant friends, and all of them were indebted to him for kindnesses freely rendered. He was on terms of intimacy with Bolingbroke and Oxford, Chesterfield, Peterborough, and Pulteney; and among the ladies with whom he mixed were Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, Lady Betty Germain, Mistress Howard, Lady Masham, and Mistress Martha Blount. He was, too, the trusted friend and physician of Queen Anne. Most of the eminent men of science of the time, including some who were opposed to him in politics, were in frequent intercourse with him; and it is pleasant to know that at least one of the greatest of the wits who were most closely allied to the Whig party, Addison, had friendly relations with him. From the letters of Lord Chesterfield we learn that "his imagination was almost inexhaustible, and whatever subject he treated or was consulted upon, he immediately overflowed with all that it could possibly produce, It was at anybody's service, for as soon as he was exonerated, he did not care what became of it; insomuch that his sons, when young, have frequently made kites of his scattered papers of hints, which would have furnished good matter for folios. Not being in the least jealous of his fame as an author, he would neither take the time nor the trouble of separating the best from the worst. He worked out the whole mine, which afterward, in the hands of skilful refiners, produced a rich vein of ore. As his imagination was always at work, he was frequently absent and inattentive in company, which made him both say and do 1,000 inoffensive absurdities, but which, far from being provoking, as they commonly are, supplied new matter for conversation, and occasioned wit both in himself and others. Speaking to Boswell of the writers of Queen Anne's time, Dr. Johnson said, "I think Dr. Arbuthnot the first man among them. He was the most universal genius, being an excellent physician, a man of deep learning, and a man of much humour." He did not, however, think much of the Scriblerus papers, and said they were forgotten because "no man would be the wiser, better, or merrier for remembering them," which is hard measure for the wit and divertingness of some of the travesties. Cooper, reviewing Johnson's Lives of the Poets, declared that one might search these 8 volumes with a candle to find a man, and not find one, unless perhaps Arbuthnot were he. Thackeray, too, called him "one of the wisest, wittiest, most accomplished, gentlest of mankind." Thus fortunate in his sunny spirit, in his genius for friendship, in his professional eminence, and in his literary capacity, Dr. Arbuthnot saw his life flow smoothly to its close. He died in London on February the 27th, 1735, at the age of 68, still working and playing with youthful ardour, and still surrounded with all the good things of life. The true characters of John Bull, Nick Frog, and Hocus. From the History of John Bull, Part 1. For the better understanding the following history, the reader ought to know that Bull, in the main, was an honest, plain-dealing fellow, choleric, bold, and of a very unconstant temper. He dreaded not old Lewis, either at back-sword, single falchion, or cudgel play, but then he was very apt to quarrel with his best friends, especially if they pretended to govern him. If you flattered him, you might lead him like a child. John's temper depended very much on the air. His spirits rose and fell with the weather glass. John was quick and understood his business very well, but no man alive was more careless in looking into his accounts, or more cheated by partners, apprentices, and servants. This was occasioned by his being a boon companion, loving his bottle and his diversion. For to say truth, no man kept a better house than John, nor spent his money more generously. By plain and fair dealing, John had acquired some plums, and might have kept them, had it not been for his unhappy lawsuit. Nick Frog was a cunning, sly fellow, quite the reverse of John in many particulars. Covetous, frugal, minded domestic affairs, would pinch his belly to save his pocket, never lost a farthing by careless servants or bad debtors. He did not care much for any sort of diversion, except tricks of high German artists and legerdemain. No man exceeded Nick in these. Yet it must be owned that Nick was a fair dealer, and in that way acquired immense riches. Hocus was an old cunning attorney, and though this was the first considerable suit that ever he was engaged in, he showed himself superior in address to most of his profession. He kept always good clerks, he loved money, was smooth tongued, gave good words, and seldom lost his temper. He was not worse than an infidel, for he provided plentifully for his family, but he loved himself better than them all. The neighbours reported that he was henpecked, which was impossible by such a mild-spirited woman as his wife was. How the relations reconciled John and his sister Peg, and what return Peg made to John's message. From the History of John Bull, Part 1. John Bull, otherwise a good-natured man, was very hard-hearted to his sister Peg, chiefly from an aversion he had conceived in his infancy. While he flourished, kept a warm house, and drove a plentiful trade, poor Peg was forced to go hawking and peddling about the streets, selling knives, scissors, and shoe buckles; now and then carried a basket of fish to the market, sewed, spun, and knit for a livelihood, till her fingers' ends were sore; and when she could not get bread for her family, she was forced to hire them out at journey work to her neighbours. Yet in these, her poor circumstances, she still preserved the air and mien of a gentlewoman, a certain decent pride that extorted respect from the haughtiest of her neighbours. When she came into any full assembly, she would not yield the pas to the best of them. If one asked her, "Are you not related to John Bull?" "Yes," says she, "he has the honour to be my brother." So Peg's affairs went, till all the relations cried out shame upon John for his barbarous usage of his own flesh and blood, and it was an easy matter for him to put her in a creditable way of living, not only without hurt, but with advantage to himself, seeing she was an industrious person, and she might be serviceable to him in his way of business. "Hang her, jade," quoth John, "I can't endure her as long as she keeps that rascal Jack's company." They told him the way to reclaim her was to take her into his house, that by conversation the childish humours of their younger days might be worn out. These arguments were enforced by a certain incident. It happened that John was at that time about making his will and entailing his estate, the very same in which Nick Frog is named executor. Now, his sister Peg's name being in the entail, he could not make a thorough settlement without her consent. There was indeed a malicious story went about, as if John's last wife had fallen in love with Jack as he was eating custard on horseback, but she persuaded John to take his sister into the house the better to drive on the intrigue with Jack, concluding he would follow his mistress Peg. All I can infer from this story is that when one has got a bad character in the world, people will report and believe anything of them, true or false. But to return to my story. When Peg received John's message, she huffed and stormed. "My brother John," quoth she, "is grown wondrous kind-hearted all of a sudden, but I meikle doubt whether it be not mair for their own conveniency than for my good. He draws up his writs and his deeds, forsooth, and I must set my hand to them, unsight, unseen. I like the young man he has settled upon well enough. but I think I ought to have a valuable consideration for my consent. He wants my poor little farm, because it makes a nook in his park wall. Ye may e'en tell him he has mair than he makes good use of. He gangs up and down drinking, roaring, and quarrelling through all the country markets, making foolish bargains in his cups, which he repents when he is sober, like a thriftless wretch, spending the goods and gear that his forefathers won with the sweat of their brows. Light come, light go, he cares not a farthing. But why should I stand surety for his contracts? The little I have is free, and I can call it my own. Hame's hame, let it be never so hamely. I ken well enough he could never abide me, and when he has his ends he'll e'en use me as he did before. I'm sure I shall be treated like a poor drudge. I shall be set to tend the bairns, to darn the hoes, and mend the linen. Then there's no living with that old carlin, his mother. She rails at Jack, and Jack's an honester man than any of her kin. I shall be plagued with her spells and her paternosters and silly old world ceremonies. I mun never pare my nails on a Friday, nor begin a journey on Childermas Day, and I mun stand becking and binging as I gang out and into the hall. Tell him he may e'en gang his gait, I'll have nothing to do with him. I'll stay like the poor country mouse in my own habitation. So Peg talked, but for all that, by the interposition of good friends, and by many a bonny thing that was sent, and many more that were promised Peg, the matter was concluded, and Peg taken into the house upon certain articles. The act of toleration is referred to, one of which was that she might have the freedom of Jack's conversation, and might take him for better or worse if she pleased, provided always he did not come into the house at unseasonable hours, and disturb the rest of the old woman, John's mother. Of the rudiments of Martin's learning. From Memoirs of Martinus Scriblerus. Mistress Scriblerus considered it was now time to instruct him in the fundamentals of religion, and to that end took no small pains in teaching him his catechism. But Cornelius looked upon this as a tedious way of instruction, and therefore employed his head to find out more pleasing methods, the better to induce him to be fond of learning. He would frequently carry him to the puppet show of the creation of the world, where the child with exceeding delight gained a notion of the history of the Bible. His first rudiments in profane history were acquired by seeing of raree shows, where he was brought acquainted with all the princes of Europe. In short, the old gentleman so contrived it to make everything contribute to the improvement of his knowledge, even to his very dress. He invented for him a geographical suit of clothes, which might give him some hints of that science, and likewise some knowledge of the commerce of different nations. He had a French hat, with an African feather, Holland shirts, Flanders lace, English clothes lined with Indian silk. His gloves were Italian, and his shoes were Spanish. He was made to observe this, and daily catechised thereupon, which his father was wont to call travelling at home. He never gave him a fig or an orange, but he obliged him to give an account from what country it came. In natural history he was much assisted by his curiosity in signposts, insomuch that he hath often confessed he owed to them the knowledge of many creatures which he never found since in any author, such as white lions, golden dragons, etc. He once thought the same of green men, but had since found them mentioned by Kercherus, and verified in the history of William of Newburgh. His disposition to the mathematics was discovered very early by his drawing parallel lines on his bread and butter, and intersecting them at equal angles, so as to form the whole superficies into squares. But in the midst of all these improvements, a stop was put to his learning the alphabet, nor would he let him proceed to the letter D till he could truly and distinctly pronounce C in the ancient manner, at which the child unhappily boggled for near 3 months. He was also obliged to delay his learning to write, having turned away the writing master because he knew nothing of Fabius's waxen tables. Cornelius having read and seriously weighed the methods by which the famous Montaigne was educated, and resolving in some degree to exceed them, resolved he should speak and learn nothing but the learned languages, and especially the Greek, in which he constantly ate and drank according to Homer. But what most conduced to his easy attainment of this language was his love of gingerbread, which his father observing, caused to be stamped with the letters of the Greek alphabet, and the child the very first day ate as far as iota. By his particular application to this language above the rest, he attained so great a proficiency therein, that Gronovius ingenuously confesses he durst not confer with this child in Greek at 8 years old, and at 14 he composed a tragedy in the same language, as the younger Pliny had done before him. He learned the Oriental languages of Erpenius, who resided some time with his father for that purpose. He had so early a relish for the Eastern way of writing, that even at this time he composed, in imitation of it, 1001 Arabian Tales, and also the Persian Tales, which have been since translated into several languages, and lately into our own, with particular elegance, by Mr. Ambrose Philips. In this work of his childhood he was not a little assisted by the historical traditions of his nurse. End of Section 33. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 34, The Argonautic Legend. The legend of the Argonauts relates to the story of a band of heroes who sailed from Thessaly to Aea, the region of the sun god, on the remotest shore of the Black Sea, in quest of a golden fleece. The ship Argo bore the heroes, under the command of Jason, to whom the task had been assigned by his uncle Peleus. Peleus was the usurper of his nephew's throne, and for Jason, on his coming to man's estate, he devised the perilous adventure of fetching the golden fleece of the speaking ram which many years before had carried Phrixus to Aea, or Colchis. 50 of the most distinguished Grecian heroes came to Jason's aid, while Argus, the son of Phrixus, under the guidance of Athena, built the ship, inserting in the prow, for prophetic advice and furtherance, a piece of the famous talking oak of Dodona. Typhus was the steersman, and Orpheus joined the crew to enliven the weariness of their sea life with his harp. The heroes came first to Lemnos, where the women had risen in revolt and slain fathers, brothers, and husbands. Here the voyagers lingered almost a year, but at last, having taken leave, they came to the southern coast of Propontis, where the Doliones dwelt under King Cyzicus. Their kind entertainment among these people was marred by ill fate, for having weighed anchor in the night, they were driven back by a storm, and being mistaken for foes, were fiercely attacked. Cyzicus himself fell by the hand of Jason. They next touched at the country of the Bebrycians, where the hero Pollux overcame the king in a boxing match, and bound him to a tree, and thence to Salmydessus, to consult the soothsayer Phineus. In gratitude for their freeing him from the Harpies, who, as often as his table was set, descended out of the clouds upon his food and defiled it, the prophet directed them safely to Colchis. The heroes rowing with might thus passed the Symplegades, two cliffs which opened and shut with such swift violence that a bird could scarce fly through the passage. The rocks were held apart with the help of Athena, and from that day they became fixed and harmless. Further on they came in sight of Mount Caucasus, and saw the eagle which preyed on the vitals of Prometheus, and heard the sufferer's woeful cries. So their journey was accomplished, and they arrived at Aea, and the palace of King Aetes. When the king heard the errand of the heroes, he was moved against them, and refused to give up the fleece, except on terms which he thought Jason durst not comply with. 2 bulls, snorting fire, with feet of brass, Jason was required to yoke, and with them plough a field and sow the land with dragons' teeth. Here the heavenly powers came to the heroes' aid, and Hera and Athena prayed Aphrodite to send the shaft of Cupid upon Medea, the youthful daughter of the king. Thus it came about that Medea conceived a great passion for the hero, and with the magic which she knew, she made for him a salve. The salve rendered his body invulnerable. He yoked the bulls, and ploughed the field, and sowed the dragons' teeth. A crop of armed men sprang from the sowing, but Jason, prepared for this marvel by Medea, threw among them a stone which she had given him, whereupon they fell upon and slew one another. But Aietes still refused to fetch the fleece, plotting secretly to burn the Argo and kill the heroic Argonauts. Medea came to their succor, and by her black art lulled to sleep the dragon which guarded the fleece. They seized the pelt, boarded the Argo, and sailed away, taking Medea with them. When her father followed in pursuit, in the madness of her love for Jason she slew her brother whom she had with her, and strewed the fragments of his body upon the wave. The king stopped to recover them and give them burial, and thus the Argonauts escaped. But the anger of the gods at this horrible murder led the voyagers in expiation a wearisome way homeward. For they sailed through the waters of the Adriatic, the Nile, the circumfluous stream of the earth, past Scylla and Charybdis and the island of the sun, to Crete and Aegina and many lands, before the Argo rode once more in Thessalian waters. The legend is one of the oldest and most familiar tales of Greece. Whether it is all poetic myth, or had a certain foundation in fact, it is impossible now to say. The date, the geography, the heroes are mythical. And, as in the Homeric poems, the supernatural and seeming historical are so blended that the union is dissoluble by any analysis yet found. The theme has touched the imagination of poets from the time of Apollonius Rhodius, who wrote the Argonautica and went to Alexandria B.C. 194 to take care of the great library there, to William Morris, who published his Life and Death of Jason in 1867. Mr. Morris's version of the contest of Orpheus with the Sirens is given to illustrate the reality of the old legends to the Greeks themselves. Jason's later life, his putting away of Medea, his marrying with Glauce, and the revenge of the deserted princess, furnish the story of the greatest of the plays of the Euripides. The Victory of Orpheus. From the Life and Death of Jason. The Sirens. O happy seafarers are ye, and surely all your ills are past, and toil upon the land and sea, since ye are brought to us at last. To you, the fashion of the world, wide lands lay waste, fair cities burned, and plagues, and kings from kingdoms hurled, are naught, since hither ye have turned, for as upon this beach we stand, and o'er our heads the sea-fowl flit, our eyes behold a glorious land, and soon shall ye be kings of it. Orpheus. A little more, O carriers of the golden fleece, a little labor with the oar before we reach the land of Greece. E'en now, perchance, faint rumors reach men's ears of this our victory, and draw them down unto the beach to gaze across the empty sea. But since the longed-for day is nigh, and scarce a god could stay us now, why do you hang your heads and sigh, and still go slower and more slow? The Sirens. Ah, had ye chanced to reach the home your fond desires were set upon, into what troubles had ye come! What barren victory had ye won! But now, when ye have lain asleep with us a little while beneath the washing of the main, how calm shall be your waking smile! For ye shall smile to think of life that knows no troublous change or fear, no unavailing bitter strife that ere its time brings trouble near. Orpheus: Is there some murmur in your ears that all that we have done is naught, and nothing ends our cares and fears till the last fear on us is brought? The Sirens: Alas! and will ye stop your ears in vain desire to do aught, and wish to live mid cares and fears until the last fear makes you naught? Orpheus: Is not the May time now on earth, when close against the city wall the folk are singing in their mirth, while on their heads the May flowers fall? The Sirens: Yes, May is come, and its sweet breath shall well nigh make you weep to day, and pensive with swift coming death shall ye be satiate of the May. Orpheus: Shall not July bring fresh delight, as underneath green trees ye sit, and o'er some damsel's body white the noontide shadows change and flit? The Sirens: No new delight July shall bring, but ancient fear and fresh desire, and spite of every lovely thing, of July surely shall ye tire. Orpheus: And now, when August comes on thee, and mid the golden sea of corn the merry reapers thou mayst see, wilt thou still think the earth forlorn? The Sirens: Set flowers on thy short‐lived head, and in thine heart forgetfulness of man's hard toil and scanty bread, and weary of those days no less. Orpheus: Or wilt thou climb the sunny hill in the October afternoon, to watch the purple earth's blood fill the gray vat to the maiden's tune? The Sirens: When thou beginnest to grow old, bring back remembrance of thy bliss, with that the shining cup doth hold, and weary helplessly of this. Orpheus: Or pleasureless shall we pass by the long cold night and leaden day, that song and tale and minstrelsy shall make as merry as the May. The Sirens: List then to night to some old tale, until the tears o'erflow thine eyes. But what shall all these things avail, when sad to morrow comes and dies? Orpheus: And when the world is born again, and with some fair love, side by side, thou wanderst, 'twixt the sun and rain, in that fresh love begetting tide; then, when the world is born again, and the sweet year before thee lies, shall thy heart think of coming pain, or vex itself with memories? The Sirens: Ah, then the world is born again with burning love unsatisfied, and new desires fond and vain, and weary days from tide to tide. Ah, when the world is born again, a little day is soon gone by, when thou, unmoved by sun or rain, within a cold strait house shall lie. Therewith they ceased awhile, as languidly the head of Argo fell off toward the sea, and through the waters she began to go, for from the land a fitful wind did blow, that, dallying with the many–colored sail, would sometimes swell it out, and sometimes fail, as nigh the east side of the bay they drew, then o'er the waves again the music flew. The Sirens: Think not of pleasure short and vain, wherewith, mid days of toil and pain, with sick and sinking hearts ye strive to cheat yourselves, that ye may live with cold death ever close at hand. Think rather of a peaceful land, the changeless land, where ye may be roofed over by the changeful sea. Orpheus: And is the fair town nothing then, the coming of the wandering men, with that long talked of thing and strange? And news of how the kingdoms change, the pointed hands, and wondering at doers of a desperate thing? Push on, for surely this shall be across a narrow strip of sea. The Sirens: Alas, poor souls and timorous, will ye draw nigh to gaze at us, and see if we are fair indeed? For such as we shall be your meed, there where our hearts would have you go. And where can the earth–dwellers show in any land such loveliness as that wherewith your eyes we bless, O wanderers of the Minyae, worn toilers over land and sea? Orpheus: Fair as the lightning thwart the sky, as sun–dyed snow upon the high, untrodden heaps of threatening stone the eagle looks upon alone. O, fair as the doomed victim's wreath! O, fair as deadly sleep in death! What will ye with them, earthly men, to mate your 80 years and 10? Toil rather, Suffer and be free betwixt the green earth and the sea. The Sirens: If ye bold with us to go, things such as happy dreams may show Shall your once heavy lids behold about our palaces of gold, Where waters 'neath the waters run, and from o'erhead a harmless sun Gleams through the woods of chrysolite. There gardens fairer to the sight than those of the Phaeacian king Shall ye behold, and wondering gaze on the sea born fruit and flowers, And thornless and unchanging bowers, Whereof the May time knoweth not. So to the pillared house being brought, Poor souls, ye shall not be alone, For o'er the floors of pale blue stone All day such feet as ours shall pass, And 'twixt the glimmering walls of glass Such bodies garlanded with gold, So faint, so fair, shall ye behold, And clean forget the treachery Of changing earth and tumbling sea. Orpheus: O the sweet valley of deep grass, Where through the summer stream doth pass In chain of shadow and still pool, From misty morn to evening cool; Where the black ivy creeps and twines O'er the dark armied, red trunked pines; Whence clattering the pigeon flits, Or brooding o'er her thin eggs sits; And every hollow of the hills With echoing song the mavis fills; There by the stream, all unafraid, Shall stand the happy shepherd maid, Alone in first of sunlit hours. Behind her, on the dewy flowers, Her homespun woollen raiment lies, And her white limbs and sweet gray eyes Shine from the calm green pool and deep, While round about the swallows sweep, Not silent; and would God that we Like them were landed from the sea. The Sirens: Shall we not rise with you at night, Up through the shimmering green twilight That maketh there our changeless day; Then going through the moonlit gray, Shall we not sit upon these sands To think upon the troublous lands Long left behind, where once ye were, When every day brought change and fear; There with white arms about you twined, And shuddering somewhat at the wind, That ye rejoiced erewhile to meet? Be happy while old stories sweet Half understood float round your ears, And fill your eyes with happy tears. Ah, while we sing unto you there, As now we sing, with yellow hair Blown round about these pearly limbs, While underneath the gray sky swims The light shell sailor of the waves, And to our song, from sea filled caves, Booms out an echoing harmony, Shall ye not love the peaceful sea? Orpheus: Nigh the vine covered hillocks green, In days agone have I not seen The brown clayed maidens amorous, Below the long rose trellised house, Dance to the querulous pipe and shrill, When the gray shadow of the hill Was lengthening at the end of day. Not shadowy or pale were they, But limbed like those who 'twixt the trees Follow the swift of goddesses. Sunburnt they are somewhat, indeed, To where the rough brown woollen weed Is drawn across their bosoms sweet, Or cast from off their dancing feet. But yet the stars, the moonlight gray, The water wan, the dawn of day, Can see their bodies, fair and white, As hers, who once, for man's delight, Before the world grew hard and cold, Came o'er the bitter sea and cold; And surely those that met me there Her handmaidens and subjects were, And shamefaced, half repressed desire Had lit their glorious eyes with fire, That maddens eager hearts of men. O would that I were with them when the risen moon Is gathering light, And yellow from the homestead white The windows gleam; but verily This waits us o'er a little sea. The Sirens: Come to the land where none grows old, And none is rash or overbold, Nor any noise there is of war, Or rumor from wild lands afar, Or plagues, or birth and death of kings; No vain desire of unknown things Shall vex you there, no hope or fear Of that which never draweth near; But in that lovely land and still Ye may remember what ye will, And what ye will, forget for aye. So, while the kingdoms pass away, Ye sea beat hardened toilers erst, Unresting, for vain fame athirst, Shall be at peace for evermore With hearts fulfilled of godlike lore, And calm unwavering godlike love No lapse of time can turn or move. There ages after your fair fleece Is clean forgotten, yea, and Greece Is no more counted glorious. Alone with us, alone with us, Alone with us dwell happily Beneath our trembling roof of sea. Orpheus: Ah, do ye weary of the strife, And long to change this eager life For shadowy and dull hopelessness, Thinking indeed to gain no less than this, To die, and not to die; To be as if ye ne'er had been, Yet keep your memory fresh and green; To have no thought of good or ill, Yet keep some thrilling pleasure still? O idle dream! Ah, verily, if it shall happen unto me that I have thought of anything, when o'er my bones the sea fowl sing, and I lie dead, how shall I pine for those fresh joys that once were mine, on this green fount of joy and mirth, the ever young and glorious earth? Then helpless shall I call to mind thoughts of the flower‐scented wind, the dew, the gentle rain at night, the wonder‐working snow and white, the song of birds, the water's fall, the sun that maketh bliss of all. Yea, this our toil and victory, the tyrannous and conquered sea. The Sirens: Ah, will ye go, and whither then will ye go from us, soon to die, to fill your 70 and 10 with many an unnamed misery? And this the wretchedest of all, that when upon your lonely eyes the last faint heaviness shall fall, ye shall bethink you of our cries. Come back, nor, grown old, seek in vain to hear us sing across the sea. Come back, come back, come back again, come back, O fearful Minyæ! Orpheus: Ah, once again, the black prow plunges through the sea, nor yet shall all your toil be vain, nor ye forget, O Minyæ! End of Section 34.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Jong Link. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 35. Essay on Ludovico Ariosto by L. Oscar Kunz. Among the smaller principalities of Italy during the 15th and 16th centuries, none was more brilliant than the court of Ferrara, and none more intimately connected with the literature of the times. Here, on September 8th, 1474, was born Ludovico Ariosto, the great poet of the Renaissance. Here, like Boiardo before him and Tasso after him, he lived and wrote, and it was to the family of Este that he dedicated that poem in which are seen as in a mirror the gay life, the intellectual brilliancy, and the sensuous love for beauty which mark the age. At 17 he began the study of the law, which he soon abandoned for the charms of letters. Most of his life was passed in the service first of Cardinal d'Este, and afterward of the Duke of Ferrara. But the courtier never overcame the poet, who is said to have begun the famous Orlando Furioso at the age of 30, and never to have ceased the effort to improve it. The literary activity of Ariosto showed itself in the composition of comedies and satires, as well as in that of his immortal epic. The comedies were written for the court theatre of Ferrara, to which he seems to have had some such relation as that of Goethe to the theatre at Weimar. The later comedies are much better than the earlier ones, which are but little more than translations from Plautus and Terence. In general, however, the efforts of Ariosto in this direction are far less important than the Orlando or the satires. At the first appearance of his plays, they were enormously successful, and the poet was hailed as a great dramatic genius. But these comedies are interesting today, chiefly from the fact that Ariosto was one of the very first of the writers of modern comedy, and was the leader of that movement in Italy and France which prepared the way for Molière. Of more importance than the comedies, and second only in interest to the Orlando, are the satires, 7 in number, the first written in 1517 and the last in 1531, thus representing the maturer life of the poet. Nearly everything we know of Ariosto's character is taken from this source. He reveals himself in them as a man who excites neither our highest admiration nor our contempt. He was not born to be a statesman, nor a courtier, nor a man of affairs, and his life as ambassador of Cardinal Ippolito and as captain of Garofagno was not at all to his liking. His one longing through all the busy years of his life was for a quiet home, where he could live in liberty and enjoy the comforts of cultured leisure. A love of independence was a marked trait of his character, and it must often have galled him to play the part he did at the court of Ferrara. As a satirist, he was no Juvenal or Persius. He was not stirred to profound indignation by the evils about him, of which there were enough in that brilliant but corrupt age, he discussed in easy, familiar style the foibles of his fellow man, and especially the events of his own life, and the traits of his own character. The same views of life, the same tolerant temper, which are seen in the satires, form an important part of the Orlando Furioso, where they take the form of little dissertations, introduced at the beginning of a canto, or scattered through the body of the poem. These reflections are full of practical sense and wisdom, and remind us of the familiar conversation with the reader which forms so great a charm in Thackeray's novels. In the Italian Renaissance, there is a curious mingling of classical and romantic influences, and the generation which gave itself up passionately to the study of Greek and Latin still read with delight the stories of the paladins of Charlemagne and the knights of the Round Table. What Sir Thomas Malory had done in English prose, Boiardo did in Latin poetry. When Ariosto entered the service of Cardinal Ippolito, everyone was reading the Orlando Innamorato, and the young poet soon fell under the charm of these stories, so that when the inward impulse which all great poets feel towards the work of creation came to him, he took the material already at hand and continued the story of Orlando. With a certain skill and inventiveness, Boiardo had mingled together the epic cycles of Arthur and Charlemagne. He had shown the Saracen host, under King Agramante, driving the army of Charlemagne before them, until the Christians had finally been shut up within the walls of Paris. It was at this critical moment in his poem that Boiardo died. Ariosto took up the story where he had left it, and carried it on until the final defeat of Agramante and his death at the hands of Orlando in the desert island. But we must not think that the Orlando Furioso has one definite plot. At first reading, we are confused by the multiplicity of incident, by the constant change of scene, and by the breaking off of one story to make place for another. In a single canto, the scene changes from France to Africa, and by means of winged horses, tremendous distances are traveled over in a day. On closer examination, we find that this confusion is only apparent. The poet himself is never confused, but with sure hand he manipulates the many-colored threads which are wrought into the fabric of the poem. The war between the Saracens and the Christians is a sort of background or stage, a rallying point for the characters. In reality, it attracts but slightly our attention or interest. Again, Orlando's love for Angelica and his madness, although the latter gave the title to the book, and both afford some of the finest episodes, have no organic connection with the whole. The real subject, if any there be, is the loves of Ruggiero and Bradamante. These are the supposed ancestors of the house of Este, and it is with their final union, after many vicissitudes, that the poem ends. But the real purpose of Ariosto was to amuse the reader by countless stories of romantic adventure. It was not as a great creative genius, as the inventor of new characters, as the earnest and philosophical reformer, that he appears to mankind, but as the supreme artist. Ariosto represents in his highest development that love for form, that perfection of style, which is characteristic of the Latin races, as distinguished from the Teutonic. It is this that makes the Orlando Furioso the great epic of the Renaissance, and that caused Galileo to bestow upon the poet the epithet divine. For nearly 30 years, Ariosto changed and polished these lines, so that the edition of 1532 is quite different from that of 1516. The stanzas in which the poem is written are smooth and musical. The language is so chosen as always to express the exact shade of thought. The interest never flags. What seems the arbitrary breaking off of a story before its close is really the art of the poet, for he knows, were each episode to be told by itself, we should have only a string of novelle, and not the picture he desired to paint, that of the world of chivalry, with its knights errant in search of adventures, its damsels in distress, its beautiful gardens and lordly palaces, its hermits and magicians, its hippogriffs and dragons, and all the paraphernalia of magic art. Ariosto's treatment of chivalry is peculiar to himself. Spenser in the 16th century, and Lord Tennyson in our own day, pictured its virtues and noble aspirations. In his immortal Don Quixote, Cervantes held its extravagances up to ridicule. In Ariosto's day, no one believed any longer in the heroes or the ideals of chivalry, nor did the poet himself. Hence there is an air of unreality about the poem. The figures that pass before us, although they have certain characteristics of their own, are not real beings, but those that dwell in a land of fancy. As the poet tells these stories of a bygone age, a smile of irony plays upon his face. He cannot take them seriously, and while he never goes so far as to turn into ridicule the ideas of chivalry, yet, in such episodes as the prodigious exploits of Rhodomonte within the walls of Paris, and the voyage of Astolpho to the moon, he does approach dangerously near to the burlesque. We are not inspired by large and noble thoughts in reading the Orlando Furioso. We are not deeply stirred by pity or terror. No lofty principles are inculcated. Even the pathetic scenes, such as the death of Zerbino and Isabella, stir no real emotion in us, but we experience a sense of the artistic effect of a poetic death. It is not often, in these days of the making of many books, of which there is no end, that one has time to read a poem which is longer than the Iliad and the Odyssey together. But there is a compelling charm about the Orlando, and he who sits down to read it with serious purpose will soon find himself under the spell of an attraction which comes from unflagging interest and from perfection of style and construction. No translation can convey an adequate sense of this beauty of colour and form, but the versions of William Stewart Rose, here cited, suggest the energy, invention, and intensity of the epic. In 1532, Ariosto published his final edition of the poem, now enlarged to 46 cantos, and retouched from beginning to end. He died not long afterward, in 1533, and was buried in the church of San Benedetto, where a magnificent monument marks his resting place. End of section 35. Recording by Tina Jong Link.
Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Todd Olbrich. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 36. Excerpts from Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. The Friendship of Medoro and Cloridane. From Orlando Furioso, Cantos 18 and 19. Two Moors among the Paynim army were, from stock obscure in Tolomita grown, of whom the story and example rare of constant love is worthy to be known. Medore and Cloridane were named the pair, who, whether fortune pleased to smile or frown, served Dardinello with fidelity, and late with him to France had crossed the sea. Of nimble frame and strong was Cloridane, throughout his life a follower of the chase. A cheek of white suffused with crimson grain, Medoro had in youth a pleasing grace. Nor bound on that emprise mid all the train was there a fairer or more jocund face. Crisp hair he had of gold and jet black eyes, and seemed an angel lighted from the skies. These two were posted on a rampart's height, with more to guard the encampment from surprise, when mid the equal intervals at night Medoro gazed on heaven with sleepy eyes. In all his talk the stripling, woeful wight, here cannot choose but of his lord devise the royal Dardinel, and evermore him left unhonoured on the field deplore. Then turning to his mate, cries, Cloridane, I cannot tell thee what a cause of woe it is to me my lord upon the plain should lie, unworthy food for wolf or crow. thinking how still to me he was humane. Meseems if in his honour I forego this life of mine, for favours so immense I shall but make a feeble recompense. That he may not lack sepulture, will I go forth and seek him out among the slain, and haply God may will that none shall spy where Charles's camp lies hushed. Do thou remain, that if my death be written in the sky, thou mayst the deed be able to explain, so that if fortune foils so far a feat, the world through fame my loving heart may weet. Amazed was Cloridane a child should show such heart, such love, and such fair loyalty, and fain would make the youth his thought forego, whom he held passing dear, but fruitlessly would move his steadfast purpose, for such woe will neither comforted nor altered be. Medoro is disposed to meet his doom, or to enclose his master in the tomb. Seeing that naught would bend him, naught would move, I too will go, was Cloridane's reply, in such a glorious act myself will prove, as well such famous death I covet I. What other thing is left me here above, deprived of thee, Medoro mine? To die with thee in arms is better on the plain, than afterwards of grief shouldst thou be slain. And thus resolved, disposing in their place their guard's relief, depart the youthful pair, leave fosse and palisade, and in small space are among ours who watch with little care, who, for they little fear the Paynim race, slumber with fires extinguished everywhere. Mid carriages and arms they lie supine, up to the eyes immersed in sleep and wine. A moment Cloridano stopped and cried, not to be lost are opportunities. This troop by whom my master's blood was shed, Medoro ought not I to sacrifice? Do thou, lest any one this way be led, watch everywhere about with ears and eyes, for a wide array amid the hostile horde I offer here to make thee with my sword. So said he, and his talk cut quickly short, coming where learned Alpheus slumbered nigh, who had the year before sought Charles's court, in medicine, magic, and astrology well versed, but now in art found small support, or rather found that it was all a lie. He had foreseen that he his long-drawn life should finish on the bosom of his wife, and now the Saracen with wary view had pierced his weazen with the pointed sword. For others he near the diviner slew, nor gave the wretches time to say a word. Sir Turpin in his story tells not who, and time has of their names effaced record. Paladon of Moncalier next he speeds, one who securely sleeps between two steeds. Rearing the insidious blade, the pair are near the place where round King Charles's pavilion are tented warlike paladin and peer, guarding the side that each is camped upon, when in good time the Paynims backward steer, and sheathe their swords, the impious slaughter done. Deeming impossible in such a number, but they must light on one who does not slumber, and though they might escape well charged with prey, to save themselves they think sufficient gain. Thither by what he deems the safest way, Medoro following him, went Cloridane, where in the field mid bow and falchion lay, and shield and spear in pool of purple stain. Wealthy and poor, the king and vassals course, and overthrown the rider and his horse. The silvery splendor glistened yet more clear, there where renowned Almonte's son lay dead. Faithful Medoro mourned his master dear, who well agonized the quartering white and red, with visage bathed in many a bitter tear, for he a reel from either eyelid shed, and piteous act and moan that must have whisked the winds his melancholy plaint to list, but with a voice suppressed, not that he aught regards if any one the noise should hear, because he of his life takes any thought, of which loath burden he would fain be clear, but lest his being heard should bring to naught the pious purpose which has brought him here, the youths the king upon their shoulders stowed, and so between themselves divide the load. Hurrying their steps, they hastened as they might under the cherished burden they conveyed, And now approaching was the Lord of Light, to sweep from heaven the stars, from earth the shade, when good Zerbino, whose valiant sprite was ne'er in time of need by sleep downweighed, from chasing Moors all night his homeward way, was taking to the camp at dawn of day. He has with him some horsemen in his train, that from afar the two companions spy. Expecting thus some spoil or prize to gain, they every one toward that quarter hie. Brother, behooves us, cried young Cloridane, to cast away the load we bear and fly. For 'twere a foolish thought, might well be said, to lose 2 living men to save 1 dead. And dropped the burden, weening his Medoro had done the same by it upon his side. But that poor boy, who loved his master more, his shoulders to the weight alone applied, Cloridane hurrying with all haste before, deeming him close behind him or beside. Who did he know his danger him to save, 1,000 deaths instead of 1 would brave. The closest path amid the forest grey to save himself pursued the youth forlorn. But all his schemes were marred by the delay of that sore weight upon his shoulders borne. The place he knew not, and mistook the way, and hid himself again in sheltering thorn. Secure and distant was his mate, that through the greenwood shade with lighter shoulders flew. So far was Cloridane advanced before he heard the boy no longer in the wind. But when he marked the absence of Medore, it seemed as if his heart was left behind. Ah, how was I so negligent, the Moor exclaimed, so far beside myself and blind, that I, Medoro, should without thee fare, nor know when I deserted thee or where? So saying, in the wood he disappears, plunging into the maze with hurried pace, and thither whence he lately issued steers, and desperate of death returns in trace. Cries and the tread of steeds this while he hears, and word and threat of foemen as in chase. Lastly Medoro by his voice is known, disarmed on foot mid many horse alone. 100 horsemen who the youth surround, Zerbino leads, and bids his followers seize. The stripling like a top the boy turns round, and keeps him as he can among the trees. Behind oak, elm, beech, ash he takes his ground, nor from the cherished load his shoulders frees. Wearied at length the burden he bestowed upon the grass, and stalked about his load. As in her rocky cavern the she-bear, with whom close warfare Alpine's hunters wage, uncertain hangs about her shaggy care, and growls in mingled sound of love and rage, to unsheath her claws and blood her tushes bare. Would natural hate and wrath the beast engage, love softens her, and bids from strife retire, and for her offspring watch amid her ire. Cloridane, who to aid him knows not how, and with Medoro willingly would die, but who would not for his death this being forego, until more foes than should one lifeless lie. Ambushed, his sharpest arrow to his bow fits, and directs it with so true an eye, the feathered weapon bores a Scotchman's brain, and lays the warrior dead upon the plain. Together all the others of the band turn thither whence was shot the murderous reed. Meanwhile he launched another from his stand, that a new foe might by the weapon bleed. Whom while he made of this and that demand, and loudly questioned who had done the deed, the arrow reached, transfixed the wretch's throat, and cut his question short in middle note. Zerbino, captain of those horse, no more can at the piteous sight his wrath refrain. In furious heat he springs upon Medore, exclaiming, "Thou of this shalt bear the pain." One hand he in his locks of golden ore enwreaths, and drags him to himself amain. But as his eyes that beauteous face survey, takes pity on the boy, and does not slay. To him the stripling turns with suppliant cry, and by thy God, Sir Knight, exclaims, I pray, be not so passing cruel, nor deny that I in earth my honoured king may lay. No other grace I supplicate, nor I this for the love of life, believe me, say. So much no longer space of life I crave, as may suffice to give my lord a grave. And if you needs must feed the beast and bird, like Theban Creon, let their worst be done upon these limbs, so that by me interred in earth be those of good Almonte's son. Medoro thus his suit with grace preferred, and words to move a mountain, and so won upon Zerbino's mood to kindness turned, with love and pity he all over burned. This while a churlish horseman of the band, who little deference for his lord confessed, his lance uplifting, wounded overhand the unhappy suppliant in his dainty breast. Zerbino, who the cruel action scanned, was deeply stirred, the rather that oppressed, and livid with the blow the churl had sped, Medoro fell as he was wholly dead. The Scots pursue their chief, who pricks before, through the deep wood, inspired by high disdain. When he has left the one and the other more, this dead, that scarce alive, upon the plain. There for a mighty space lay young Medore, sprouting his life blood from so large a vein. He would have perished, but that thither made a stranger as it chanced to lend him aid. End of Canto 18. The Saving of Medoro. From Orlando Furioso, Canto 19. By chance arrived a damsel at the place, who was, though mean and rustic was her wear, of royal presence and of beauteous face, and lofty manners sagely debonair. Her have I left unsung so long a space, that you will hardly recognize the fair Angelica, in her, if known not, scan the lofty daughter of Cathay's great Khan. Angelica, when she had won again the ring Brunello had from her conveyed, so waxed in stubborn pride and hot disdain, she seemed to scorn this ample world, and strayed alone, and held as cheap each living swain, although amid the best by fame arrayed. Nor brooked she to remember a gallant in Count Orlando or King Sacripant, and above every other deed repented that good Ronaldo she had loved of yore, and that to look so low she had consented, as by such choice dishonoured grieved her sore. Love, hearing this, such arrogance resented, and would the damsel's pride endure no more. Where young Medoro lay he took his stand, and waited her with bow and shaft in hand. When fair Angelica the stripling spies, nigh hurt to death in that disastrous fray, who for his king that there unsheltered lies, more sad than for his own misfortune lay, she feels new pity in her bosom rise, which makes its entry into unwonted way. Touched was her naughty heart, once hard and cursed, and more when he his piteous tale rehearsed, and calling back to memory her art, for she in Ind had learned chirurgy, since it appears such studies in that part worthy of praise and fame are held to be, and as an heirloom sires to sons impart with little aid of books the mystery. Disposed herself to work with simple's juice, till she in him should healthier life produce, and recollects an herb had caught her sight in passing thither on a pleasant plain. What whether dittany or pansy hight, I know not, fraught with virtue to restrain the crimson blood forth welling, and of might to sheathe each perilous and piercing pain. She found it near, and having pulled the weed, returned to seek Medoro on the mead. Returning she upon a swain did light, who was on horseback passing through the wood. Strayed from the lowing herd the rustic wight, a heifer missing for 2 days pursued. Him she with her conducted, where the might of the faint youth was ebbing with his blood, which had the ground about so deeply dyed, life was nigh wasted with the gushing tide. Angelica alights upon the ground, and he, her rustic comrade, at her best. She hastened 'twixt 2 stones the herb to pound, then took it, and the healing juice expressed. With this did she foment the stripling's wound, and even to his lips, his waist and breast. And with such virtue was the salve endued, it stanched his lifeblood, and his strength renewed, and into him infused such force again, that he could mount the horse the swain conveyed. But good Medoro would not leave the plain till he in earth had seen his master laid. He with the monarch buried Cloridane, and after followed whither pleased the maid, who was to stay with him by pity led beneath the courteous shepherd's humble shed. Nor would the damsel quit the lowly pile, so she esteemed the youth till he was sound. Such pity first she felt, when him erewhile she saw outstretched and bleeding on the ground. Touched by his mien and manners next, a file she felt corrode her heart with secret wound. She felt corrode her heart, and with desire, by little and by little warmed took fire. The shepherd dwelt between two mountains hoar, in goodly cabin in the greenwood shade, with wife and children in short time before the brand new shed had builded in the glade. Here of his grisly wound the youthful Moor was briefly healed by the Catayan maid, but who in briefer space a sorer smart than young Medoro's suffered at her heart. Note: she pines for love of him, and at length makes her love known. They solemnize their marriage, and remain a month there with great happiness. End note. Amid such pleasures, where with tree or grove ran stream or bubbling fountains wave did spin, on bark or rock if yielding where the stone, the knife was straight at work or ready pin, and there without in thousand places lone, and in as many places graved within, Medoro and Angelica were traced, in divers ciphers quaintly interlaced. When she believed they had prolonged their stay more than enow, the damsel made design in India to revisit her Cathay, and with its crown Medoro's head entwine, she had upon her wrist an armlet gay, with costly gems in witness and in sign of love to her by Count Orlando born, and which the damsel for long time had worn. No love which to the paladin she bears, but that it costly is and wrought with care. This to Angelica so much endears, that never more esteemed was matter rare. This she suffered in the Isle of Tears, I know not by what privilege to wear, when, naked to the whale exposed for food, by that inhospitable race and rude, she not possessing wherewithal to pay the kindly couple's hospitality, served by them in their cabin from the day she there was lodged with such fidelity, unfastened from her arm the bracelet gay, and bade them keep it for her memory. Departing hence, the lovers climb the side of hills which fertile France from Spain divide. End of Canto 19. The Madness of Orlando, from Orlando Furioso, Canto 23. The coarse and pathless woods, which without rain the Tartar's charger had pursued astray, made Roland for 2 days with fruitless pain follow him without tidings of his way. Orlando reached a rill of crystal vein, on either bank of which a meadow lay, which, stained with native hues and rich, he sees, and dotted o'er with fair and many trees. The midday fervour made the shelter sweet to hardy herd as well as naked swain, so that Orlando well beneath the heat some deal might wince oppressed with plate and chain. He entered for repose the cool retreat, and found it the abode of grief and pain, and place of sojourn more accursed and fell on that unhappy day than tongue can tell. Turning him round, he there on many a tree beheld engraved upon the woody shore what as the writing of his deity he knew as soon as he had marked the lore. This was a place of those described by me, whither oft times attended by Medore, from the near shepherd's cot had wont to stray the beauteous lady sovereign of Cathay. In 100 knots amid these green abodes, in 100 parts their ciphered names are dight, whose many letters are so many goads, which love has in his bleeding heart corpite. He would discredit in 1,000 modes that which he credits in his own despite, and would perforce persuade himself that rhymed other Angelica than his had signed. And yet I know these characters, he cried, of which I have so many read and seen. By her may this Medoro be belied, and me she figured in the name may mean. Feeding on such like fantasies, beside the real truth, did sad Orlando lean upon the empty hope, though ill contended, which he by self-illusions had fomented, but stirred and aye rekindled it, the more that he to quench the ill suspicion wrought. Like the incautious bird, by fowler's lore, hampered in net or lime, which in the thought to free its tangled pinions and to soar, by struggling is but more securely caught. Orlando passes thither, where a mountain o'erhangs in guise of arch the crystal fountain. Here from his horse the souring county lit, and at the entrance of the grot surveyed a cloud of words which seemed but newly writ, and which the young Medoro's hand had made. On the great pleasure he had known in it, this sentence he in verses had arrayed, which to his tongue I deem might make pretence to polished phrase, and such in ours the sense. Gay plants, green herbage, rill of limpid vein, and grateful with cool shade, thou gloomy cave, where oft by many wooed with fruitless pain, beauteous Angelica, the child of grave King Gallifron, within my arms has lain. For the convenient harborage you gave, I, poor Medoro, can but in my lays as recompense forever sing your praise, and any loving lord devoutly pray, damsel and cavalier, and every one whom choice or fortune hither shall convey, stranger or native to this crystal run, shade, caverned rock, and grass, and plants to say, benignant be to you the fostering sun, and moon, and may the choir of nymphs provide, that never swain his flock may hither guide. In Arabic was writ the blessing said, known to Orlando like the Latin tongue, who versed in many languages, best read was in this speech, which oftentimes from wrong and injury and shame had saved his head. What time he roved the Saracens among, but let him boast not of its former boot, or balanced by the present bitter fruit. 3 times, and 4 and 6, the lines impressed upon the stone that wretch perused, in vain seeking other sense than was expressed, and ever saw the thing more clear and plain, and all the while within his troubled breast he felt an icy hand his heart core strain, with mind and eyes close fastened on the block. At length he stood, not differing from the rock, then well nigh lost all feeling, so a prey wholly was he to that o'ermastering woe. This is a pang, believe the experienced say, of him who speaks, which does all griefs outgo. His pride had from his forehead passed away, his chin had fallen upon his breast below, nor found he, so grief barred each natural vent, moisture for tears or utterance for lament. Stifled within the impetuous sorrow stays, which would too quickly issue, so to abide water is seen imprisoned in the vase, whose neck is narrow and whose swell is wide. What time when one turns up the inverted base toward the mouth, so hastes the hurrying tide, and in the strait encounters such a stop, it scarcely works a passage drop by drop. He somewhat to himself returned, and thought how possibly the thing might be untrue, that some one, so he hoped, desired, and sought to think his lady would with shame pursue, or with such weight of jealousy had wrought to whelm his reason as should him undo, and that he, whosoe'er the thing had planned, had counterfeited passing well her hand. With such vain hope he sought himself to cheat, and manned some deal his spirits, and awoke. Then pressed the faithful Brigliadoro's seat, as on the sun's retreat his sister broke. Not far the warrior had pursued his beat, ere eddying from a roof he saw the smoke, heard noise of dog and kine, a farm espied, and thitherward in quest of lodging hied. Languid he lit, and left his Brigliador to a discreet attendant, one undressed his limbs, one doffed the golden spurs he wore, one bore off to clean his iron vest. This was the homestead where the young Medore lay wounded, and was here supremely blessed. Orlando here with other food unfed, having supped full of sorrow, sought his bed. Little availed the count his self-deceit, for there was one who spake of it unsought, the shepherd swain, who to allay the heat with which he saw his guest so troubled, thought the tale which he was wonted to repeat, of the 2 lovers to each listener taught, a history which many loved to hear. He now without reserve gan tell the peer, how at Angelica's persuasive prayer he to his farm had carried young Medore, grievously wounded with an arrow, where in little space she healed the angry sore. But while she exercised this pious care, love in her heart the lady wounded more, and kindled from small spark so fierce a fire, she burnt all over, restless with desire. Nor thinking she of mightiest king was born, who ruled in the east, nor of her heritage, forced by too puissant love, had thought no scorn, to be the consort of a poor foot page. His story done, to them in proof was born the gem, which in reward for harbourage to her extended in that kind abode Angelica at parting had bestowed. In him forthwith such deadly hatred breed, that bed, that house, that swain he will not stay, till the morn break or till the dawn succeed, whose twilight goes before approaching day. In haste Orlando takes his arms and steed, and to the deepest greenwood wends his way, and when assured that he is there alone, gives utterance to his grief, and shriek and groan. Never from tears, never from sorrowing he paused, nor found he peace by night or day. He fled from town and forest harbouring, and in the open air on hard earth lay. He marvelled at himself how such a spring of water from his eyes could stream away, and breath was for so many sobs supplied, and thus oft times amid his mourning cried, I am not what I seem to sight. What Roland was is dead and underground, slain by that most ungrateful lady's spite, whose faithlessness inflicted such a wound. Divided from the flesh, I am his sprite, which in this hell tormented walks its round, to be but in its shadow left above, a warning to all such as trust in love. All night about the forest roved the count, and at the break of daily light was brought by his unhappy fortune to the font, where his inscription young Medoro wrought. To see his wrongs inscribed upon that mount inflamed his fury so, in him was naught but turned to hatred, frenzy, rage, and spite, nor paused he more, but bared his falchion bright, cleft through the writing in the solid block, into the sky in tiny fragments sped. Woe worth each sapling and that caverned rock, where Medore and Angelica were read, so scathed that they to shepherd or to flock thenceforth shall never furnish shade or bed. And that sweet fountain late so clear and pure, from such tempestuous wrath was ill secure. So fierce his rage, so fierce his fury grew, that all obscured remained the warrior sprite, nor for forgetfulness his sword he drew, or wondrous deeds, I trow, had wrought the knight. But neither this, nor bill, nor axe to hew, was needed by Orlando's peerless might. He of his prowess gave high proofs and full, who a tall pine uprooted at a pull. He many others with as little let as fennel, walwort stem, or dill uptore, and ilex, knotted oak, and fir upset, and beech, and mountain ash, and elm tree hoar. He did what fowler ere he spreads his net does, to prepare the champaign for his lore, by stubble, rush, and nettle stalk, and broke like these old sturdy trees and stem of oak. The shepherd swains who hear the tumult nigh, leaving their flocks beneath the greenwood tree, some here, some there, across the forest high, and hurry thither all the cause to see. But I have reached such point my history, if I o'erpass this bound may irksome be, and I my story will delay to end, rather than by my tediousness offend. End of section 36. Recording by Todd Albrecht.
Section 37 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 37. Essay on Aristophanes by Paul Shorey. The birth year of Aristophanes is placed about 448 B.C., on the ground that he is said to have been almost a boy when his first comedy was presented in 427. His last play, the Plutus, was produced in 388, and there is no evidence that he long survived this date. Little is known of his life beyond the allusions in the Parabases of the Acharnians, Knights and Wasps, to his prosecution by Cleon, to his own or his father's estate at Aegina, and to his premature baldness. He left 3 sons, who also wrote comedies. Aristophanes is the sole extant representative of the so-called Old Comedy of Athens, a form of dramatic art which developed obscurely under the shadow of Attic tragedy in the first half of the 5th century B.C., out of the rustic revelry of the phallic procession and comus song of Dionysus, perhaps with some outside suggestions from the Megarian farce and its Sicilian offshoot, the mythological court comedy of Epicharmus. The chief note of this older comedy, for the ancient critics, was its unbridled license of direct personal satire and invective. Eupolis, Cratinus, and Aristophanes, says Horace, assailed with the utmost freedom any one who deserved to be branded with infamy. This old political comedy was succeeded, in the calmer times that followed the Peloponnesian War, by the so-called Middle Comedy (390 320) of Alexis, Antiphanes, Stratis, and some minor men, which insensibly passed into the New Comedy (320 250) of Menander and Philemon, known to us in the reproductions of Terence. And this new comedy, which portrayed types of private life, instead of satirizing noted persons by name, and which, as Aristotle says, produced laughter by innuendo rather than by scurrility, was preferred to the terrible graces of her elder sister by the gentle and refined Plutarch, or the critic who has usurped his name in the comparison of Aristophanes and Menander. The old Attic comedy has been variously compared to Charivari, Punch, the comic opera of Offenbach, and a Parisian revue de fin d'année. There is no good modern analogue. It is not our comedy of manners, plot, and situation, nor yet is it mere buffoonery. It is a peculiar mixture of broad political, social, and literary satire, and polemical discussion of large ideas, with the burlesque and licentious extravagances that were deemed the most acceptable service at the festival of the laughter-loving, tongue-loosening god of the vine. The typical plan of an Aristophanic comedy is very simple. The protagonist undertakes in all apparent seriousness to give a local habitation and a body to some ingenious fancy, airy speculation, or bold metaphor; as, for example, the procuring of a private peace for a citizen who is weary of the privations of war, or the establishment of a city in Cloud Cuckoo Land, where the birds shall regulate things better than the featherless biped man, or the restoration of the eyesight of the proverbially blind god of wealth. The attention of the audience is at once enlisted for the semblance of a plot by which the scheme is put into execution. The design once effected, the remainder of the play is given over to a series of loosely connected scenes, ascending to a climax of absurdity, in which the consequences of the original happy thought are followed out with a Swiftian verisimilitude of piquant detail, and a Rabelaisian license of uproarious mirth. It rests with the audience to take the whole as pure extravaganza, or as a reductio ad absurdum, or playful defence of the conception underlying the original idea. In the intervals between the scenes, the chorus sing rollicking topical songs, or bits of exquisite lyric, or, in the name of the poet, directly exhort and admonish the audience in the so-called parabasis. Of Aristophanes' first two plays, The Banqueters of Hercules (427) and The Babylonians (426), only fragments remain. The impolitic representation in the latter of the Athenian allies as branded Babylonian slaves was the ground of Cleon's attack in the courts upon Aristophanes, or Callistratus, in whose name the play was produced. The extant plays are the following: The Acharnians, B.C. 425, shortly after the Athenian defeat at Delium. The worthy countryman Dicaeopolis, weary of being cooped up within the long walls, and disgusted with the shameless jobbery of the politicians, sends to Sparta for samples of peace. The Greek word means also libations, of different vintages. The 30 Years brand smells of nectar and ambrosia. He accepts it, concludes a private treaty for himself and friends, and proceeds to celebrate the rural Dionysia with wife and child, soothing, by an eloquent plea, pronounced in tattered tragic vestments borrowed from Euripides, the anger of the chorus of choleric Acharnian charcoal burners, exasperated at the repeated devastation of their deme by the Spartans. He then opens a market, to which a jolly Boeotian brings the long-lost, thrice-desired Copaic eel, while a starving Megarian, to the huge delight of the Athenian groundlings, sells his little daughters, disguised as pigs, for a peck of salt. Finally, Dicaeopolis goes forth to a wedding banquet, from which he returns very mellow in the company of two flute girls, while Lamachus, the head of the war party, issues forth to do battle with the Boeotians in the snow, and comes back with a bloody coxcomb. This play was successfully given in Greek by the students of the University of Pennsylvania in the spring of 1886, and interestingly discussed in the Nation of May 6th by Professor Gildersleeve. The Knights, B.C. 424, named from the chorus of young Athenian cavaliers who abet the sausage seller Agoracritos, egged on by the discontented family servants, the generals, Nicias and Demosthenes, to outbid with shameless flattery the rascally Paphlagonian steward Cleon, and supplant him in the favour of their testy, bean-fed old master, Demos, or people. At the close, Demos recovers his wits and his youth, and is revealed sitting enthroned in his glory in the good old Marathonian Athens of the Violet Crown. The prolongation of the Billingsgate in the contest between Cleon and the sausage seller grows wearisome to modern taste, but the portrait of the demagogue is for all time. The Clouds, B.C. 423. An attack on Socrates, unfairly taken as an embodiment of the deleterious and unsettling New Learning, both in the form of sophistical rhetoric and meteorological speculation. Worthy Strepsiades, eager to find a new way to pay the debts in which the extravagance of his horse-racing son Pheidippides has involved him, seeks to enter the youth as a student in the thinking shop or reflectory of Socrates, that he may learn to make the worse appear as the better reason, and so baffle his creditors before a jury. The young man, after much demur, and the ludicrous failure of his father, who at first matriculates in his stead, consents. He listens to the pleas of the just and unjust argument in behalf of the old and new education, and becomes himself such a proficient that he demonstrates, in flawless reasoning, that Euripides is a better poet than Aeschylus, and that a boy is justified in beating his father for affirming the contrary. Strepsiades thereupon, cured of his folly, undertakes a subtle investigation into the timbers of the roof of the reflectory, with a view to smoking out the corrupters of youth. Many of the songs sung by or to the clouds, the patron deities of Socrates' misty lore, are extremely beautiful. Socrates is made to allude to these attacks of comedy by Plato in the Apology, and on his last day in prison in the Phaedo. In the Symposium or Banquet of Plato, Aristophanes bursts in upon a company of friends with whom Socrates is feasting, and drinks with them till morning, while Socrates forces him and the tragic poet Agathon, both of them very sleepy, to admit that the true dramatic artist will excel in both tragedy and comedy. The Wasps, B.C. 422, a jeu d'esprit turning on the Athenian passion for litigation. Young Bdeleucleon, hate Cleon, can keep his old father Philocleon, love Cleon, out of the courts only by instituting a private court in his own house. The first culprit, the house dog, is tried for stealing a Sicilian cheese, and acquitted by Philocleon's mistaking the urn of acquittal for that of condemnation. The old man is inconsolable at the first escape of a victim from his clutches, but finally, renouncing his folly, takes lessons from his exquisite of a son in the manners and deportment of a fine gentleman. He then attends a dinner party, where he betters his instructions with comic exaggeration, and returns home in high feather, singing tipsy catches, and assaulting the watch on his way. The chorus of wasps, the visible embodiment of a metaphor found also in Plato's Republic, symbolises the sting used by the Athenian jurymen to make the rich disgorge a portion of their gathered honey. The Plaideur of Racine is an imitation of this play, and the motif of the committal of the dog is borrowed by Ben Jonson in The Staple of News. The Peace, B.C. 421. In support of the Peace of Nicias, ratified soon afterward. Grote's History of Greece, Vol. 6, page 492. Trygæus, an honest vine-dresser yearning for his farm, in parody of the Bellerophon of Euripides, ascends to heaven on a dung-beetle. He there hauls Peace from the bottom of the well, into which she had been cast by Ares, and brings her home in triumph to Greece, when she inaugurates a reign of plenty and uproarious jollity, and celebrates the nuptials of Trygæus and her handmaid Opora, harvest home. The Birds, B.C. 414. Peisthetirus, plausible, and Euelpides, hopeful, whose names and deeds are perhaps a satire on the unbounded ambition that brought ruin on Athens at Syracuse, journey to Birdland, and persuade King Hoopoe to induce the birds to build Nephelococcygia, or cloud cuckoo-burrow, in the air, between the gods and men, starve out the gods with a Melian famine, and rule the world themselves. The gods, their supplies of incense cut off, are forced to treat, and Peisthetaeros receives in marriage Basileia, sovereignty, the daughter of Zeus. The mise en scène, with the gorgeous plumage of the bird chorus, must have been very impressive, and many of the choric songs are exceedingly beautiful. There is an interesting account by Professor Jebb in the Fortnightly Review, Volume 41, of a performance of the birds at Cambridge in 1884. Two plays, B.C. 411. One, at the Lenaea, the Lysistrata, in which the women of Athens and Sparta, by a secession from bed and board, compel their husbands to end the war. 2. The Thesmophoria Zeusae, or Women's Festival of Demeter, a licentious but irresistibly funny assault upon Euripides. The tragedian, learning that the women, in council assembled, are debating on the punishment due to his misogyny, implores the effeminate poet Agathon to intercede for him. That failing, he dispatches his kinsman Mnesilochus, disguised with singed beard and woman's robes, a sight to shake the midriff of despair with laughter, to plead his cause. The advocate's excess of zeal betrays him. He is arrested, and the remainder of the play is occupied by the ludicrous devices, borrowed or parodied from well-known Euripidean tragedies, by which the poet endeavours to rescue his intercessor. The Frogs, B.C. 405, in the brief respite of hope between the victory of Arginusae and the final overthrow of Athens at Aegospotami. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides are dead. The minor bards are a puny folk, and Dionysus is resolved to descend to Hades in quest of a truly creative poet, one capable of a figure like "My star god's glowworm," or "His honour rooted in dishonour stood." After many surprising adventures by the way, and in the outer precincts of the underworld, accompanied by his Sancho Panza, Xanthias, he arrives at the court of Pluto just in time to be chosen arbitrator of the great contest between Aeschylus and Euripides for the tragic throne in Hades. The comparisons and parodies of the styles of Aeschylus and Euripides that follow constitute, in spite of their comic exaggeration, one of the most entertaining and discriminating chapters of literary criticism extant, and give us an exalted idea of the intelligence of the audience that appreciated them. Dionysus decides for Aeschylus, and leads him back in triumph to the upper world. The Ecclesia Zeusae, or Ladies in Parliament, B.C. 393. Apparently a satire on the communistic theories which must have been current in the discussions of the schools, before they found definite expression in Plato's Republic. The ladies of Athens rise betimes, purloin their husbands' hats and canes, pack the assembly, and pass a measure to entrust the reins of government to women. An extravagant and licentious communism is the result. The Plutus, B.C. 388. A second and much altered edition of a play represented for the first time in 408. With the Ecclesia Zeusae it marks the transition to the middle comedy. there being no parabasis, and little of the exuberant verve of the older pieces. The blind god of wealth recovers his eyesight by sleeping in the temple of Aesculapius, and proceeds to distribute the gifts of fortune more equitably. The assignment of the dates and restoration of the plots of the 32 lost plays, of which a few not very interesting fragments remain, belong to the domain of conjectural erudition. Aristophanes has been regarded by some critics as a grave moral censor, veiling his high purpose behind the grinning mask of comedy; by others as a buffoon of genius, whose only object was to raise a laugh. Both sides of the question are ingeniously and copiously argued in Browning's Aristophanes' Apology; and there is a judicious summing up of the case of Aristophanes versus Euripides in Professor Jebb's Lectures on Greek Poetry. The soberer view seems to be, that while predominantly a comic artist, obeying the instincts of his genius, he did frequently make his comedy the vehicle of an earnest conservative polemic against the new spirit of the age in literature, philosophy, and politics. He pursued Euripides with relentless ridicule, because his dramatic motives lent themselves to parody, and his lines were on the lips of every theatre goer; but also because he believed that Euripides had spoiled the old, stately, heroic art of Aeschylus and Sophocles by incongruous infusions of realism and sentimentalism, and had debased the large utterance of the early gods by an unhallowed mixture of colloquialism, dialectic, and chicane. Aristophanes travestied the teachings of Socrates because his ungainly figure and the oddity (atopia) attributed to him even by Plato made him an excellent butt; yet also because he felt strongly that it was better for the young Athenian to spend his days in the palaestra, or where the elm tree whispers to the plain, than in filling a contentious tongue on barren logomachies. That Socrates, in fact, discussed only ethical problems, and disclaimed all sympathy with speculations about things above our heads, made no difference. He was the best human embodiment of a hateful educational error. And similarly, the assault upon Cleon, the pun-pelleting of demagogues from Pnyx, was partly due to the young aristocrat's instinctive aversion to the coarse popular leader, and to the broad mark which the latter presented to the shafts of satire, but equally perhaps to a genuine patriotic revolt at the degradation of Athenian politics in the hands of the successors of Pericles. But Aristophanes' ideas interest us less than his art and humour. We have seen the nature of his plots. In such a topsy-turvy world there is little opportunity for nice delineation of character. His personages are mainly symbols or caricatures; yet they are vividly if broadly sketched, and genuine touches of human nature lend verisimilitude to their most improbable actions. One or two traditional comic types appear for the first time, apparently, on his stage: the alternately cringing and familiar slave or valet of comedy, in his Xanthias and Carrion; and in Dicæopolis, Strepsiades, Demos, Trygaios, and Dionysus, the sensual, jovial, shrewd, yet naïve and credulous middle-aged bourgeois gentilhomme, or Sganarelle, who is not ashamed to avow his poltroonery, and yet can on occasion maintain his rights with sturdy independence. But the chief attraction of Aristophanes is the abounding comic force and verve of his style. It resembles an impetuous torrent, whose swift rush purifies in its flow the grossness and obscenity inseparable from the origin of comedy, and buoys up and sweeps along, on the current of fancy and improvisation, the chaff and dross of vulgar jests, puns, scurrilous personalities, and cheap gags, allowing no time for chilling reflections or criticism. Jests which are singly feeble combine to induce a mood of extravagant hilarity when huddled upon us with such impossible conveyance. This vivida vis animi can hardly be reproduced in a translation, and disappears altogether in an attempt at an abstract enumeration of the poet's inexhaustible devices for comic effect. He himself repeatedly boasts of the fertility of his invention, and claims to have discarded the coarse farce of his predecessors for something more worthy of the refined intelligence of his clever audience. Yet it must be acknowledged that much even of his wit is the mere filth-throwing of a naughty boy, or at best the underbred jocularity of the funny column, the topical song, or the minstrel show. There are puns on the names of notable personages, a grotesque, fantastic, punning flora, fauna, and geography of Greece, a constant succession of surprises effected by the sudden substitution of low or incongruous terms in proverbs, quotations, and legal or religious formulas, scenes in dialect, scenes of excellent fooling in the vein of Uncle Toby and the Clown, girds at the audience, personalities that for us have lost their point, about Cleonymus the caster away of shields, or Euripides' herb-selling mother, and everywhere unstinted service to the great gods Priapus and Cloacina. A finer instrument of comic effect is the parody. The countless parodies of the lyric and dramatic literature of Greece are perhaps the most remarkable testimony extant to the intelligence of an Athenian audience. Did they infallibly catch the allusion when Dicaeopolis welcomed back to the Athenian fish market the long lost Copaic eel in high Aeschylean strain? Of 50 nymphs, Copaic aldalifest queen. And then, his voice breaking with the intolerable pathos of Admetus's farewell to the dying Alcestis, added, Yea, even in death thou'lt bide with me, embalmed and beet bestewed. Did they recognise the blasphemous Pindaric pun in Helle's holy straits for a tight place, and appreciate all the niceties of diction, metre, and dramatic art discriminated in the comparison between Aeschylus and Euripides in the Frogs? At any rate, no Athenian could miss the fun of Dicaeopolis like Hector's baby, scared at the dazzling plume and nodding crest of the swashbuckler Lamachus; of Philocleon clinging to his ass's belly like Odysseus escaping under the ram from the Cyclops' cave; of the baby in the Thesmophoriae Zeusae seized as a Euripidean hostage and turning out a wine bottle in swaddling clothes; of Lightfoot Iris in the rôle of a saucy frightened soubrette; of the heaven-defying Aeschylean Prometheus hiding under an umbrella from the thunderbolts of Zeus. And they must have felt instinctively what only a laborious erudition reveals to us, the sudden subtle modulations of the colloquial comic verse into mock heroic travesty of high tragedy or lyric. Euripides, the chief victim of Aristophanes' genius for parody, was so burlesqued that his best known lines became bywords, and his most ardent admirers, the very Balaustions and Euthycleses, must have grinned when they heard them, like a pair of augurs. If we conceive 5 or 6 Shakespearean comedies filled from end to end with ancient pistols hallooing to pampered jades of Asia, and Dr. Keyes's chanting of 1,000 vagrom posies, we may form some idea of Aristophanes' handling of the notorious lines, "The tongue has sworn, the mind remains unsworn." "Thou lovest life, thy sire loves it too." "Who knows if life and death be truly one?" But the charm of Aristophanes does not lie in any of these things singly, but in the combination of ingenious and paradoxical fancy, with an inexhaustible flow of apt language, by which they are held up and borne out. His personages are ready to make believe anything. Nothing surprises them long. They enter into the spirit of each new conceit, and can always discover fresh analogies to bear it out. The very plots of his plays are realised metaphors or embodied conceits, and the same concrete vividness of imagination is displayed in single scenes and episodes. The better and the worse reason plead the causes of the old and new education in person. Cleon and Brasidas are the pestles with which war proposes to bray Greece in a mortar. The triremes of Athens, in council assembled, declare that they will rot in the docks sooner than yield their virginity to musty fusty Hyperbolus. The fair cities of Greece stand about waiting for the recovery of peace from her well, with dreadful black eyes, poor things. Armisticia and Harvest Home tread the stage in the flesh, and Nincompoop and Defraudation are among the gods. The special metaphor or conceit of each play attracts appropriate words and images, and creates a distinct atmosphere of its own. In the Knights, the air fairly reeks with the smell of leather and the tan-yard. The birds transport us to a world of trillings and pipings, and beaks and feathers. There is a buzzing and a humming and a stinging throughout the wasps. The clouds drip with mist, and are dim with aerial vaporous effects. Aristophanes was the original inventor of Bob Acres' style of oath, the so-called referential or sentimental swearing. Dicaeopolis invokes Ecbatana when Shamartabas struts upon the stage. Socrates in the Clouds swears by the everlasting vapours. King Hoopoe's favourite oath is "Odds, nets, and birdlime," and the vein of humour that lies in over-ingenious, elaborate, and sustained metaphor was first worked in these comedies. All these excellences are summed up in the incomparable wealth and flexibility of his vocabulary. He has a Shakespearean mastery of the technicalities of every art and mystery, an appalling command of Billingsgate, and of the language of the cuisine, and would tire Falstaff and Prince Hal with base comparisons. And not content with the existing resources of the Greek vocabulary, he coins grotesque or beautiful compounds, exquisite epithets like Botriodore, bestower of the vine, Heliomanes, drunk with sunlight, myriad flagoned phrases, untranslatable portmanteaus like plothygieia, health and wealthfulness, and gargantuan agglomerations of syllables like the portentous olla podrida at the end of the Ecclesiazusæ. The great comic writer, as the example of Molière proves, need not be a poet. But the mere overflow of careless poetic power which is manifested by Aristophanes would have sufficed to set up any ordinary tragedian or lyrist. In plastic mastery of language only two Greek writers can vie with him, Plato and Homer. In the easy grace and native harmony of his verse he outsings all the tragedians, even that Aeschylus whom he praised as the man who had written the most exquisite songs of any poet of the time. In his blank verse he easily strikes every note, from that of the urbane, unaffected colloquial Attic, to parody of high or subtle tragic diction, hardly distinguishable from its model. He can adapt his metres to the expression of every shade of feeling. He has short, snapping, fiery trochees, like sparks from their own home oak, to represent the choler of the Orcanians; eager, joyous glyconics, to bundle up a sycophant and hustle him off the stage; or for the young knights of Athens, celebrating Phormio's sea fights, and chanting horse-taming Poseidon, Pallas, guardian of the state, and Victory, companion of the dance; the quick-step march of the Trochaic tetrameter, to tell how the Attic wasps, true children of the soil, charged the Persians at Marathon; and above all, the chosen vehicle of his wildest conceits, his most audacious fancies, and his strongest appeals to the better judgment of the citizens, the anapestic tetrameter, that resonant and triumphant metre, of which even Mr. Swinburne's anapests can reproduce only a faint and far-off echo. But he has more than the opulent diction and the singing voice of the poet. He has the key to fairyland, a feeling for nature which we thought romantic and modern, and in his lyrics the native wood notes wild of his own Mosa Lochmaya, the muse of the coppice; the chorus of the Mistai in the Frogs, the rustic idyll of the Peace, the songs of the girls in the Lysistrata, the call of the nightingale, the hymns of the clouds, the speech of the just reason, and the grand chorus of birds, reveal Aristophanes as not only the first comic writer of Greece, but as one of the very greatest of her poets. Among the many editions of Aristophanes, those most useful to the student and the general reader are doubtless the text edited by Berck, 2 volumes 1867, and the translation of the 5 most famous plays by John Hookham Frere, to be found in his complete works. End of Section 37. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 38. Excerpts from various plays by Aristophanes. The origin of the Peloponnesian War. From the Acharnians, Frere's translation. Dicaeopolis speaks. Be not surprised, most excellent spectators, if I that am a beggar have presumed to claim an audience upon public matters, even in a comedy. For comedy is conversant in all the rules of justice, and can distinguish betwixt right and wrong. The words I speak are bold, but just and true. Cleon, at least, cannot accuse me now that I defame the city before strangers, for this is the Lenaean festival, and here we meet, all by ourselves alone. No deputies are arrived as yet with tribute, no strangers or allies, but here we sit, a chosen sample, clean as sifted corn, with our own denizens as a kind of chaff. First, I detest the Spartans most extremely, and wish that Neptune, the Taenarian deity, would bury them in their houses with his earthquakes. For I've had losses, let me tell ye, like other people, vines cut down and injured. But among friends, for only friends are here, why should we blame the Spartans for all this? For people of ours, some people of our own, some people from among us here, I mean, but not the people. Pray remember that. I never said the people, but a pack of paltry people, mere pretended citizens, base counterfeits, went laying informations and making a confiscation of the jerkins imported here from Megara. Pigs, moreover, pumpkins, and pecks of salt, and ropes of onions, were voted to be merchandise from Megara, denounced and seized and sold upon the spot. Well, these might pass as petty local matters, but now, behold, some doughty drunken youths kidnap and carry away from Megara the courtesan Semetha. Those of Megara, in hot retaliation, seize a brace of equal strumpets, hurried forth perforce from Dame Aspasia's house of recreation. So this was the beginning of the war, all over Greece, owing to these 3 strumpets. For Pericles, like an Olympian Jove, with all his thunder and his thunderbolts, began to storm and lighten dreadfully, alarming all the neighborhood of Greece, and made decrees, drawn up like drinking songs, in which it was enacted and concluded that the Megarians should remain excluded from every place where commerce was transacted, with all their ware, like old Care in the ballad, and this decree, by land and sea, was valid. Then the Megarians, being all half starved, desired the Spartans to desire of us just to repeal those laws, the laws I mentioned, occasioned by the stealing of those strumpets. And so they begged and prayed us several times, and we refused. And so they went to war. The Poet's Apology. From the Acharnians, Frere's translation. Our poet has never as yet esteemed it proper or fit to detain you with a long encomiastic song on his own superior wit. But being abused and accused, and attacked of late as a foe of the state, he makes an appeal in his proper defence to your voluble humour and temper and sense, with the following plea, namely, that he never attempted or ever meant to scandalize in any wise your mighty imperial government. Moreover, he says that in various ways he presumes to have merited honour and praise, exhorting you still to stick to your rights, and no more to be fooled with rhetorical flights, such as of late each envoy tries on the behalf of your allies, that come to plead their cause before ye, with fulsome phrase and a foolish story of violet crowns and Athenian glory, with sumptuous Athens at every word. Sumptuous Athens is always heard, sumptuous ever, a suitable phrase for a dish of meat or a beast at graze. He therefore affirms in confident terms that his active courage and earnest zeal have usefully served your common weal. He has openly shown the style and tone of your democracy ruling abroad. He has placed its practices on record, the tyrannical arts, the knavish tricks, that poison all your politics. Therefore shall we see this year the allies with tribute arriving here, eager and anxious all to behold their steady protector, the bard so bold. The bard, they say, that has dared to speak, to attack the strong, to defend the weak. His fame in foreign climes is heard, and a singular instance lately occurred. It occurred in the case of the Persian king, sifting and cross-examining the Spartan envoys. He demanded which of the rival states commanded the Grecian seas. He asked them next, wishing to see them more perplexed, which of the two contending powers was chiefly abused by this bard of ours? For he said, such a bold, so profound an adviser by dint of abuse would render them wiser, more active and able, and briefly that they must finally prosper and carry the day. Now mark the Lacedaemonian guile, demanding an insignificant isle, Aegina, they say, for a pledge of peace, as a means to make all jealousy cease. Meanwhile their privy design and plan is solely to gain this marvellous man, knowing his influence on your fate, by obtaining a hold on his estate, situate in the isle aforesaid. Therefore there needs to be no more said. You know their intention, and know that you know it. You'll keep to your island, and stick to the poet, and he for his part will practise his art with a patriot heart, with the honest views that he now pursues, and fair buffoonery and abuse, not rashly bespattering or basely beflattering, not pimping or puffing or acting the ruffian, not sneaking or fawning, but openly scorning all menace and warning, all bribes and suborning. He will do his endeavor on your behalf. He will teach you to think. He will teach you to laugh. So Cleon again and again may try. I value him not, nor fear him, I. His rage and rhetoric I defy. His impudence, his politics, his dirty designs, his rascally tricks, no stain of abuse on me shall fix. Justice and right in his despite shall aid and attend me, and do me right. With these to friend I ne'er will bend, nor descend to a humble tone like his own, as a sneaking loon, a knavish, slavish, poor poltroon. The Appeal of the Chorus, from The Knights, Frere's translation. If a veteran author had wished to engage our assistance to-day for a speech from the stage, we scarce should have granted so bold a request. But this author of ours, as the bravest and best, deserves an indulgence denied to the rest, for the courage and vigor, the scorn and the hate with which he encounters the pests of the state, a thoroughbred seaman, intrepid and warm, steering outright in the face of the storm. But now for the gentle reproaches he bore on the part of his friends, for refraining before to embrace the profession, embarking for life in theatrical storms and poetical strife, he begs us to state that for reasons of weight he has lingered so long and determined so late. For he deemed the achievements of comedy hard, the boldest attempt of a desperate bard. The muse he perceived was capricious and coy, though many were courting her, few could enjoy. And he saw without reason, from season to season, your humour would shift, and turn poets adrift, requiting old friends with unkindness and treason, discarded in scorn as exhausted and worn, seeing Magnes's fate, who was reckoned of late for the conduct of comedy captain and head, that so oft on the stage, in the flower of his age, had defeated the chorus his rivals had led, with his sounds of all sort that were uttered in sport, with whims and vagaries unheard of before, with feathers and wings and 1,000 gay things that in frolicsome fancies his choruses wore. When his humour was spent, did your temper relent to requite the delight that he gave you before? We beheld him displaced and expelled and disgraced, when his hair and his wit were grown aged and hoar. Then he saw for a sample the dismal example of noble Curtinus, so splendid and ample, full of spirit and blood, and enlarged like a flood, whose copious current tore down with its torrent oaks, ashes, and yew, with the ground where they grew, and his rivals to boot, wrenched up by the root, and his personal foes, who presumed to oppose, all drowned and abolished, dispersed and demolished, and drifted headlong with a deluge of song. And his airs and his tunes, and his songs and lampoons, were recited and sung by the old and the young, at our feasts and carousals. What poet but he? And the fair Amphibribe and the sycophant tree, masters and masons and builders of verse, those were the tunes that all tongues could rehearse. But since in decay you have cast him away, stripped of his stops and his musical strings, battered and shattered, a broken old instrument, shoved out of sight among rubbishy things. His garlands are faded, and what he deems worst, his tongue and his palate are parching with thirst. And now you may meet him alone in the street, wearied and worn, tattered and torn, all decayed and forlorn in his person and dress, whom his former success should exempt from distress, with subsistence at large at the general charge, and a seat with the great at the table of state, there to feast every day and preside at the play in splendid apparel, triumphant and gay. Seeing Crates the next, always teased and perplexed with your tyrannous temper tormented and vexed, that with taste and good sense, without waste or expense, from his snug little hoard provided your board with a delicate treat, economic and neat, thus hitting or missing, with crowns or with hissing, year after year he pursued his career, for better or worse, till he finished his course. These precedents held him in long hesitation. He replied to his friends with a just observation, that a seaman in regular order is bred to the oar, to the helm, and to look out ahead; with diligent practice has fixed in his mind the signs of the weather and changes of wind, and when every point of the service is known, undertakes the command of a ship of his own. For reasons like these, if your judgment agrees that he did not embark like an ignorant spark, or a troublesome lout, to puzzle and bother and blunder about, give him a shout at his first setting out, and pull away with a hearty huzzah for success to the play. Send him away, smiling and gay, shining and florid, with his bald forehead. The Cloud Chorus. From The Clouds. Andrew Lang's translation. Socrates speaks. Hither, come hither, ye clouds renowned, and unveil yourselves here. Come, though ye dwell on the sacred crests of Olympian snow, or whether ye dance with the Nereid choir in the gardens clear, or whether your golden urns are dipped in Nile's overflow, or whether you dwell by Meotis mere, or the snows of Mimas, arise, appear, and hearken to us, and accept our gifts ere ye rise and go. The clouds sing. Immortal clouds, from the echoing shore of the father of streams, from the sounding sea, dewy and fleet let us rise and soar, dewy and gleaming and fleet are we. Let us look on the tree-clad mountain crest, on the sacred earth where the fruits rejoice, on the waters that murmur east and west, on the tumbling sea with his moaning voice, for unwearied glitters the eye of the air, and the bright rays gleam. Then cast we our shadows of mist, and fare in our deathless shapes to glance everywhere, from the height of the heaven, on the land and air, and the ocean stream. Let us on, ye maidens that bring the rain, let us gaze on Pallas's citadel, in the country of sea-crops fair and dear, the mystic land of the holy cell, where the rites unspoken securely dwell, and the gifts of the gods that know not stain, and a people of mortals that know not fear. For the temples tall and the statues fair, and the feast of the gods are holiest there, the feasts of immortals, the chaplets of flowers, and the Bromian mirth at the coming of spring, and the musical voices that fill the hours, and the dancing feet of the maids that sing. Grand Chorus of Birds. From The Birds, Swinburne's translation. Come on, then, ye dwellers by nature in darkness, and like to the leaves' generations, that are little of might, that are moulded of mire, unenduring and shadow-like nations, poor plumeless ephemerals, comfortless mortals, as visions of shadows fast fleeing. Lift up your mind unto us that are deathless, and dateless the date of our being. Us, children of heaven, us, ageless for aye, us, all of whose thoughts are eternal, that ye may from henceforth, having heard of us all things aright as to matters supernal, of the being of birds, and beginning of gods, and of streams and the dark beyond reaching, trustfully knowing aright, in my name bid Prodicus pack with his preaching. It was chaos and night at the first, and the blackness of darkness, and hell's broad border. Earth was not, nor air, neither heaven, when in depths of the womb of the dark without order, first thing, first born of the black-plumed night, was a wind-egg hatched in her bosom, whence timely with seasons revolving again, sweet love burst out as a blossom, gold wings glittering forth of his back, like whirlwinds gustily turning. He, after his wedlock with chaos, whose wings are of darkness, in hell broad burning, for his nestlings begat him a race of us first, and upraised us to light new lighted. And before this was not the race of the gods, until all things by love were united. And of kind united in kind with communion of nature the sky and the sea are brought forth, and the earth and the race of the gods everlasting and blessed, so that we are far away the most ancient of all things blessed, and that we are of love's generation, there are manifest manifold signs. We have wings, and with us have the love's habitation, and manifold fair young folk that forswore love once, ere the bloom of them ended, have the men that pursued and desired them subdued by the help of us only befriended, with such baits as a quail, a flamingo, a goose, or a coxcomb staring and splendid. All best good things that befall men come from us birds, as is plain to all reason, for first we proclaim and make known to them spring, and the winter and autumn in season, bid sow when the crane starts clanging for Afric in shrill-voiced emigrant number, and calls to the pilot to hang up his rudder again for the season and slumber, and then weave a cloak for Orestes the thief, lest he strip men of theirs if it freezes, and again thereafter the kite reappearing announces a change in the breezes, and that here is the season for shearing your sheep of their spring wool. Then does the swallow give you notice to sell your greatcoat, and provide something light for the heat that's to follow. Thus are we as Ammon or Delphi unto you, Dodona, nay, Phoebus Apollo, for as first ye come all to get auguries of birds, even such is in all things your carriage, be the matter a matter of trade or of earning your bread, or of any one's marriage. And all things ye lay to the charge of a bird that belong to discerning prediction. Winged fame is a bird, as you reckon. You sneeze, and the signs as a bird for conviction. All tokens are birds with you, sounds too, and lackeys and donkeys. Then must it not follow that we are to you all as the manifest Godhead that speaks in prophetic Apollo? A Rainy Day on the Farm. From The Peace, Frere's translation. How sweet it is to see the new-sown cornfield fresh and even, with blades just springing from the soil that only ask a shower from heaven. Then, while kindly rains are falling, indolent to rejoice, till some worthy neighbor calling cheers you with his hearty voice. Well, with weather such as this, let us hear. Trygæus, tell us what should you and I be doing? You're the king of us good fellows. Since it pleases heaven to prosper your endeavors, friend and mine, let us have a merry meeting, with some friendly talk and wine. In the vineyard, there's your lout, hoeing in the slop and mud. Send the wench, and call him out. This weather he can do no good. Dame, take down 2 pints of meal, and do some fritters in your way. Boil some grain, and stir it in, and let us have those figs, I say. Send a servant to my house, any one that you can spare. Let him fetch a bee-stings pudding, 2 gherkins, and the pies of hare. There should be 4 of them in all, if the cat has left them right. We heard her racketing and tearing round the larder all last night. Boy, bring 3 of them to us, take the other to my father. Cut some myrtle for our garlands, sprigs in flower, or blossoms rather. Give a shout upon the way to Corinides our neighbor, to join our drinking bout to-day, since heaven is pleased to bless our labor. The Harvest. From The Peace. Translation in the Quarterly Review. Oh, 'tis sweet when fields are ringing with the merry crickets singing, oft to mark with curious eye if the vine-tree's time be nigh. Here is now the fruit whose birth cost a throe to Mother Earth. Sweet it is, too, to be telling how the luscious figs are swelling, then to riot without measure in the rich nectareous treasure, while our grateful voices chime. Happy season, blessed time. The Call to the Nightingale. From The Birds. Frere's translation. Awake, awake, sleep no more, my gentle mate. With your tiny tawny bill, wake the tuneful echo shrill on vale or hill, or in her airy rocky seat. Let her listen and repeat the tender ditty that you tell, the sad lament, the dire event to luckless Itys that befell. Thence the strain shall rise again, and soar amain up to the lofty palace gate, where mighty Apollo sits in state in Jove's abode, with his ivory lyre, hymning aloud to the heavenly choir, while all the gods shall join with thee in a celestial symphony. The Building of Cloud Cuckoo Town. From The Birds. Frere's translation. Enter Messenger, quite out of breath, and speaking in short snatches. Messenger. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? The President. Pace the terrace. Pace the terrace, coolly. Here I am. Messenger, in a gasp of breath. Your fortification's finished. Pace the terrace. Well, that's well. Messenger. A most amazing, astonishing work it is, so that Theagenes and Proxenides might flourish and gasconade and prance away quite at their ease, both of them 4 in hand, driving abreast upon the breadth of wall, each in his own new chariot. Pace the terrace. You surprise me. Messenger. And the height, for I made the measurement myself, is exactly 100 fathoms. Pace the terrace. Heaven and earth! How could it be? Such a mass, who could have built it? Messenger. The birds, no creature else, no foreigners, Egyptian bricklayers, workmen, or masons, but they themselves, alone, by their own efforts, even to my surprise as an eye-witness. The birds, I say, completed everything. There came a body of 30,000 cranes. I won't be positive, there might be more, with stones from Africa in their craws and gizzards, which the stone curlews and stone chatterers worked into shape and finished. The sand martins and mudlarks, too, were busy in their department, mixing the mortar, while the water birds, as fast as it was wanted, brought the water to temper and work it. Pace the terrace, in a fidget. But who served the masons? Who did you get to carry it? Messenger. To carry it? Of course, the carrion crows and carrying pigeons. Pace the terrace, in a fuss which he endeavors to conceal. Yes, yes, but after all, to load your hods, how did you manage that? Messenger. Oh, capitally, I promise you. There were the geese, all barefoot, trampling the mortar, and when all was ready they handed it to the hods, so cleverly, with their flat feet. Pace the terrace, a bad joke as a vent for irritation. They footed it, you mean? Come, it was handily done, though, I confess. Messenger. Indeed, I assure you, it was a sight to see them. And trains of ducks there were, clambering the ladders with their duck legs, like bricklayers' prentices, all dapper and handy, with their little trowels. Pace the terrace. In fact, then, it's no use engaging foreigners. Mere folly and waste. We've all within ourselves. Well now, come. But about the woodwork, eh? Who were the carpenters? Answer me that. Messenger. The woodpeckers, of course. And there they were, laboring upon the gates, driving and banging with their hard hatchet-beaks. And such a din, such a clatter as they made, hammering and hacking in a perpetual peal, pelting away like shipwrights, hard at work in the arsenal. And now their work is finished, gates and all, staples and bolts, and bars and everything, the sentries at their posts, patrols appointed, the watchmen in the barbican, the beacons ready prepared for lighting, all their signals arranged. But I'll step out just for a moment to wash my hands. You'll settle all the rest. Chorus of Women, from the Thesmophoria Zuzi, Collins' translation. They're always abusing the women as a terrible plague to men. They say we're the root of all evil, and repeat it again and again, of war and quarrels and bloodshed, all mischief, be what it may. And pray then, why do you marry us, if we're all the plagues you say? And why do you take such care of us, and keep us so safe at home, and are never easy a moment if ever we chance to roam? When you ought to be thanking heaven that your plague is out of the way, you all keep fussing and fretting, where is my plague to-day? If a plague peeps out of the window, up go the eyes of men. If she hides, then they all keep staring until she looks out again. End of section 38. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida. Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 39. Excerpts from The Frogs by Aristophanes. Chorus of Misty in Hades. From The Frogs, Freer's translation. Chorus, shouting and singing. Iacchus, Iacchus, ho! Iacchus, Iacchus, ho! Xanthias. There, master, there they are, the initiated, all sporting about as he told us we should find 'em. They're singing in praise of Bacchus like Diagoras. Bacchus. Indeed, and so they are, but we'll keep quiet till we make them out a little more distinctly. Chorus. Song. Mighty Bacchus, holy power, hither at the wonted hour, come away, with the wanton holiday, where the revel uproar leads, to the mystic holy meads, where the frolic votaries fly, with a tipsy shout and cry, flourishing the thyrsus high, flinging forth alert and airy, to the sacred old vagary, the tumultuous dance and song, sacred from the vulgar throng, mystic orgies that are known to the votaries alone, to the mystic chorus solely, secret, unrevealed, and holy. Xanthias. O glorious virgin, daughter of the goddess, what a scent of roasted griskin reached my senses! Bacchus. Keep quiet, and watch for a chance of a piece of the haslets. Chorus. Song. Raise the fiery torches high, Bacchus is approaching nigh, like the planet of the morn, breaking with the hoary dawn on the dark solemnity. There they flash upon the sight. All the plain is blazing bright, flushed and overflown with light. Age has cast his years away, and the cares of many a day, sporting to the lively lay. Mighty Bacchus, march and lead, torch in hand toward the mead. Thy devoted humble chorus, mighty Bacchus, move before us. Keep silence, keep peace, and let all the profane from our holy solemnity duly refrain, whose souls unenlightened by taste are obscure, whose poetical notions are dark and impure, whose theatrical conscience is sullied by nonsense, who never were trained by the mighty Cratinus in mystical orgies, poetic and Venus, who delight in buffooning and jests out of season, who promote the designs of oppression and treason, who foster sedition and strife and debate, all traitors, in short, to the stage and the state, who surrender a fort, or in private export, to places and harbors of hostile resort, clandestine consignments of cables and pitch, in the way that Thorician grew to be rich, from a scoundrelly dirty collector of tribute. All such we reject and severely prohibit, all statesmen retrenching the fees and the salaries of theatrical bards, in revenge for the railleries and jests and lampoons of this holy solemnity, profanely pursuing their personal enmity, for having been flouted and scoffed and scorned, all such are admonished and heartily warned. We warn them once, we warn them twice, we warn and admonish, we warn them thrice, to conform to the law, to retire and withdraw, while the chorus again with the formal saw, fixed and assigned to the festive day, move to the measure and march away. Semi-chorus. March, march, lead forth manfully, march in order all, bustling, hustling, justling, as it may befall, flocking, shouting, laughing, mocking, flouting, quaffing, one and all. All have had a bellyful of breakfast brave and plentiful, therefore, evermore, with your voices and your bodies, serve the goddess, and raise songs of praise. She shall save the country still, and save it against the traitor's will. So she says. Semi-chorus. Now let us raise in a different strain the praise of the goddess, the giver of grain, imploring her favor with other behavior in measures more sober, submissive, and graver. Semi-chorus. Ceres, holy patroness, condescend to mark and bless, with benevolent regard, both the chorus and the bard. Grant them, for the present day, many things to sing and say, follies intermixed with sense, folly but without offence. Grant them with the present play to bear the prize of verse away. Semi-chorus. Now call again, and with a different measure, the power of mirth and pleasure, the florid, active Bacchus, bright and gay, to journey forth and join us on the way. Semi-chorus. O Bacchus, attend, the customary patron of every lively lay, go forth without delay, thy wonted annual way, to meet the ceremonious holy matron, her grave procession gracing, thine airy footsteps tracing with unlaborious light celestial motion, and here at thy devotion behold thy faithful choir in pitiful attire, all overworn and ragged, this jerkin old and jagged, these buskins torn and burst, though sufferers in the fray, may serve us at the worst to sport throughout the day. And then within the shades I spy some lovely maids, with whom we romped and revelled, dismantled and dishevelled, with their bosoms open, with whom we might be copen. Xanthias. Well, I was always hearty, disposed to mirth and ease, I'm ready to join the party. Bacchus. And I will, if you please. A parody of Euripides's lyric verse from the Frogs. Halcyons ye by the flowing sea, waves that warble twitteringly, circling over the tumbling blue, dipping your down in its briny dew, eiders in corners dim, spinning your fairy film, shuttles echoing round the room, silver notes of the whistling loom, where the light-footed dolphin skips down the wake of the dark-prowed ships, over the course of the racing steed, where the clustering tendrils breed, grapes to drown dull care in delight. Oh, mother, make me a child again, just for to-night. I don't exactly see how that last line is to scan, but that's a consideration I leave to our musical man. The Prologues of Euripides, from the Frogs. The point of the following selection lies in the monotony of both narrative style and metre in Euripides's prologues, and especially his regular caesura after the fifth syllable of a line. The burlesque tag used by Aristophanes to demonstrate this effect could not be applied in the same way to any of the 14 extant plays of Sophocles and Aeschylus. Aeschylus. And by Jove, I'll not stop to cut up your verses word by word, but if the gods are propitious, I'll spoil all your prologues with a little flask of smelling salts. Euripides. With a flask of smelling salts. Aeschylus. With a single one, for you build your verses so that anything will fit into the metre. A leathern sack, or eiderdown, or smelling salts, I'll show you. Euripides. So you'll show me, will you? Aeschylus. I will that. Dionysus. Pronounce. Euripides, declaiming. Aegyptus, as broad-bruited fame reports, with 50 children voyaging the main, to Argos came, and Aeschylus lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. What the mischief have the smelling salts got to do with it? Recite another prologue to him, and let me see. Euripides. Dionysus, Thyrsus armed and fawn skin clad, amid the torchlights on Parnassus slope, dancing and prancing, Aeschylus lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. Caught out again by the smelling salts. Euripides. No matter. Here's a prologue that he can't fit 'em to. No lot of mortal man is wholly blest. The high-born youth hath lacked the means of life. The lowly lout hath, Aeschylus, lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. Euripides. Euripides. Well, what? Dionysus. Best take in sail. These smelling salts, methinks, will blow a gale. Euripides. What do I care? I'll fix him next time. Dionysus. Well, recite another, and steer clear of the smelling salts. Euripides. Cadmus departing from the town of Tyre, son of Agenor, Aeschylus, lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. My dear fellow, buy those smelling salts, or there won't be a rag left of all your prologues. Euripides. What? I buy 'em of him? Dionysus. If you'll be advised by me. Euripides. Not a bit of it. I've lots of prologues where he can't work 'em in. Pelops the Tantalid to Pisa coming, with speedy coursers, Aeschylus, lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. There they are again, you see. Do let him have 'em, my good Aeschylus. You can replace 'em for a nickel. Euripides. Never. I've not run out yet. Aeneas from the broad fields, Aeschylus, lost his smelling salts. Euripides. Let me say the whole verse, won't you? Aeneas from the broad fields reaped a mighty crop, and offering first fruits, Aeschylus, lost his smelling salts. Dionysus. While sacrificing, who filched them? Euripides. Oh, never mind. Let him try it on this verse. Zeus, as the word of sooth declared of old. Dionysus. It's no use. He'll say Zeus lost his smelling salts, for those smelling salts fit your prologues like a kid glove. But go on and turn your attention to his lyrics. End of section 39. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 40, Essay on Aristotle, by Thomas Davidson. The Stagirite, called by Eusebius Nature's private secretary, and by Dante the master of those that know, the greatest thinker of the ancient world and the most influential of all time, was born of Greek parents at Stagira in the mountains of Macedonia in B.C. 384. Of his mother, Festus, almost nothing is known. His father, Nicomachus, belonged to a medical family and acted as private physician to Amyntas, grandfather of Alexander the Great, whence it is probable that Aristotle's boyhood was passed at or near the Macedonian court. Losing both his parents while a mere boy, he was taken charge of by a relative, Proxenus Atarneus, and sent at the age of 17 to Athens to study. Here he entered the school of Plato, where he remained 20 years as pupil and as teacher. During this time he made the acquaintance of the leading contemporary thinkers, read omnivorously, amassed an amount of knowledge that seems almost fabulous, schooled himself in systematic thought, and, being well off, collected a library, perhaps the first considerable private library in the world. Having toward the end felt obliged to assume an independent attitude in thought, he was not, at the death of Plato, 347, appointed his successor in the Academy, as might have been expected. Not wishing at that time to set up a rival school, he retired to the court of a former fellow pupil, Hermias, then king of Assos and Atarneus, whom he greatly respected, and whose adopted daughter, Pythias, he later married. Here he remained, pursuing his studies for 3 years, and left only when his patron was treacherously murdered by the Persians. Having retired to Mytilene, he soon afterward received an invitation from Philip of Macedonia to undertake the education of his son Alexander, then 13 years old. Aristotle willingly obeyed this summons, and retiring with his royal pupil to Mieza, a town southwest of Pella, imparted his instruction in the Nymphaeum, which he had arranged in imitation of Plato's garden school. Alexander remained with him 3 years, and was then called by his father to assume important state duties. Whether Aristotle's instruction continued after that is uncertain, but the two men remained fast friends, and there can be no doubt that much of the nobility, self-control, largeness of purpose, and enthusiasm for culture which characterized Alexander's subsequent career were due to the teaching of the philosopher. What Aristotle was in the world of thought, Alexander became in the world of action. Aristotle remained in Macedonia 10 years, giving instruction to young Macedonians and continuing his own studies. He then returned to Athens and opened a school in the Peripatos, or promenade, of the Lyceum, the gymnasium of the foreign residents, a school which from its location was called the Peripatetic. Here he developed a manifold activity. He pursued all kinds of studies, logical, rhetorical, physical, metaphysical, ethical, political, and aesthetic, gave public, exoteric, and private, esoteric instruction, and composed the bulk of the treatises which have made his name famous. These treatises were composed slowly in connection with his lectures, and subjected to frequent revision. He likewise endeavored to lead an ideal social life with his friends and pupils, whom he gathered under a common roof to share meals and elevated converse in common. Thus affairs went on for 12 fruitful years, and might have gone on longer, but for the sudden death of Alexander, his friend and patron. Then the hatred of the Athenians to the conqueror showed itself in hostility to his old master, and sought for means to put him out of the way. How hard it was to find a pretext for so doing is shown by the fact that they had to fix upon the poem which he had written on the death of his friend Hermias many years before, and base upon it, as having the form of the paean, sacred to Apollo, a charge of impiety. Aristotle, recognizing the utter flimsiness of the charge, and being unwilling, as he said, to allow the Athenians to sin a second time against philosophy, retired beyond their reach to his villa at Chalcis in Euboea, where he died of stomach disease the year after, 322. In the later years of his life the friendship between him and his illustrious pupil had, owing to certain outward circumstances, become somewhat cooled, but there never was any serious breach. His body was carried to Stagira, which he had induced Philip to restore after it had been destroyed, and whose inhabitants therefore looked upon him as the founder of the city. As such he received the religious honors accorded to heroes. An altar was erected to him, at which an annual festival was celebrated in the month named after him. We may sum up the character of Aristotle by saying that he was one of the sanest and most rounded men that ever lived. As a philosopher he stands in the front rank. No time, says Hegel, has a man to place by his side. Nor was his moral character inferior to his intellect. No one can read his Ethics or his Will, the text of which is extant, without feeling the nobleness, simplicity, purity, and modernness of his nature. In his family relations especially, he seems to have stood far above his contemporaries. The depth of his aesthetic perception is attested by his poems and his Poetics. The unsatisfactory and fragmentary condition in which Aristotle's works have come down to us makes it difficult to judge of his style. Many of them seem mere collections of notes and jottings for lectures, without any attempt at style. The rest are distinguished by brevity, terseness, and scientific precision. No other man ever enriched philosophic language with so many original expressions. We know from the testimony of most competent judges, such as Cicero, that his popular writings, dialogues, etc., were written in an elegant style, casting even that of Plato into the shade, and this is borne fully out by some extant fragments. Greek philosophy culminates in Aristotle. Setting out with a naive acceptance of the world as being what it seemed, and trying to reduce this being to some material principle, such as water, air, etc., it was gradually driven by force of logic to distinguish being from seeming, and to see that while the latter was dependent on the thinking subject, the former could not be anything material. This result was reached by both the materialistic and spiritualistic schools, and was only carried one step further by the Sophists, who maintained that even the being of things depended on the thinker. This necessarily led to skepticism, individualism, and disruption of the old social and religious order. Then arose Socrates, greatest of the Sophists, who, seeing that the outer world had been shown to depend on the inner, adopted as his motto, "Know thyself," and devoted himself to the study of mind. By his dialectic method he showed that skepticism and individualism, so far as anarchic, can be overcome by carrying out thought to its implications, when it proves to be the same for all, and to bring with it an authority binding on all, and replacing that of the old external gods. Thus Socrates discovered the principle of human liberty, a principle necessarily hostile to the ancient state, which absorbed the man in the citizen. Socrates was accordingly put to death as an atheist. And then Plato, with good intentions but prejudiced insight, set to work to restore the old tyranny of the state. This he did by placing truth or reality, which Socrates had found in complete thought internal to the mind, outside of both thought and nature, and making it consist of a group of eternal schemes or forms, of which natural things are merely transient phantoms, and which can be reached by only a few aristocratic souls, born to rule the rest. On the basis of this distortion he constructed his Republic, in which complete despotism is exercised by the philosophers through the military. Man is reduced to a machine, his affections and will being disregarded. Community of women and of property is the law, and science is scouted. Aristotle's philosophy may be said to be a protest against this view, and an attempt to show that reality is embodied in nature, which depends on a supreme intelligence, and may be realized in other intelligences or thought centers, such as the human mind. In other words, according to Aristotle, truth is actual in the world and potential in all minds, which may by experience put on its forms. Thus the individualism of the Sophists and the despotism of Plato are overcome, while an important place is made for experience or science. Aristotle, accepting the world of common sense, tried to rationalize it, that is, to realize it in himself. First, among the Greeks, he believed it to be unique, uncreated, and eternal, and gave his reasons. Recognizing that the phenomenal world exists in change, he investigated the principle and method of this. Change he conceives as a transition from potentiality to actuality, and as always due to something actualized, communicating its form to something potential. Looking at the world as a whole, and picturing it as limited, globular, and constructed like an onion, with the earth in the centre, and round about it 9 concentric spheres carrying the planets and stars, he concludes that there must be at one end something purely actual, and therefore unchanging, that is, pure form or energy, and at the other something purely potential, and therefore changing, that is, pure matter or latency. The pure actuality is at the circumference, pure matter at the center. Matter, however, never exists without some form. Thus nature is an eternal circular process between the actual and the potential. The Supreme Intelligence, God, being pure energy, changelessly thinks himself, and through the love inspired by his perfection moves the outmost sphere, which would move all the rest were it not for inferior intelligences, 56 in number, who, by giving them different directions, diversify the divine action and produce the variety of the world. The celestial world is composed of eternal matter or ether, whose only change is circular motion. The sublunary world is composed of changing matter in 4 different but mutually transmutable forms: fire, air, water, earth, movable in 2 opposite directions, in straight lines, under the ever-varying influence of the celestial spheres. Thus the world is an organism making no progress as a whole, but continually changing in its various parts. In it all real things are individuals, not universals, as Plato thought, and forms pass from individual to individual only. Peleus, not humanity, is the parent of Achilles. The learned man only can teach the ignorant. In the world process there are several distinct stages, to each of which Aristotle devotes a special work or series of works. Beginning with the 4 elements and their changes, he works up through the mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds to man, and thence through the spheral intelligences to the supreme divine intelligence on which the whole depends. Man stands on the dividing line between the temporal and the eternal, belonging with his animal part to the former, with his intelligence, which enters from without, to the latter. He is an intelligence of the same nature as the sphere movers, but individuated by mutable matter in the form of a body, matter being in all cases the principle of individuation. As intelligence, he becomes free, takes the guidance of his life into his own hand, and first through ethics, politics, and aesthetics, the forms of his sensible or practical activity, and second through logic, science, and philosophy, the forms of his intellectual activity, he rises to divine heights and plays the immortal. His supreme activity is contemplation. This, the eternal energy of God, is possible for man only at rare intervals. Aristotle, by placing his eternal forms in sensible things as their meaning, made science possible and necessary. Not only is he the father of scientific method, inductive and deductive, but his actual contributions to science place him in the front rank of scientists. His zoology, psychology, logic, metaphysics, ethics, politics, and aesthetics are still highly esteemed and extensively studied. At the same time, by failing to overcome the dualism and supernaturalism of Plato, by adopting the popular notions about spheres and sphere movers, by separating intelligence from sense, by conceiving matter as independent, and the principle of individuation, and by making science relate only to the universal, he paved the way for astrology, alchemy, magic, and all the forms of superstition, retarding the advance of several sciences, as for example astronomy and chemistry, for many hundred years. After Aristotle's death, his school was continued by a succession of studious and learned men, but did not for many centuries deeply affect contemporary life. At last, in the 5th century A.D., his thought found its way into the Christian schools, giving birth to rationalism and historical criticism. At various times its adherents were condemned as heretics and banished, mostly to Syria. Here at Edessa and Nisibis they established schools of learning which for several centuries were the most famous in the world. The entire works of Aristotle were turned into Syriac, among them several spurious ones of Neoplatonic origin, notably the famous Liber de Causis and the Theology of Aristotle. Thus a Neoplatonic Aristotle came to rule Eastern learning. On the rise of Islam, this Aristotle was borrowed by the Muslims and became ruler of their schools at Baghdad, Basra, and other places, schools which produced many remarkable men. On the decay of these, he passed in the 12th century into the schools of Spain, and here ruled supreme until Arab philosophy was suppressed shortly after 1200. From the Arabs he passed into the Christian Church about this date, and though at first resisted, was finally accepted and became the philosopher of the schools and the inspirer of Dante. The reformers, though decrying him, were forced to have recourse to him, but his credit was not reestablished until the present century, when, thanks to Hegel, Trendelenburg, Brandes, and the Berlin Academy, his true value was recognized and his permanent influence ensured. The extant works of Aristotle, covering the whole field of science, may be classified as follows: A. Logical or formal, dealing with the form rather than the matter of science. Categories, treating of being and its determination, which, being regarded ontologically, bring the work into the metaphysical sphere. On interpretation, dealing with the proposition. Former analytics, theory of the syllogism. Later analytics, theory of proof. Topics, probable proofs. Sophistical proofs, fallacies. These works were later united by the Stoics under the title Organon, or Instrument of Science. B. Scientific or philosophical, dealing with the matter of science. These may be subdivided into three classes: A. Theoretical, B. Practical, C. Creative. A. The theoretical has further subdivisions: A. Metaphysical, B. Physical, C. Mathematical. A. The metaphysical works include the incomplete collection under the name Metaphysics. B. The physical works include Physics, On the Heavens, On Generation and Decay, On the Soul, with 8 supplementary tracts on actions of the soul as combined with the body, namely, On Sense and Sensibles, On Memory and Reminiscence, On Sleep and Waking, On Dreams, On Divination from Dreams, On Length and Shortness of Life, On Life and Death, On Respiration, Meteorologics, Histories of Animals, Zoography, On the Parts of Animals, On the Generation of Animals, On the Motion of Animals, Problems, largely spurious; on the Cosmos, Physiognomies; on Wonderful Auditions; on Colors. The mathematical works include On Indivisible Lines, Mechanics. B. The practical works are Nicomachean Ethics, Endymion Ethics, Great Ethics, Magna Moralia, really different forms of the same work; Politics, Constitutions, originally 158 in number, now represented only by the recently discovered Constitution of Athens; On Virtues and Vices, Rhetoric to Alexander, Economics. C. Of creative works we have only the fragmentary Poetics. To these may be added a few poems, one of which is given here. Besides the extant works of Aristotle, we have titles, fragments, and some knowledge of the contents of a large number more. Among these are the whole of the exoteric works, including 19 dialogues. A list of his works, as arranged in the Alexandrian library, apparently, is given by Diogenes Laertius in his Life of Aristotle, printed in the Berlin and Paris editions of Aristotle, a list in which it is not easy to identify the whole of the extant works. The fragments appear in both the editions just named. Some of the works named above are almost certainly spurious, for example, the Rhetoric to Alexander, the Economics, etc. The chief editions of Aristotle's works, exclusive of the Constitution of Athens, are that of the Berlin Academy, M. Becker, containing text, scholia, Latin translation, and index in Greek, 5 volumes, square quarto; and the Paris or Didot, Dübner, Bussmacher, Heitz, containing text, Latin translation, and very complete index in Latin, 5 volumes, quarto. Of the chief works the best editions are Organon, Waitz; Metaphysics, Schwegler, Bonitz; Physics, Prantl; Meteorologies, Edler; On the Generation of Animals, Aubert and Wimmer; Psychology, Trendelenburg, Torstrick, Wallace, with English translation; Nicomachean Ethics, Grant, Ramsauer, Süssmuhl; Politics, Starr, Süssmuhl; Constitution of Athens, Kenyon, Sandys; Poetics, Süssmuhl, Wallin, Butcher, with English translation. There are few good English translations of Aristotle's works, but among these may be mentioned Peter's Nicomachean Ethics, Jowett's and Weldon's Politics, and Post's Constitution of Athens. There is a fair French translation of the principal works by Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire. The Berlin Academy is now, 1896, publishing the ancient Greek commentaries on Aristotle in 35 quarto volumes. The best work on Aristotle is that by E. Zeller in volume 3 of his Philosophie der Griechen. The English works by Lewes and Grote are inferior. For bibliography the student may consult Überweg, Grundriss der Geschichte der Philosophik, volume 1, pages 196 and following. End of section 40. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 41. Selected excerpts by Aristotle. The nature of the soul. From On the Soul, Book 3, Chapter 6. Concerning that part of the soul, however, by which the soul knows, and is prudentially wise, whether it is separable or not separable, according to magnitude, but according to reason, it must be considered what difference it possesses, and how intellectual perception is produced. If, therefore, to perceive intellectually is the same thing as to perceive sensibly, it will either be to suffer something from the intelligible, or something else of this kind. It is necessary, however, that it should be impassive, but capable of receiving form; and in capacity a thing of this kind, but not this; and also that as the sensitive power is to sensibles, so should intellect be to intelligibles. It is necessary, therefore, since it understands all things, that it should be unmingled, as Anaxagoras says, that it may predominate. But this is that it may know; for that which is foreign at the same time presenting itself to view, impedes and obstructs. Hence neither is there any other nature of it than this, that it is possible. That therefore which is called the intellect of soul, I mean the intellect by which the soul energizes dianetically and hypoleptically, is nothing in energy of beings before it intellectually perceives them. Hence neither is it reasonable that it should be mingled with the body, for thus it would become a thing with certain quality, would be hot or cold, and would have a certain organ in the same manner as the sensitive power. Now, however, there is no organ of it. In a proper manner therefore do they speak who say that the soul is the place of forms, except that this is not true of the whole soul, but of that which is intellective; nor is it forms in intellecheia, but in capacity. But that the impassivity of the sensitive and intellective power is not similar, is evident in the sensoria and in sense. For sense cannot perceive from a vehement sensible object, as for instance sounds from very loud sounds, nor from strong odours or colours can it either see or smell. But intellect, when it understands anything very intelligible, does not less understand inferior concerns, but even understands them in a greater degree. For the sensitive power is not without body, but intellect is separate from body. When, however, it becomes particulars, in such a manner as he is said to possess scientific knowledge who scientifically knows in energy, and this happens when it is able to energize through itself, then also it is similarly in a certain respect in capacity, yet not after the same manner as before it learnt or discovered, and it is then itself able to understand itself. By the sensitive power, therefore, it distinguishes the hot and the cold, and those things of which flesh is a certain reason; but by another power, either separate, or as an inflected line subsists with reference to itself when it is extended, it distinguishes the essence of flesh. Further still, in those things which consist in ablation, the straight is as the flat nose, for it subsists with the continued. Some one, however, may question if intellect is simple and impassive, and has nothing in common with anything, as Anaxagoras says, how can it perceive intellectually, if to perceive intellectually is to suffer something? For so far as something is common to both, the one appears to act, but the other to suffer. Again, it may also be doubted whether intellect is itself intelligible. For either intellect will also be present with other things, if it is not intelligible according to another thing, but the intelligible is one certain thing in species; or it will have something mingled, which will make it to be intelligible in the same manner as other things. Or shall we say that to suffer subsists according to something common? On which account it was before observed that intellect is in capacity, in a certain respect, intelligibles, but is no one of them in entellecheia, before it understands or perceives intellectually. But it is necessary to conceive of it as of a table in which nothing is written in entellecheia, which happens to be the case in intellect. But in those things which have matter, each of the intelligibles is in capacity only. Hence intellect will not be present with them, for the intellect of such things is capacity without matter; but with intellect the intelligible will be present. Since, however, in every nature there is something which is matter to each genus, and this because it is all those in capacity, and something which is the cause and effective, because it produces all things, in such a manner as art is affected with respect to matter, it is necessary that these differences should also be inherent in the soul. And the one is an intellect of this kind because it becomes all things, but the other because it produces all things as a certain habit, such, for instance, as light. For in a certain respect light also causes colours, which are in capacity to be colours in energy. And this intellect is separate, unmingled, and impassive, since it is in its essence energy; for the efficient is always more honourable than the patient, and the principle than matter. Science also in energy is the same as the thing, which is scientifically known; but science which is in capacity is prior in time in the one to science in energy; though, in short, neither is capacity prior to energy in time. It does not, however, perceive intellectually at one time, and at another time not; but separate intellect is alone this very thing which it is, and this alone is immortal and eternal. We do not, however, remember, because this is impassive. But the passive intellect is corruptible, and without this the separate intellect understands nothing. On the difference between history and poetry, and how historical matter should be used in poetry. From the Poetics, chapter 9. But it is evident from what has been said that it is not the province of a poet to relate things which have happened, but such as might have happened, and such things as are possible according to probability, or which would necessarily have happened. For a historian and a poet do not differ from each other because the one writes in verse and the other in prose; for the history of Herodotus might be written in verse, and yet it would be no less a history with metre than without metre. But they differ in this, that the one speaks of things which have happened, and the other of such as might have happened. Hence poetry is more philosophic, and more deserving of attention, than history. For poetry speaks more of universals, but history of particulars. But universal consists indeed in relating or performing certain things which happen to a man of a certain description, either probably or necessarily; to which the aim of poetry is directed in giving names. But particular consists in narrating what, for example, Alcibiades did, or what he suffered. In comedy, therefore, this is now become evident. For comic poets have composed a fable through things of a probable nature. They thus give whatever names they please to their characters, and do not, like iambic poets, write poems about particular persons. But in tragedy they cling to real names. The cause, however, of this is that the possible is credible. Things, therefore, which have not yet been done, we do not yet believe to be possible; but it is evident that things which have been done are possible, for they would not have been done if they were impossible. Not indeed but that in some tragedies there are one or two known names, and the rest are feigned; but in others there is no known name, as for instance in the Flower of Agatho. For in this tragedy the things and the names are alike feigned, and yet it delights no less. Hence one must not seek to adhere entirely to traditional fables which are the subjects of tragedy; for it is ridiculous to make this the object of search, because even known subjects are known but to a few, though at the same time they delight all men. From these things, therefore, it is evident that a poet ought rather to be the author of fables than of metres, inasmuch as he is a poet from imitation, and he imitates actions. Hence, though it should happen that he relates things which have happened, he is no less a poet. For nothing hinders but that some actions which have happened are such as might both probably and possibly have happened, and by the narration of such he is a poet. But of simple plots and actions the episodic are the worse. But I call the plot episodic in which it is neither probable nor necessary that the episodes follow each other. Such plots, however, are composed by bad poets, indeed through their own want of ability, but by good poets on account of the players. For, introducing dramatic contests, and extending the plot beyond its capabilities, they are frequently compelled to distort the connection of the parts. But tragedy is not only an imitation of a perfect action, but also of actions which are terrible and piteous, and actions principally become such, and in a greater degree when they happen contrary to opinion, on account of each other. For thus they will possess more of the marvellous than if they happened from chance and fortune, since also of things which are from fortune those appear to be most admirable which seem to happen as it were by design. Thus the statue of Mitius at Argos killed him who was the cause of the death of Mitius, by falling as he was surveying it. For such events as these seem not to take place casually; hence it is necessary that fables of this kind should be more beautiful. On Philosophy. Quoted in Cicero's Nature of the Gods. If there were men whose habitations had always been underground, in great and commodious houses, adorned with statues and pictures, furnished with everything which they who are reputed happy abound with, and if, without stirring from thence, they should be informed of a certain divine power and majesty, and after some time the earth should open, and they should quit their dark abode to come to us, where they should immediately behold the earth, the seas, the heavens, should consider the vast extent of the clouds and force of the winds, should see the sun, and observe its grandeur and beauty, and perceive that day is occasioned by the diffusion of his light through the sky, and when night has obscured the earth they should contemplate the heavens, bespangled and adorned with stars, the surprising variety of the moon in her increase and wane, the rising and setting of all the stars, and the inviolable regularity of their courses. When, says he, they should see these things, they would undoubtedly conclude that there are gods, and that these are their mighty works. On Essences. From the Metaphysics, Book 11, Chapter 1. The subject of theory or speculative science is essence. In it are investigated the principles and causes of essences. The truth is, if the all be regarded as a whole, essence is its first or highest part. Also, if we consider the natural order of the categories, essence stands at the head of the list. Then comes quality, then quantity. It is true that the other categories, such as qualities and movements, are not in any absolute sense at all, and the same is true of negatives, such as not white or not straight. Nevertheless, we use such expressions as not white is. Moreover, no one of the other categories is separable or independent. This is attested by the procedure of the older philosophers, for it was the principles, elements, and causes of essence that were the objects of their investigations. The thinkers of the present day, to be sure, are rather inclined to consider universals as essence. For genera are universals, and these they hold to be principles and essences, mainly because their mode of investigation is a logical one. The older philosophers, on the other hand, considered particular things to be essences, e.g., fire and earth, not body in general. There are three essences. Two of these are sensible, one being eternal and the other transient. The latter is obvious to all, in the form of plants and animals. With regard to the former, there is room for discussion as to whether its elements are one or many. The third, differing from the other two, is immutable, and is maintained by certain persons to be separable. Some make two divisions of it, whereas others class together, as of one nature, ideas and mathematical entities, and others again admit only the latter. The first two essences belong to physical science, for they are subject to change. The last belongs to another science, if there is no principle common to all. On Community of Studies, from the Politics, Book 8. No one therefore can doubt that the legislator ought principally to attend to the education of youth. For in cities where this is neglected, the politics are injured. For every state ought to be governed according to its nature, since the appropriate manners of each polities usually preserve the polity, and establish it from the beginning. Thus appropriate democratic manners preserve and establish a democracy, and oligarchic an oligarchy. Always, however, the best manners are the cause of the best polity. Further still, in all professions and arts there are some things which ought previously to be learnt, and to which it is requisite to be previously accustomed, in order to the performance of their several works, so that it is evident that it is also necessary in the practice of virtue. Since, however, there is one purpose to every city, it is evident that the education must necessarily be one and the same in all cities, and that the attention paid to this should be common. At the same time, also, no one ought to think that any person takes care of the education of his children separately, and privately teaches them that particular discipline, which appears to him to be proper. But it is necessary that the studies of the public should be common. At the same time, also, no one ought to think that any citizen belongs to him in particular, but that all the citizens belong to the city, for each individual is a part of the city. The care and attention, however, which are paid to each of the parts naturally look to the care and attention of the whole. And for this some one may praise the Lacedaemonians, for they pay very great attention to their children, and this in common. It is evident, therefore, that laws should be established concerning education, and that it should be made common. Hymn to Virtue. Virtue, to men thou bringest care and toil, yet art thou life's best, fairest spoil. O virgin goddess, for thy beauty's sake to die Is delicate in this our Greece, or to endure of pain the stern strong ache. Such fruit for our soul's ease of joys undying, Dearer far than gold, or home, or soft eyed sleep dost thou unfold. It was for thee the seed of Zeus, Stout Heracles and Leda's twins did choose strength-draining deeds to spread abroad thy name. Smit with the love of thee, Aias and Achilles went smiling down to death's portal, crowned with deathless fame. Now, since thou art so fair, leaving the lightsome air, Atarneus' hero hath died gloriously, wherefore immortal praise shall be his guerdon. His goodness and his deeds are made the burden of songs divine, sung by Memory's daughters nine, hymning of hospitable Zeus the might and friendship firm as fate in fate's despite. Translation of J. A. Symonds. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 42. Selected Works by Jan Arneson. Jan Arneson was born in 1819 at Hof Akagandstrand in Iceland, where his father, Arm Illugason, was clergyman. After completing the course at the Bessastad Latin School, at that time the most famous school in Iceland, he took his first position as librarian of the so-called Stiptbókasafn Islands, since 1881 called the National Library, which office he held till 1887, when he asked to be relieved from his official duties. During this period he had been also the first librarian of the Reykjavik branch of the Icelandic Literary Society, a teacher and the custodian of the library at the Latin School, which in the meantime had been moved from Bessastad to Reykjavik, secretary of the bishop, Helgi Thordarson, and custodian of the growing collection of Icelandic antiques which has formed the nucleus of a national museum. He had found time, besides, during these years, for considerable literary work, and apart from several valuable bibliographies had, alone and in collaboration, made important contributions to his native literature. He died at Reykjavik in 1888. His principal literary work, and that by which alone he is known outside of Iceland, is the collection of folk tales that appeared in Iceland in 1862-64 in 2 volumes, with the title Íslenskar Þjóðsögur og Ævintýri, Icelandic Popular Legends and Tales. A small preliminary collection called Íslensk Ævintýri, Icelandic Tales, made in collaboration with Magnus Grimsson, had been published in 1852. Subsequently Jan Arneson went to work single-handed to make an exhaustive collection of the folk tales of the country, which by travelling and correspondence he drew from every nook and corner of Iceland. No effort was spared to make the collection complete, and many years were spent in this undertaking. The results were in every way valuable. No more important collection of folk tales exists in the literature of any nation, and the work has become both a classic at home and a most suggestive link in the comparative study of folk-lore elsewhere. Arneson thus performed for his native land what the Grimms did for Germany, and what Asbjörnsen and Moe did for Norway. He has frequently been called the Grimm of Iceland. The stories of the collection have since found their way all over the world, many of them having been translated into English, German, French, and Danish. In his transcription of the tales, Arneson has followed, even more conscientiously, the plan of the Grimms in adhering to the local or individual form in which the story had come to him in writing or by oral transmission. We get in this way a perfect picture of the national spirit, and a better knowledge of life and environment in Iceland than from any other source. In these stories there is much to say of elves and trolls, of ghosts and fetches, of outlaws and the devil. Magic plays an important part, and there is the usual lore of beasts and plants. Many of them are but variants of folk tales that belong to the race. Others, however, are as plainly local evolutions, which in their whole conception are as weird and mysterious as the environment that has produced them. All the stories are from Icelandic Legends, translation of Powell and Magnusson. The Merman. Long ago a farmer lived at Vogar, who was a mighty fisherman, and of all the farms about, not one was so situated with regard to the fisheries as his. One day, according to custom, he had gone out fishing, and having cast down his line from the boat and waited a while, found it very hard to pull up again, as if there were something very heavy at the end of it. Imagine his astonishment when he found that what he had caught was a great fish, with a man's head and body. When he saw this creature was alive, he addressed it and said, "Who and whence are you?" "A merman from the bottom of the sea," was the reply. The farmer then asked him what he had been doing when the hook caught his flesh. The other replied, "I was turning the cowl of my mother's chimney pot to suit it to the wind. So let me go again, will you?" "Not for the present," said the fisherman. "You shall serve me a while first." So without more words he dragged him into the boat and rowed to shore with him. When they got to the boat-house, the fisherman's dog came to him and greeted him joyfully, barking and fawning upon him and wagging his tail. But his master's temper being none the best, he struck the poor animal, whereupon the merman laughed for the first time. Having fastened the boat, he went toward his house, dragging his prize with him over the fields, and stumbling over a hillock which lay in his way, cursed it heartily. Whereupon the merman laughed for the second time. When the fisherman arrived at the farm, his wife came out to receive him, and embraced him affectionately, and he received her salutations with pleasure, whereupon the merman laughed for the third time. Then said the farmer to the merman, "You have laughed 3 times. I am curious to know why you have laughed. Tell me, therefore." "Never will I tell you," replied the merman, "unless you promise to take me to the same place in the sea wherefrom you caught me, and there to let me go free again." So the farmer made him the promise. "Well," said the merman, "I laughed the first time because you struck your dog, whose joy at meeting you was real and sincere. The second time because you cursed the mound over which you stumbled, which is full of golden ducats. And the third time, because you received with pleasure your wife's empty and flattering embrace, who is faithless to you and a hypocrite. And now be an honest man, and take me out to the sea whence you brought me." The farmer replied, "2 things that you have told me I have no means of proving, namely, the faithfulness of my dog and the faithlessness of my wife. But the third I will try the truth of, and if the hillock contain gold, then I will believe the rest." Accordingly he went to the hillock, and having dug it up, found therein a great treasure of gold ducats, as the merman had told him. After this the farmer took the merman down to the boat, and to that place in the sea whence he had brought him. Before he put him in, the latter said to him, "Farmer, you have been an honest man, and I will reward you for restoring me to my mother, if only you have skill enough to take possession of property that I shall throw in your way. Be happy and prosper." Then the farmer put the merman into the sea, and he sank out of sight. It happened that not long after 7 sea-gray cows were seen on the beach, close to the farmer's land. These cows appeared to be very unruly, and ran away directly the farmer approached them. So he took a stick and ran after them, possessed with the fancy that if he could burst the bladder which he saw on the nose of each of them, they would belong to him. He contrived to hit the bladder on the nose of one cow, which then became so tame that he could easily catch it, while the others leaped into the sea and disappeared. The farmer was convinced that this was a gift of the merman, and a very useful gift it was, for better cow was never seen nor milked in all the land, and she was the mother of the race of gray cows so much esteemed now. And the farmer prospered exceedingly, but never caught any more mermen. As for his wife, nothing further is told about her, so we can repeat nothing. The Fisherman of Götur. It is told that long ago a peasant living at Götur, in Myrdalur, went out fishing round the island of Dyrhólar. In returning from the sea he had to cross a morass. It happened once that on his way home after nightfall he came to a place where a man had lost his horse in the bog and was unable to recover it without help. The fisherman, to whom this man was a stranger, aided him in freeing his horse from the peat. When the animal stood again safe and sound upon the dry earth, the stranger said to the fisherman, "I am your neighbor, for I live in Hemskill, and am returning from the sea, like you. But I am so poor that I cannot pay you for this service as you ought to be paid. But I will promise you, however, this much, that you shall never go to sea without catching fish, nor ever, if you take my advice, return with empty hands. But you must never put to sea without having first seen me pass your house, as if going toward the shore. Obey me in this matter, and I promise you that you shall never launch your boat in vain." The fisherman thanked him for this advice. And sure enough it was that for 3 years after, never putting to sea till he had first seen his neighbor pass his door, he always launched his boat safely, and always came home full-handed. But at the end of the 3 years it fell out that one day in the early morning the fisherman, looking out from his house, saw the wind and weather favorable, and all other fishers hurrying down to the sea to make the best of so good a time. But though he waited hour after hour in the hope of seeing his neighbor pass, the man of Hamskill never came. At last, losing his patience, he started out without having seen him go by. When he came down to the shore, he found that all the boats were launched and far away. Before night the wind rose and became a storm, and every boat that had that day put to sea was wrecked, and every fisher drowned. The peasant of Götter alone escaping, for he had been unable to go fishing. The next night he had a strange dream, in which his neighbor from Hamskill came to him and said, "Although you did not yesterday follow my advice, I yet so far felt kindly toward you that I hindered you from going out to sea, and saved you thus from drowning. But look no more forth to see me pass, for we have met for the last time." And never again did the peasant see his neighbor pass his door. The Magic Scythe. A certain day laborer once started from his home in the south, to earn wages for hay-cutting in the north country. In the mountains he was suddenly overtaken by a thick mist and sleet storm, and lost his way. Fearing to go on further, he pitched his tent in a convenient spot, and taking out his provisions, began to eat. While he was engaged upon his meal, a brown dog came into the tent, so ill-favored, dirty, wet, and fierce-eyed, that the poor man felt quite afraid of it, and gave it as much bread and meat as it could devour. This dog swallowed greedily, and ran off again into the mist. At first the man wondered much to see a dog in such a wild place, where he never expected to meet with a living creature, but after a while he thought no more about the matter, and having finished his supper, fell asleep, with his saddle for a pillow. At midnight he dreamed that he saw a tall and aged woman enter his tent, who spoke thus to him: "I am beholden to you, good man, for your kindness to my daughter, but I am unable to reward you as you deserve. Here is a scythe, which I place beneath your pillow. It is the only gift I can make you, but despise it not. It will surely prove useful to you, as it can cut down all that lies before it. Only beware of putting it into the fire to temper it. Sharpen it, however, as you will, but in that way never." So saying, she was seen no more. When the man awoke and looked forth, he found the mist all gone, and the sun high in heaven. So getting all his things together and striking his tent, he laid them upon the pack-horse, saddling last of all his own horse. But on lifting his saddle from the ground, he found beneath it a small scythe-blade, which seemed well worn and was rusty. On seeing this, he at once recalled to mind his dream, and taking the scythe with him, he set out once more on his way. He soon found again the road which he had lost, and made all speed to reach the well-peopled district to which he was bound. When he arrived at the north country, he went from house to house, but did not find any employment, for every farmer had laborers enough, and 1 week of hay harvest was already past. He heard it said, however, that one old woman in the district, generally thought by her neighbors to be skilled in magic and very rich, always began her hay-cutting a week later than anybody else, and though she seldom employed a laborer, always contrived to finish it by the end of the season. When by any chance, and it was a rare one, she did engage a workman, she was never known to pay him for his work. Now the peasant from the south was advised to ask the old woman for employment, having been warned of her strange habits. He accordingly went to her house and offered himself to her as a day laborer. She accepted his offer, and told him that he might, if he chose, work a week for her, but must expect no payment. "Except," she said, "you can cut more grass in the whole week than I can rake on the last day of it." To these terms he gladly agreed, and began mowing. And a very good scythe he found that to be which the woman had given him in his dream, for it cut well and never wanted sharpening, though he worked with it for 5 days unceasingly. He was well content too with his place, for the old woman was kind enough to him. One day, entering the forge next to her house, he saw a vast number of scythe handles, rakes, and a big heap of blades, and wondered beyond measure what the old lady could want with all these. It was the 5th day, the Friday, when he was asleep that night, the same elf woman whom he had seen upon the mountains came again to him and said, "Large as are the meadows you have mown, your employer will easily be able to rake in all that hay to-morrow, and if she does so, will, as you know, drive you away without paying you. When therefore you see yourself worsted, go into the forge, take as many scythe handles as you think proper, fit their blades to them, and carry them out into the part of the land where the hay is yet uncut. There you must lay them on the ground, and you shall see how things go." This said, she disappeared, and in the morning the labourer, getting up, set to work as usual at his mowing. At 6 o'clock the old witch came out, bringing 5 rakes with her, and said to the man, "A goodly piece of ground you have mowed, indeed." And so saying she spread the rakes upon the hay. Then the man saw, to his astonishment, that though the one she held in her hand raked in great quantities of hay, the other 4 raked in no less each, all of their own accord, and with no hand to wield them. At noon, seeing that the old woman would soon get the best of him, he went into the forge and took out several scythe handles, to which he fixed their blades, and bringing them out into the field, laid them down upon the grass which was yet standing. Then all the scythes set to work of their own accord, and cut down the grass so quickly that the rakes could not keep pace with them. And so they went on all the rest of the day, and the old woman was unable to rake in all the hay which lay in the fields. After dark, she told him to gather up his scythes, and to take them into the house again, while she collected her rakes, saying to him, "You are wiser than I took you to be, and you know more than myself. So much the better for you, for you may stay with me as long as you like." He spent the whole summer in her employment, and they agreed very well together, mowing with mighty little trouble the vast amount of hay. In the autumn she sent him away, well laden with money, to his own home in the south. The next summer, and more than one summer following, he spent in her employ, always being paid as his heart could desire at the end of the season. After some years he took a farm of his own in the south country, and was always looked upon by all his neighbours as an honest man, a good fisherman, and an able workman in whatever he might put his hand to. He always cut his own hay, never using any scythe but that which the elf woman had given him upon the mountains, nor did any of his neighbours ever finish their mowing before him. One summer it chanced that while he was fishing, one of his neighbours came to his house and asked his wife to lend him her husband's scythe, as he had lost his own. The farmer's wife looked for one, but could only find the one upon which her husband set such store. This, however, a little loth, she lent to the man, begging him at the same time never to temper it in the fire, for that, she said, her good man never did. So the neighbour promised, and taking it with him, bound it to a handle and began to work with it. But, sweep as he would, and strain as he would, and sweep and strain he did right lustily, not a single blade of grass fell. Wroth at this, the man tried to sharpen it, but with no avail. Then he took it into his forge, intending to temper it, for, thought he, what harm could that possibly do? But as soon as the flames touched it, the steel melted like wax, and nothing was left but a little heap of ashes. Seeing this, the man went in haste to the farmer's house, where he had borrowed it, and told the woman what had happened. She was at her wits' end with fright and shame when she heard of it, for she knew well enough how her husband set store by this scythe, and how angry he would be at its loss. And angry indeed he was, when he came home, and he beat his wife well for her folly in lending what was not hers to lend. But his wrath was soon over, and he never again, as he never had before, laid the stick about his wife's shoulders. The Manservant and the Water Elves. In a large house, where all the chief rooms were panelled, there lived once upon a time a farmer, whose ill fate it was that every servant of his that was left alone to guard the house on Christmas Eve, while the rest of the family went to church, was found dead when the family returned home. As soon as the report of this was spread abroad, the farmer had the greatest difficulty in procuring servants who would consent to watch alone in the house on that night, until at last, one day a man, a strong fellow, offered him his services, to sit up alone and guard the house. The farmer told him what fate awaited him for his rashness, but the man despised such a fear, and persisted in his determination. On Christmas Eve, when the farmer and all his family, except for the new manservant, were preparing for church, the farmer said to him, "Come with us to church. I cannot leave you here to die." But the other replied, "I intend to stay here, for it would be unwise in you to leave your house unprotected, and besides, the cattle and sheep must have their food at the proper time." "Never mind the beasts," answered the farmer. "Do not be so rash as to remain in the house this night, for whenever we have returned from church on this night, we have always found every living thing in the house dead, with all its bones broken." But the man was not to be persuaded, as he considered all these fears beneath his notice. So the farmer and the rest of the servants went away and left him behind, alone in the house. As soon as he was by himself he began to consider how to guard against anything that might occur, for a dread had stolen over him, in spite of his courage, that something strange was about to take place. At last he thought that the best thing to do was, first of all, light up the family room, and then to find some place in which to hide himself. As soon as he had lighted all the candles, he moved 2 planks out of the wainscot at the end of the room, and creeping into the space between it and the wall, restored the planks to their places, so that he could see plainly into the room, and yet avoid being himself discovered. He had scarcely finished concealing himself when 2 fierce and strange-looking men entered the room and began looking about. One of them said, "I smell a human being." "No," replied the other, "there is no human being here." Then they took a candle and continued their search, until they found the man's dog asleep under one of the beds. They took it up, and having dashed it on the ground till every bone in its body was broken, hurled it from them. When the manservant saw this, he congratulated himself on not having fallen into their hands. Suddenly the room was filled with people, who were laden with tables and all kinds of table furniture, silver, claws, and all, which they spread out, and having done so, sat down to a rich supper, which they had also brought with them. They feasted noisily, and spent the remainder of the night in drinking and dancing. 2 of them were appointed to keep guard, in order to give the company due warning of the approach either of anybody or of the day. 3 times they went out, always returning with the news that they neither saw the approach of any human being, nor yet the break of day. But when the manservant suspected the night to be pretty far spent, he jumped from his place of concealment into the room, and clashing the 2 planks together with as much noise as he could make, shouted like a madman, "The day! The day! The day!" On these words the whole company rose scared from their seats, and rushed headlong out, leaving behind them not only their tables and all the silver dishes, but even the very clothes they had taken off for ease in dancing. In the hurry of flight many of them were wounded and trodden under foot, while the rest ran into the darkness, the manservant after them, clapping the planks together and shrieking, "The day! The day! The day!" until they came to a large lake, into which the whole party plunged headlong and disappeared. From this the man knew them to be water elves. Then he returned home, gathered the corpses of the elves who had been killed in the flight, killed the wounded ones, and, making a great heap of them all, burned them. When he had finished this task, he cleaned up the house and took possession of all the treasures the elves had left behind them. On the farmer's return, the servant told him all that had occurred, and showed him the spoils. The farmer praised him for a brave fellow, and congratulated him on having escaped with his life. The man gave him half the treasures of the elves, and ever afterward prospered exceedingly. This was the last visit the water elves ever paid to that house. The Crossways. It is supposed that among the hills there are certain crossroads, from the centre of which you can see 4 churches, one at the end of each road. If you sit at the crossing of these roads on Christmas Eve, or as others say on New Year's Eve, elves come from every direction and cluster round you, and ask you, with all sorts of banishments and fair promises, to go with them. But you must continue silent. Then they bring to you the rarities and delicacies of every description, gold, silver, and precious stones, meat and wines, of which they beg you to accept. But you must neither move a limb nor accept a single thing they offer you. If you get so far as this without speaking, elf women come to you in the likeness of your mother, your sister, or any other relation, and beg you to come with them, using every art and entreaty. But beware you neither move nor speak. And if you can continue to keep silent and motionless all the night, until you see the first streak of dawn, then start up and cry aloud, "Praise be to God, his daylight filleth the heavens!" As soon as you have said this, the elves will leave you, and with you all the wealth they have used to entice you, which will now be yours. But should you either answer or accept of their offers, you will from that moment become mad. On the night of one Christmas Eve, a man named Fusi was out on the cross roads, and managed to resist all the entreaties and proffers of the elves, until one of them offered him a large lump of mutton suet, and begged him to take a bite of it. Fusi, who had up till this time gallantly resisted all such offers as gold and silver and diamonds and such filthy lucre, could hold out no longer, and crying, "Seldom have I refused a bite of mutton suet," he went mad. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 43. Selected Poems by Ernst Moritz Arndt. Sprung from the sturdy peasant stock of the North, to which patriotism is a chief virtue, Ernst Moritz Arndt first saw the light at Schoritz, island of Rügen, then a dependency of Sweden, December 29th, 1769. His father, once a serf, had achieved a humble independence, and he destined his clever son for the ministry, the one vocation open to him which meant honor and advancement. The young man studied theology at Greifswald and Jena, but later turned his attention exclusively to history and literature. His early life is delightfully described in his Stories and Recollections of Childhood. His youth was moulded by the influence of Goethe, Klopstock, Bürger, and Voss. After completing his university studies, he travelled extensively in Austria, Hungary, and northern Italy. His account of these journeys, published in 1802, shows his keen observation of men and affairs. He began his long service to his country by his history of serfdom in Pomerania and Sweden, which contributed largely to the general abolition of the ancient abuse. He became professor of history in the University of Greifswald in 1806, and about that time began to publish the first series of The Spirit of the Times. These were stirring appeals to rouse the Germans against the oppressions of Napoleon. In consequence he was obliged to flee to Sweden. After 3 years he returned under an assumed name, and again took up his work at Greifswald. In 1812, after the occupation of Pomerania by the French, his fierce denunciations again forced him to flee, this time to Russia, the only refuge open to him. There he joined Baron von Stein, who eagerly made use of him in his schemes for the liberation of Germany. At this time his finest poems were written, those kindling war songs that appealed so strongly to German patriotism, when songs were sermons and sermons were songs. The most famous of these, What is the German's Fatherland?, The Song of the Field Marshal, and The God Who Made Earth's Iron Hoard, still live as national lyrics. Arndt was also constantly occupied in writing pamphlets of the most stirring nature, as their titles show. The Rhine, Germany's river, but never Germany's boundary. the Soldier's Catechism, and the Militia and the General Levy. After the disasters of the French in Russia, he returned to Germany, unceasingly devoted to his task of rousing the people. Though by birth a Swede, he had become at heart a Prussian, seeing in Prussia alone the possibility of German unity. In 1817 he married Schleiermacher's sister, and the following year was appointed professor of history in the newly established University of Bonn. Shortly afterward suspended on account of his liberal views, he was forced to spend 20 years in retirement. His leisure gave opportunity for literary work, however, and he availed himself of it by producing several historical treatises and his interesting Reminiscences of My Public Life. One of the first acts of Frederick William IV. After his accession was to restore Arndt to the professorship at Bonn. He took a lively interest in the events of 1848, and belonged to the deputation that offered the imperial crown to the King of Prussia. He continued in the hope and the advocacy of German unity, though he did not live to see it realized. The 90th birthday of Father Arndt, as he was fondly called by his countrymen, was celebrated with general rejoicing throughout Germany. He died shortly afterward, on January 29th, 1860. Arndt's importance as a poet is due to the stirring scenes of his earlier life and the political needs of Germany. He was no genius, he was not even a deep scholar. His only great work is his war songs and patriotic ballads. Germany honors his manly character and patriotic zeal in that stormy period of liberation which led through many apparent defeats to the united empire of today. The best German biographies are that of Schenkel (1869), W. Baur (1882), and Langenberg (1869). The latter, in 1878, edited Arndt's Letters to a Friend. J.R. Seeley's Life and Adventures of E.M. Arndt (1879) is founded on the latter's Reminiscences of My Public Life. What is the German's fatherland? What is the German's fatherland? Is it Prussia or the Swabians' land? Is it where the grape glows on the Rhine, where seagulls skim the Baltic's brine? Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Bavaria or the Styrians' land? Is it where the master's cattle graze? Is it the Mark where forges blaze? Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Westphalia? Pomerania strand? Where the sand drifts along the shores, or where the Danube's surges roar? Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Now name for me that mighty land. Is it Switzerland or Tyrols? Tell. The land and people pleased me well. Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Now name for me that mighty land. Oh, Austria surely it must be, so rich in fame and victory. Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Tell me the name of that great land. Is it the land which princely hate tore from the emperor and the state? Oh no! More grand must be the German's fatherland. What is the German's fatherland? Now name at last that mighty land, where'er resounds the German tongue, where'er its hymns to God are sung. That is the land, brave German, that thy fatherland. That is the German's fatherland, where binds like oak the clasped hand, where truth shines clearly from the eyes, and in the heart affection lies. Be this the land, brave German, this thy fatherland. That is the German's fatherland. Where scorn shall foreign triflers brand, where all are foes whose deeds offend, where every noble soul's a friend, be this the land, all Germany shall be the land. All Germany that land shall be. Watch o'er it, God, and grant that we, with German hearts, in deed and thought, may love it truly as we ought. Be this the land, all Germany shall be the land. The Song of the Field Marshal. What's the blast from the trumpets? Hussars to the fray! The field marshal rides in the rolling melee, so gay on his mettlesome war horse he goes, so fierce waves his glittering sword at his foes, and here are the Germans, Juchheirassassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! Oh, see as he comes, how his piercing eyes gleam! Oh, see how behind him his snowy locks stream! So fresh blooms his age like a well-ripened wine, he may well as the battle-field's autocrat shine. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! It was he, when his country in ruin was laid, who sternly to heaven uplifted his blade, and swore on the brand with a heart burning high, to show Frenchmen the trade that the Prussians could ply. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! That oath he has kept. When the battle cry rang, hey! how the gray youth to the saddle upsprang! He made a sweep dance for the French in the room, and swept the land clean with a steel-ended broom. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! At Lützen in the meadow he kept up such a strife, that many thousand Frenchmen there yielded up their life, that thousands ran headlong for very life's sake, and thousands are sleeping who never will wake. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! On the water, at Katzbach, his oath was in trim, he taught in a moment the Frenchmen to swim. Farewell, Frenchmen, fly to the Baltic to save! You mob without breeches, catch whales for your grave. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! At Wartburg on the Elbe, how he cleared him a path! Neither fortress nor town barred the French from his wrath. Like hares o'er the field they all scuttled away, while behind him the hero rang out his huzza! And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! At Leipzig, O glorious fight on the plain! French luck and French might strove against him in vain. There beaten and stiff lay the foe in their blood, and there dear old Blücher a field marshal stood. And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! Then sound, blaring trumpets! Hussars, charge once more! Ride, field marshal, ride like the wind in the roar! To the Rhine, over Rhine, in your triumph advance! Brave sword of our country, right on into France! And here are the Germans, Juchheira Sassa! The Germans are joyful, they're shouting hurrah! Patriotic Song. God, who gave iron, purposed ne'er that man should be a slave. Therefore the sabre, sword, and spear in his right hand he gave. Therefore he gave him fiery mood, fierce speech, and free-born breath, that he might fearlessly the feud maintain through life and death. Therefore will we what God did say with honest truth maintain, and ne'er a fellow creature slay, a tyrant's pay to gain. But he shall fall by stroke of brand who fights for sin and shame, and not inherit German land with men of German name. O Germany, bright fatherland! O German love, so true! Thou sacred land, thou beauteous land, we swear to thee anew. Outlawed, each knave and coward shall the crow and raven feed, but we will to the battle all, revenge shall be our need. Flash forth, whatever can, to bright and flaming life! Now all ye Germans, man for man, forth to the holy strife! Your hands lift upward to the sky, your heart shall upward soar, and man for man, let each one cry, our slavery is o'er. Let sound, whatever can, trumpet and fife and drum! This day, our sabres, man for man, to stain with blood we come. With hangmen's and with Frenchmen's blood, O glorious day of ire, that to all Germans soundeth good, day of our great desire! Let wave, whatever can, standard and banner wave! Here will we purpose, man for man, to grace a hero's grave. Advance, ye brave ranks, heartily! Your banners wave on high! We'll gain us freedom's victory, or freedom's death we'll die. End of Section 43.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 44. Selected excerpts from The Light of Asia by Edwin Arnold. Edwin Arnold, born 1832, The favorite and now venerable English poet, Edwin Arnold, showed his skill in smooth and lucid verse early in life. In 1852, when 20 years of age, he won the Newdigate Prize at Oxford for a poem, The Feast of Belshazzar. 2 years later, after graduation with honors, he was named second master of Edward VI's school at Birmingham, and a few years subsequent, principal of the Government Sanskrit College at Poona in India. In 1856 he published Griselda, a Tragedy, and after his return to London in 1861, translations from the Greek of Herodotus and the Sanskrit of the Indian classic Hitopadesha, the latter under the name of the Book of Good Counsels. There followed from his pen Education in India, a history of the administration in India under the late Marquis of Dalhousie, 1862-64, and The Poets of Greece, a collection of fine passages, 1869. In addition to his other labors, he has been one of the editors-in-chief of the London Daily Telegraph. Saturated with the Orient, familiar with every aspect of its civilization, moral and religious life, history and feeling, Sir Edwin's literary work has attested his knowledge in a large number of smaller poetical productions, and a group of religious epics of long and impressive extent. Chiefest among them ranks that on the life and teachings of Buddha, The Light of Asia, or The Great Renunciation, 1879. It has passed through more than 80 editions in this country, and almost as many in England. In recognition of this work, Mr. Arnold was decorated by the King of Siam with the Order of the White Elephant. 2 years after its appearance he published Mahabharata, Indian Idylls, and in 1883, Pearls of the Faith, or Islam's Rosary, being the 99 beautiful names of Allah, with comments in verse from various Oriental sources. In 1886 the Sultan conferred on him the Imperial Order of Osmanli, and in 1888 he was created Knight Commander of the Indian Empire by Queen Victoria. Sa'di in the Garden, or The Book of Love, 1888, a poem turning on the part of the Bostani of the Persian poet Sa'di, brought Sir Edwin the Order of the Lion and Sun from the Shah of Persia. In 1888 he published also poems national and non-Oriental. Since then he has written The Light of the World, Potiphar's Wife and Other Poems, 1892, The Iliad and Odyssey of Asia, and in prose, India Revisited, 1891. Seas and Lands, Japonica, which treats of life and things Japanese, and Adzuma, the Japanese Wife, a play in 4 acts, 1893. During his travels in Japan, the Emperor decorated him with the Order of the Rising Sun. In 1893 Sir Edwin was chosen president of the Birmingham and Midland Institute. His latest volume, The 10th Muse, and Other Poems, appeared in 1895. The Light of Asia, the most successful of his works, attracted instant attention on its appearance, as a novelty of rich Indian local color. In substance it is a graceful and dramatic paraphrase of the mass of more or less legendary tales of the life and spiritual career of the Buddha, Prince Gautama, and a summary of the principles of the great religious system originating with him. It is lavishly embellished with Indian allusions, and expresses incidentally the very spirit of the East. In numerous cantos, proceeding from episode to episode of its mystical hero's career, its effect is that of a lofty, ethical, picturesque, and fascinating biography, in highly polished verse. The metre selected is a graceful and dignified one, especially associated with Paradise Lost and other of the foremost classics of English verse. Sir Edwin says of the poem in his preface, "I have sought, by the medium of an imaginary Buddhist votary, to depict the life and character and indicate the philosophy of that noble hero and reformer, Prince Gautama of India, the founder of Buddhism, and the poet has admirably, if most flatteringly, succeeded. The poem has been printed in innumerable cheap editions, as well as those deluxe, and while it has been criticized as too complacent a study of even primitive Buddhism, it is beyond doubt a lyrical tract of eminent utility as well as seductive charm. The Youth of Buddha, from The Light of Asia. This reverence Lord Buddha kept to all his schoolmasters, albeit beyond their learning taught, in speech right gentle, yet so wise, princely of mien, yet softly mannered, modest, deferent, and tender-hearted, though of fearless blood. No bolder horseman in the youthful band e'er rode in gay chase of the shy gazelles, no keener driver of the chariot in mimic contest scoured the palace courts, yet in mid-play the boy would oft-times pause, letting the deer pass free, would oft-times yield his half-won race because the labouring steeds fetched painful breath, or if his princely mates saddened to lose, or if some wistful dream swept over his thoughts. And ever with the years waxed this compassionateness of our Lord, even as a great tree grows from two soft leaves to spread its shade afar, but hardly yet knew the young child of sorrow, pain, or tears, save as strange names for things not felt by kings, nor ever to be felt. But it befell in the royal garden on a day of spring, a flock of wild swans passed, voyaging north to their nest-places on Himala's breast. Calling in love-notes down their snowy line, the bright birds flew, by fond love piloted, and Devadatta, cousin of the prince, pointed his bow, and loosed a wilful shaft, which found the wide wing of the foremost swan broad spread to glide upon the free blue road, so that it fell, the bitter arrow fixed, bright scarlet blood-gouts staining the pure plumes, which seeing, Prince Siddhartha took the bird tenderly up, rested it in his lap, sitting with knees crossed as Lord Buddha sits, and soothing with a touch the wild thing's fright, composed its ruffled vans, calmed its quick heart, caressed it into peace with light kind palms, as soft as plantain leaves an hour unrolled. And while the left hand held, the right hand drew the cruel steel forth from the wound, and laid cool leaves and healing honey on the smart. Yet all so little knew the boy of pain, that curiously into his wrist he pressed the arrow's barb, and winced to feel it sting, and turned with tears to soothe his bird again. Then some one came who said, "My prince hath shot a swan, which fell among the roses here. He bids me pray you send it. Will you send?" "Nay," quoth Siddhartha, "if the bird were dead, to send it to the slayer might be well. But the swan lives. My cousin hath but killed the godlike speed which throbbed in this white wing." And Devadatta answered, "The wild thing, living or dead, is his who fetched it down. 'Twas no man's in the clouds, but fallen 'tis mine. Give me my prize, fair cousin." Then our Lord laid the swan's neck beside his own smooth cheek, and gravely spake, "Say no, the bird is mine, the first of myriad things which shall be mine by right of mercy and love's lordliness. For now I know by what within me stirs, that I shall teach compassion unto men, and be a speechless world's interpreter, abating this accursed flood of woe, not man's alone. But if the prince disputes, let him submit this matter to the wise, and we will wait their word." So it was done. In full divan the business had debate, and many thought this thing and many that, till there arose an unknown priest who said, "If life be aught, the Saviour of a life owns more the living thing than he can own who sought to slay. The slayer spoils and wastes, the cherisher sustains. Give him the bird," which judgment all found just. But when the king sought out the sage for honor, he was gone, and some one saw a hooded snake glide forth. The gods come oft times thus. So our Lord Buddha began his works of mercy. Yet not more knew he as yet of grief than that one bird's, which, being healed, went joyous to its kind. But on another day the king said, Come, sweet son, and see the pleasance of the spring, and how the fruitful earth is wooed to yield its riches to the reaper, how my realm, which shall be thine when the pile flames for me, feeds all its mouths and keeps the king's chest filled. Fair is the season with new leaves, bright blooms, green grass, and cries of plough-time. So they rode into a land of wells and gardens, where all up and down the rich red loam the steers strained their strong shoulders in the creaking yoke, dragging the ploughs. The fat soil rose and rolled in smooth dark waves back from the plough, who drove, planted both feet upon the leaping share to make the furrow deep. Among the palms the tinkle of the rippling water rang, and where it ran, the glad earth broidered it with balsams and the spears of lemon-grass. Elsewhere were sowers who went forth to sow, and all the jungle laughed with nesting songs, and all the thickets rustled with small life of lizard, bee, beetle, and creeping things, pleased at the springtime. In the mango sprays the sunbirds flashed. Alone at his green forge toiled the loud coppersmith. Bee-eaters hawked, chasing the purple butterflies. Beneath, striped squirrels raced, the mynas perked and picked, the 9 brown sisters chattered in the thorn. The pied fish-tiger hung above the pool, the egrets stalked among the buffaloes, the kites sailed circles in the golden air. About the painted temple peacocks flew, the blue doves cooed from every well. Far off the village drums beat for some marriage feast. All things spoke peace and plenty, and the prince saw and rejoiced. But looking deep he saw the thorns which grow upon this rose of life. How the swart peasant sweated for his wage, toiling for leave to live, and how he urged the great-eyed oxen through the flaming hours, goading their velvet flanks. Then marked he too how lizard fed on ant, and snake on him, and kite on both, and how the fish-hawk robbed the fish-tiger of that which it had seized, the shrike chasing the bulbul which did chase the jewelled butterflies, till everywhere each slew a slayer, and in turn was slain, life living upon death. So the fair show veiled one vast, savage, grim conspiracy of mutual murder, from the worm to man, who himself kills his fellow, seeing which the hungry ploughman and his labouring kine, their dewlaps blistered with the bitter yoke, the rage to live which makes all living strife, the prince Siddhartha sighed. "Is this," he said, "that happy earth they brought me forth to see? How salt with sweat the peasant's bread, how hard the oxen's service! In the brake, how fierce the war of weak and strong! I' the air what plots! No refuge e'en in water! Go aside a space, and let me muse on what ye show." So saying, the good Lord Buddha seated himself under a jambu tree, with ankles crossed, as holy statues sit, and first began to meditate this deep disease of life, what its far source and whence its remedy. So vast a pity filled him, such wide love for living things, such passion to heal pain, that by their stress his princely spirit passed to ecstasy, and purged from mortal taint of sense and self, the boy attained thereat dhyana, first step of the path. The pure sacrifice of Buddha. From The Light of Asia. Onward he passed, exceeding sorrowful, seeing how men fear so to die they are afraid to fear, lust so to live they dare not love their life, but plague it with fierce penances, belike to please the gods who grudge pleasure to man, belike to balk hell by self-kindled hells, belike in holy madness hoping soul may break the better through their wasted flesh. "O flowerets of the field," Siddhartha said, who turn your tender faces to the sun, glad of the light, and grateful with sweet breath of fragrance, and these robes of reverence donned, silver and gold and purple, none of ye miss perfect living, none of ye despoil your happy beauty. O ye palms, which rise eager to pierce the sky and drink the wind blown from Malaya and the cool blue seas, what secret know ye that ye grow content, from time of tender shoot to time of fruit, murmuring such sun-songs from your feathered crowns? Ye too, who dwell so merry in the trees, quick-darting parrots, bee-birds, bulbuls, doves, none of ye hate your life, none of ye deem to strain to better by foregoing needs. But man, who slays ye, being lord, is wise, and wisdom, nursed on blood, cometh thus forth in self-tormentings. While the master spake, blew down the mount the dust of pattering feet, white goats and black sheep, winding slow their way with many a lingering nibble at the tufts, and wandering from the path where water gleamed or wild figs hung. But always as they strayed, the herdsman cried or slung his sling, and kept the silly crowd still moving to the plain. A ewe with couplets in the flock there was, some hurt had lamed one lamb, which toiled behind bleeding, while in the front its fellow skipped, and the vexed dam hither and thither ran, fearful to lose this little one or that, which when our Lord did mark, full tenderly he took the limping lamb upon his neck, saying, Poor woolly mother, be at peace. Whither thou goest, I will bear thy care. 'Twere all as good to ease one beast of grief, as sit and watch the sorrows of the world in yonder caverns with the priests who pray. But, spake he of the herdsmen, wherefore, friends, drive ye the flocks adown under high noon, since 'tis at evening that men fold their sheep? And answer gave the peasants, We are sent to fetch a sacrifice of goats 50, and 50 sheep, the which our lord the king slayeth this night in worship of his gods. Then said the master, I will also go. So paced he patiently, bearing the lamb beside the herdsman in the dust and sun, the wistful ewe low bleating at his feet. Whom, when they came unto the river-side, a woman, dove-eyed, young, with tearful face and lifted hands, saluted, bending low. Lord, thou art he, she said, who yesterday had pity on me in the fig-grove here, where I live lone and reared my child. But he, straying amid the blossoms, found a snake, which twined about his wrist, while he did laugh and teased the quick-forked tongue and opened mouth of that cold playmate. But alas, ere long he turned so pale and still, I could not think why he should cease to play, and let my breast fall from his lips. And one said, He is sick of poison, and another, He will die. But I, who could not lose my precious boy, prayed of them physic, which might bring the light back to his eyes. It was so very small, that kiss-mark of the serpent, and I think it could not hate him, gracious as he was, nor hurt him in his sport. And some one said, There is a holy man upon the hill. Lo, now he passeth in the yellow robe. Ask of the Rishi if there be a cure for that which ails thy son. Whereon I came trembling to thee, whose brow is like a god's, and wept, and drew the face-cloth from my babe, praying thee tell what simples might be good. And thou, great sir, didst spurn me not, but gaze with gentle eyes, and touch with patient hand, then draw the face-cloth back, saying to me, Yea, little sister, there is that might heal thee first, and him, if thou couldst fetch the thing. For they who seek physicians bring to them what is ordained. Therefore, I pray thee, find black mustard seed, a tola. Only mark thou, take it not from any hand or house where father, mother, child, or slave hath died. It shall be well if thou canst find such seed." Thus didst thou speak, my lord. The master smiled exceeding tenderly. "Yea, I spake thus, dear Kisagotami. But didst thou find the seed?" "I went, lord, clasping to my breast the babe, grown colder, asking at each hut, here in the jungle and toward the town, 'I pray you give me mustard of your grace, a tola, black.' And each who had it gave, for all the poor are piteous to the poor. But when I asked, 'In my friend's household here, hath any peradventure ever died, husband or wife or child or slave?' they said, 'O sister, what is this you ask? The dead are very many, and the living few.' So with sad thanks I gave the mustard back, and prayed of others, but the others said, 'Here is the seed, but we have lost our slave. Here is the seed, but our good man is dead. Here is some seed, but he that sowed it died, between the rain time and the harvesting.' Ah, sir, I could not find a single house where there was mustard seed and none had died. Therefore I left my child, who would not suck nor smile, beneath the wild vines by the stream, to seek thy face and kiss thy feet, and pray where I might find this seed and find no death, if now indeed my baby be not dead, as I do fear, and as they said to me. My sister, thou hast found, the master said, searching for what none finds, that bitter balm I had to give thee. He thou lovest slept dead on thy bosom yesterday. To-day thou know'st the whole wide world weeps with thy woe. The grief which all hearts share grows less for one. Lo, I would pour my blood if it could stay thy tears, and win the secret of that curse which makes sweet love our anguish, and which drives o'er flowers and pastures to the sacrifice, as these dumb beasts are driven, men their lords. I seek that secret. Bury thou thy child." So entered they the city side by side, the herdsman and the prince, what time the sun gilded slow Sona's distant stream, and threw long shadows down the street and through the gate where the king's men kept watch. But when these saw our Lord bearing the lamb, the guards stood back, the market people drew their wains aside, in the bazaar buyers and sellers stayed the war of tongues to gaze on that mild face. The smith with lifted hammer in his hand forgot to strike, the weaver left his web, the scribe his scroll, the money-changer lost his count of cowries. From the unwatched rice Shiva's white bull fed free. The wasted milk ran o'er the lotta, while the milkers watched the passage of our Lord, moving so meek, with yet so beautiful a majesty. But most the women gathering in the doors asked, "Who is this that brings the sacrifice so graceful and peace-giving as he goes? What is his caste? Whence hath he eyes so sweet? Can he be Shakra or the Devaraj?" And others said, "It is the holy man who dwelleth with the rishis on the hill." But the Lord paced, in meditation lost, thinking, "Alas for all my sheep which have no shepherd, wandering in the night with none to guide them, bleating blindly toward the knife of death, as these dumb beasts which are their kin." Then someone told the king, "There cometh here a holy hermit, bringing down the flock which thou didst bid to crown the sacrifice." The king stood in his hall of offering. On either hand the white-robed Brahmans ranged, muttering their mantras, feeding still the fire which roared upon the midmost altar. There from scented woods flickered bright tongues of flame, hissing and curling as they licked the gifts of ghee and spices and the soma juice, the joy of Indra. Round about the pile a slow, thick, scarlet streamlet smoked and ran, sucked by the sand, but ever rolling down, the blood of bleating victims. One such lay, a spotted goat, long-horned, its head bound back with munja grass. At its stretched throat the knife pressed by a priest, who murmured, "This, dread gods, of many yajnas cometh as the crown from Bimbasara. Take ye joy to see the spurted blood, and pleasure in the scent of rich flesh roasting mid the fragrant flames. Let the king's sins be laid upon this goat, and let the fire consume them, burning it. For now I strike." But Buddha softly said, "Let him not strike, great king," and therewith loosed the victim's bonds, none staying him, so great his presence was. Then, craving leave, he spake of life, which all can take, but none can give. Life, which all creatures love and strive to keep, wonderful, dear, and pleasant unto each, even to the meanest, yea, a boon to all where pity is, for pity makes the world, soft to the weak and noble for the strong. Unto the dumb lips of his flock he lent sad, pleading words, showing how man, who prays for mercy to the gods, is merciless, being as God to those. Albeit all life is linked and kin, and what we slay have given meek tribute of the milk and wool, and set fast trust upon the hands which murder them. Also he spake of what the holy books do surely teach, how that at death some sink to bird and beast, and these rise up to man in wanderings of the spark, which grows purged flame. So were the sacrifice new sin, if so the fated passage of a soul be stayed. Nor, spake he, shall one wash his spirit clean by blood, nor gladden gods, being good with blood, nor bribe them, being evil, nay, nor lay upon the brow of innocent bound beasts one hair's weight of that answer all must give, for all things done amiss or wrongfully, alone, each for himself, reckoning with that the fixed arithmetic of the universe, which meteth good for good and ill for ill, measure for measure, unto deeds, words, thoughts, watchful, aware, implacable, unmoved, making all futures fruits of all the pasts. Thus spake he, breathing words so piteous, with such high lordliness of ruth and right, the priests drew back their garments o'er the hands crimsoned with slaughter, and the king came near, standing with clasped palms, reverencing Buddha, while still our Lord went on, teaching how fair this earth were if all living things be linked in friendliness of common use of foods, bloodless and pure, the golden grain, bright fruits, sweet herbs which grow for all, the waters wan, sufficient drinks and meats, which, when these heard, the might of gentleness so conquered them, the priests themselves scattered their altar flames, and flung away the steel of sacrifice, and through the land next day passed a decree proclaimed by criers, and in this wise graved on rock and column, "Thus the king's will is. There hath been slaughter for the sacrifice and slaying for the meat, but henceforth none shall spill the blood of life nor taste of flesh, seeing that knowledge grows and life is one, and mercy cometh to the merciful." So ran the edict, and from those days forth sweet peace hath spread between all living kind, man and the beasts which serve him, and the birds, of all those banks of Gunga where our Lord taught with his saintly pity and soft speech. End of section 44. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida. Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 45. Selected Poems by Edwin Arnold. The Faithfulness of Yudhishthira, from The Great Journey in the Mahabharata. Thenceforth alone the long-armed monarch strode, not looking back, nay, not for Bhima's sake, but walking with his face set for the mount, and the hound followed him, only the hound. After the deathly sands, the mount, and lo! Shakra shone forth, the god, filling the earth and heavens with thunder of his chariot wheels. Ascend, he said, with me, Pritha's great son. But Yudhishthira answered, sore at heart, for those his kinfolk fallen on the way. O thousand-eyed, O Lord of all the gods, give that my brothers come with me who fell. Not without them is Swarga sweet to me. She too, the dear and kind and queenly, she whose perfect virtue paradise must crown. Grant her to come with us. Dost thou grant this? The god replied, in heaven thou shalt see thy kinsman and the queen. These will attain, and Krishna. Grieve no longer for thy dead, thou chief of men. Their mortal covering stripped, these have their places. But to thee the gods allot an unknown grace. Thou shalt go up, living and in thy form, to the immortal homes. But the king answered, O thou wisest one, who know'st what was and is to be, still one more grace. This hound hath ate with me, followed me, loved me. Must I leave him now? Monarch, spake Indra, thou art now as we, deathless, divine. Thou art become a god. Glory and power and gifts celestial, and all the joys of heaven are thine for aye. What hath a beast with thee? Leave here thy hound. Yet Yudhishthira answered, O most high, O thousand-eyed and wisest, can it be that one exalted should seem pitiless? Nay, let me lose such glory. For its sake I cannot leave one living thing I loved. Then sternly Indra spake, he is unclean, and into Swarga such shall enter not. The Krotavasha's wrath destroys the fruits of sacrifice if dogs defile the fire. Bethink thee, Dharmaraj, quit now this beast. That which is seemly is not hard of heart. Still he replied, 'Tis written that to spurn a suppliant equals in offense to slay a twice-born. Wherefore not for Swarga's bliss quit I, Mahendra, this poor clinging dog. So without any hope or friend save me, so wistful, fawning for my faithfulness, so agonized to die, unless I help, who among men was called steadfast and just. Quoth Indra, Nay, the altar flame is foul where a dog passeth. Angry angels sweep the ascending smoke aside, and all the fruits of offering, and the merit of the prayer of him whom a hound toucheth. Leave it here. He that will enter heaven must enter pure. Why didst thou quit thy brethren on the way, and Krishna, and the dear-loved Draupadi, attaining firm and glorious to this mount through perfect deeds, to linger for a brute? Hath Yudhishthira vanquished self, to melt with one poor passion at the door of bliss? Stay'st thou for this, who didst not stay for them, Draupadi, Bhima? But the king yet spake, 'Tis known that none can hurt or help the dead. They, the delightful ones who sank and died, following my footsteps, could not live again though I had turned. Therefore I did not turn. But could help profit, I had stayed to help. There be 4 sins, O Shakra, grievous sins. The first is making suppliants despair. The second is to slay a nursing wife. The third is spoiling Brahman's goods by force. The fourth is injuring an ancient friend. These 4 I deem not direr than the crime, if one in coming forth from woe to weal abandon any meanest comrade then. Straight as he spake, brightly great Indra smiled. Vanished the hound, and in its stead stood there the Lord of Death and Justice, Dharma's self. Sweet were the words which fell from those dread lips, precious the lovely praise. O thou true king, thou that dost bring to harvest the good seed of Pandu's righteousness, thou that hath ruth, as he before, on all which lives. O sun, I tried thee in the Dwaita wood, what time they smote thy brothers, bringing water. Then thou prayedst for Nakula's life, tender and just, nor Bhima's nor Arjuna's true to both, to Madri as to Kunti, to both queens. Hear thou my word, because thou didst not mount this car divine, lest the poor hound be shent who looked to thee. Lo, there is none in heaven shall sit above thee, king, Bharata's son. Enter thou now to the eternal joys, living and in thy form. Justice and love welcome thee, monarch, thou shalt throne with us. He and she. She is dead, they said to him. Come away, kiss her and leave her, thy love is clay. They smoothed her tresses of dark brown hair, on her forehead of stone they laid it fair. Over her eyes that gazed too much, they drew the lids with a gentle touch. With a tender touch they closed up well the sweet thin lips that had secrets to tell. About her brows and beautiful face they tied her veil and her marriage lace, and drew on her white feet her white silk shoes, which were the whitest no eye could choose. And over her bosom they crossed her hands. Come away, they said, God understands. And there was silence, and nothing there but silence, and scents of eglantere and jasmine and roses and rosemary. And they said, as a lady should lie, lies she. And they held their breath till they left the room, with a shudder to glance at its stillness and gloom. But he who loved her too well to dread the sweet, the stately, the beautiful dead, he lit his lamp, and took the key and turned it, alone again, he and she. He and she, but she would not speak, though he kissed in the old place the quiet cheek. He and she, yet she would not smile, though he called her the name she loved erewhile. He and she, still she did not move to any passionate whisper of love. Then he said, cold lips and breasts without breath, is there no voice, no language of death, dumb to the ear and still to the sense, but to heart and to soul distinct, intense? See now, I will listen with soul, not ear. What was the secret of dying, dear? Was it the infinite wonder of all, that you ever could let life's flower fall? Or was it a greater marvel to feel the perfect calm o'er the agony steal? Was the miracle greater to find how deep, beyond all dreams, sank downward that sleep? Did life roll back its record, dear, and show, as they say it does, past things clear? And was it the innermost heart of the bliss to find out so what a wisdom love is? O perfect dead, O dead most dear, I hold the breath of my soul to hear. I listen as deep as to horrible hell, as high as to heaven, and you do not tell. There must be pleasure in dying sweet, to make you so placid from head to feet. I would tell you, darling, if I were dead, and 'twere your hot tears upon my brow shed. I would say, though the angel of death had laid his sword on my lips to keep it unsaid, you should not ask vainly with streaming eyes, which of all deaths was the chiefest surprise, the very strangest and suddenest thing of all the surprises that dying must bring. Ah, foolish world! O most kind dead! Though he told me, who will believe it was said? Who will believe that he heard her say, with the sweet soft voice, in the dear old way, the utmost wonder is this, I hear and see you and love you and kiss you, dear, and am your angel who was your bride, and know that, though dead, I have never died. After Death. From Pearls of the Faith. He made life and he takes it, but instead gives more. Praise the Restorer, Al-Muhid. He who died at Azan sends this to comfort faithful friends. Faithful friends! It lies, I know, pale and white and cold as snow, and ye say, Abdullah's dead, weeping at my feet and head. I can see your falling tears, I can hear your cries and prayers, yet I smile and whisper this, I am not that thing you kiss. Cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, it is not I. Sweet friends, what the women lave for its last bed in the grave is a tent which I am quitting, is a garment no more fitting, is a cage from which at last like a hawk my soul hath passed. Love the inmate, not the room, the wearer, not the garb, the plume of the falcon, not the bars which kept him from the splendid stars. Loving friends, be wise, and dry straightway every weeping eye. What ye lift upon the bier is not worth a wistful tear. 'Tis an empty sea-shell, one out of which the pearl is gone. The shell is broken, it lies there. The pearl, the all, the soul, is here. 'Tis an earthen jar whose lid Allah sealed, the while it hid that treasure of his treasury. A mind which loved him, let it lie. Let the shard be earth's once more, since the gold shines in his store. Allah Muhid, Allah most good, now thy grace is understood. Now my heart no longer wonders what Al-Barsakh is, which sunders life from death, and death from heaven, nor the paradises 7 which the happy dead inherit, nor those birds which bear each spirit toward the throne, green birds and white, radiant, glorious, swift their flight. Now the long, long darkness ends, yet ye wail, my foolish friends, while the man whom ye call dead in unbroken bliss instead lives and loves you, lost, 'tis true, by any light which shines for you, but in light ye cannot see of unfulfilled felicity, and enlarging paradise lives the life that never dies. Farewell, friends, yet not farewell. Where I am ye too shall dwell. I am gone before your face, a heartbeat's time, a gray ant's pace. When ye come where I have stepped, ye will marvel why ye wept. Ye will know, by true love taught, that here is all, and there is naught. Weep a while if ye are fain, sunshine still must follow rain. Only not at death, for death, now I see, is that first breath which our souls draw when we enter life, that is of all life center. Know ye Allah's law is love, viewed from Allah's throne above. Be ye firm of trust, and come faithful onward to your home. La Allah ila Allah, yea, Muhid, restorer, sovereign say, he who died at Azan gave this to those that made his grave. Solomon and the Ant. From Pearls of the Faith. Say Al-Rahim, call him compassionate, for he is pitiful to small and great. 'Tis written that the serving angels stand beside God's throne, 10 myriads on each hand, waiting with wings outstretched and watchful eyes to do their master's heavenly embassies. Quicker than thought his high commands they read, swifter than light to execute them speed, bearing the word of power from star to star, some hither and some thither, near and far. And unto these naught is too high or low, too mean or mighty if he wills it so, neither is any creature great or small beyond his pity, which embraceth all, because his eye beholdeth all which are, sees without search and counteth without care, nor lies the babe nearer the nursing place than Allah's smallest child to Allah's grace, nor any ocean rolls so vast that he forgets one wave of all that restless sea. Thus it is written, and moreover told, how Gabriel, watching by the gates of gold, heard from the voice ineffable this word of twofold mandate uttered by the Lord: Go earthward, pass where Solomon hath made his pleasure house, and sitteth there arrayed, goodly and splendid, whom I crowned the king, for at this hour my servant doth a thing unfitting, Out of Nisibis there came 1,000 steeds, with nostrils all aflame, and limbs of swiftness, prizes of the fight. Lo, these are led, for Solomon's delight, before the palace, where he gazeth now, filling his heart with pride at that brave show, so taken with the snorting and the tramp of his war-horses, that our silver lamp of eve is swung in vain. Our warning sun will sink before his sunset prayers begun. So shall the people say, This king, our lord, loves more the long-maned trophies of his sword than the remembrance of his God. Go in, save thou my faithful servant from such sin. Also, upon the slope of Arafat, beneath a lote tree, which is fallen flat, toileth a yellow ant, who carrieth home food for her nest. But so far hath she come, her worn feet fail, and she will perish caught in the falling rain. But thou, make the way naught, and help her to her people in the cleft of the black rock. Silently Gabriel left the presence, and prevented the king's sin, and holp the little ant at entering in. O thou whose love is wide and great, we praise thee, the compassionate. The Afternoon, from Pearls of the Faith. He is sufficient, and he makes suffice. Praise thus again thy Lord, mighty and wise. God is enough. Thou who in hope and fear toilest through desert sands of life, sore tried, climb trustful over death's black ridge, for near the bright wells shine. Thou wilt be satisfied. God doth suffice. O thou the patient one, who puttest faith in him, and none beside, bear yet thy load. Under the setting sun the glad tents gleam. Thou wilt be satisfied. By God's gold afternoon peace ye shall have. Man is in loss except he live aright, and help his fellow to be firm and brave, faithful and patient. Then the restful night, Al-Mughni, best rewarder, we endure, putting our trust in thee. The Trumpet, from Pearls of the Faith. Magnify him, Al-Qayyum, and so call the self-subsisting God who judgeth all. When the trumpet shall sound, on that day, the wicked, slow gathering, shall say, Is it long we have lain in our graves? For it seems as an hour. Then will Israfil call them to judgment, and none shall have power to turn aside this way or that, and their voices will sink to silence, except for the sounding of a noise, like the noise on the brink of the sea when its stones are dragged with a clatter and hiss down the shore, in the wild breakers' roar. The sound of their woe shall be this. Then they who denied that he liveth eternal, self-made, shall call to the mountains to crush them, amazed and afraid. Thou self-subsistent, living Lord, thy grace against that day afford. Envoy to the Light of Asia. Ah, blessed Lord, O high deliverer, forgive this feeble script, which doth thee wrong, measuring with little wit thy lofty love. Ah, lover, brother, guide, lamp of the law, I take my refuge in thy name and thee. I take my refuge in thy law of God. I take my refuge in thy order, Om. The dew is on the lotus. Rise, great sun, and lift my leaf and mix me with the wave. Om Mani Padme Hum. The sunrise comes. The dewdrop slips into the shining sea. From Harper's Monthly. Grishma, or the Season of Heat, translated from Kalidasa's Ritu Sanhara. With fierce noons beaming, moons of glory gleaming, full conduits streaming, where fair bathers lie, with sunsets splendid, when the strong day, ended, melts into peace, like a tired lover's sigh, so cometh summer nigh. And nights of ebon blackness, laced with lustres, from starry clusters, courts of calm retreat, where wan rills warble over glistening marble, cold jewels, and the sandal moist and sweet, these for the time are meet. of Suchi, dear one of the bright days, bringing love songs for singing which all hearts enthrall, wine cups that sparkle at the lips of lovers, odors and pleasures in the palace hall. In Suchi these befall. For then, with wide hips richly girt, and bosoms fragrant with blossoms, and with pearl strings gay, their new-laved hair unbound, and spreading round faint scents, the palace maids in tender play the ardent heats allay of princely playmates. Through the gates their feet, with lac dye rosy and neat, and anklets ringing, in music trip along, echoing the song of wild swans, all men's hearts by subtle singing to Kama's service bringing. For who their sandals-scented breasts perceiving, their white pearls weaving with the saffron stars, girdles and diadems, their gold and gems linked upon waist and thigh, in love's soft snares is not caught unawares, then lay they by their robes, no longer light for the warm midnight, and their beauty cover with woven veil too airy to conceal its dew-pearled softness. So with youth clad over, each seeks her eager lover, and sweet airs winnowed from the sandal fans, faint balm that nests between those gem-bound breasts, voices of stream and bird, and clear notes heard from vina-strings amid the song's unrests, wake passion. With light jests, and sidelong glances, and coy smiles and dances, each maid enhances newly sprung delight. Quick leaps the fire of love's divine desire, so kindled in the season when the night with broadest moons is bright, till on the silvered terraces, sleep sunken, with love's draughts drunken, those close lovers lie. And all for sorrow there shall come to-morrow, the moon, who watched them, pales in the grey sky, while the still night doth die. Then breaks the fierce day, the whirling dust is driven o'er earth and heaven, until the sun-scorched plain its road scarce shows for dazzling heat to those who, far from home and love, journey in pain, longing to rest again. Panting and parched, with muzzles dry and burning, for cool streams yearning, herds of antelope haste where the brassy sky, banked black and high, hath clouded promise. There will be, they hope, water beyond the tope. Sick with the glare, his hooded terrors failing, his slow coils trailing o'er the fiery dust, the cobra glides to nighest shade, and hides his head beneath the peacock's train. He must his ancient foeman trust. The purple peafowl, wholly overmastered by the red morning, droop with weary cries. No stroke they make to slay that gliding snake who creeps for shelter underneath the eyes of their spread jewelries. The jungle lord, the kingly tiger, prowling, for fierce thirst howling, orbs astare and red, sees without heed the elephants pass by him, lolls his lank tongue, and hangs his bloody head, his mighty forces fled. Nor heed the elephants that tiger, plucking green leaves, and sucking with a dry trunk dew, tormented by the blazing day, they wander, and nowhere finding water, still renew their search, a woeful crew. With restless snout rooting the dark morasses, where reeds and grasses on the soft slime grow, the wild boars, grunting ill content and anger, dig lairs to shield them from the torturing glow, deep, deep as they can go. The frog, for misery of his pool departing, 'neath that flame-darting ball, and waters drained down to their mud, crawls croaking forth, to cower under the black snake's coils, where there is gained a little shade, and strained to patience by such heat, scorching the jewel gleaming so cruel on his venomous head, that worm, whose tongue, as the blast burns along, licks it for coolness, all discomfited, strikes not his strange friend dead. The pool, with tender growing cups of lotus once brightly blowing, hath no blossoms more. Its fish are dead, its fearful cranes are fled, and crowding elephants its flowery shore tramp to a miry floor. With foam strings roping from his jowls, and dropping from dried drawn lips, horns laid aback, and eyes mad with the drouth, and thirst tormented mouth, down thundering from his mountain cavern flies the bison in wild wise, questing a water channel. Bare and scrannel the trees droop, where the crows sit in a row with beaks agape. The hot baboon and ape climb chattering to the bush. The buffalo bellows, and locusts go choking the wells. Far o'er the hills and dells wanders the affrighted eye, beholding blasted the pleasant grass, the forest's leafy mass wilted, its waters waned, its grace exhausted, its creatures wasted. Then leaps to view, blood red and bright of hue, as blooms sprung new on the casumba tree, the wild fire's tongue, fanned by the wind, and flung furiously forth. The palms, canes, brakes you see wrapped in one agony of lurid death. The conflagration, driven in fiery levin, roars from jungle caves, hisses and blusters through the bamboo clusters, crackles across the curling grass, and drives into the river waves the forest folk. Dreadful that flame to see, coiled from the cotton tree, a snake of gold, violently break from root and trunk, to take the bending boughs and leaves in deadly hold, then passing to enfold new spoils, in herds, elephants, jackals, pards. For anguish of such fate, their enmity laying aside, burst for the river wide, which flows between fair isles. In company as friends they madly flee. But thee, my best beloved, may Suchi visit fair, with songs of secret waters cooling the quiet air, under blue buds of lotus beds, and patalas which shed fragrance and balm, while moonlight weaves over thy happy head its silvery veil. So nights and days of summer pass for thee amid the pleasure palaces, with love and melody. End of Section 45. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida.